Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Waste management in Enugu appears to be facing some challenges, as can be seen from several dumps overflowing with refuse. It is now a common sight to behold waste accumulating in various parts of the state capital. The situation is now worsened by a disturbing trend of scrap collectors who now cart away dumpsters situated in some strategic locations in Enugu, including Thinkers Corner, Abapa, Achara Layout, and New Haven. This has forced residents to engage in indiscriminate dumping at various sites in and around the metropolis, which constitute eyesores and environmental hazards for residents and road users. As case in point is the dumpster in front of Signature TV on Alaw Street, Thinkers Corner, which was carted away some months ago, forcing residents and passers-by to dump their refuse on the ground. Apart from environmental and health hazards posed by roadside dump sites through the spread of diseases, they also obstruct pedestrian and vehicular movements and degrade the aesthetics of the area. Sunday Ume, a driver, and George Okodele, a pastor, both expressed dissatisfaction with the refuse disposal authorities and the interval of evacuation.
The thing is no good because I pass here several times. And they see everywhere those bills, even though mail the whole world. And that's why they help tell us and make it come help us. The thing no good. If they come go self, the thing they smell everywhere. The thing even though Thinkers Corner, I think Thinkers Corner here why? Yeah, the thing no good. So they tell government make it help us, make it carry them even very quickly with every time. Come they pick this the thing no good. I observed that people that are used to carry the refuse, they are not used to come in time. So I want government to look into it and make sure that they carry this thing in time. And that is my concern, sir. At least in every three days, I think you understand me. In 3 days, they should be coming and check all this place, even along the other side of it. That one will full. They drop for us, just like this place. It's unfair. It's unfair.
A student of Godfrey Okoye University, Chisom Ndulwe, lamented that the dump sites are unsightly and that the stench, when it rains, is unbearable.
Oh God, it smells and stinks. And then due to how able the work science, they just litter around because they take time for the come to markets. Around looking so death and then the odor, which is very hazardous to women's health. My advice is that maybe weekly come and pack it. Weekly come and empty it. Even if it's not, there's no way to expect it to be green. Like just come and pack it. So for the sake of clothing here, there are shops here. This year shop is here too. People sell food around here and even the humans will have to buy this food to eat.
The acting managing director of the Enugu State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, Richard Onaga, said that the authority is working out a suitable time schedule for refuse disposal in Enugu. Onaga said that the authority is also looking for a suitable location to mount a 25 cubic meters waste bin at Thinkers Corner to check indiscriminate dumping of refuse in the area.
Currently, we are going for full-scale door-to-door waste collection. We do what is called trash pickup from your residence, from your premises. You don't need to go to the waste bin again. Reasons is that first, our aim is to eliminate scavenger activities, because if I'm picking from your home, scavenger will not come to your house to litter the waste bin and the trash on the street. So we are working on that. Before the 20th of this month, we have been looking for an area in Thinkers Corner where we can place our big waste bin. We are constructing what's called 25 cubic meter waste bin. We're trying to build a transfer station in Thinkers Corner. Also have that place where we can have our waste bin placed, secured area, where we can have our tricycles parked. We start what is called full-scale door-to-door. We started that fully in Trasekulu.
The issue of environmental sanitation no doubt requires effective waste management strategies, public education, and community involvement to promote a cleaner environment and healthier living conditions. Raymond Ken Mbata reporting for Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
are local.
International communities observing every
Just finish the
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV. Good morning to you and welcome to New Day on Signature TV, your favorite weekend show. I'm Chigi Chagoram. Today is the 26th of April 2026. And of course, we have a lot of interesting content lined out for you. Don't forget that we are live on SLTV channel 265 and Free TV channel 766. You can also be a part of today's conversation by joining us online across social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, at Signature TV Official. We want to hear from you. Like, comment, share, and of course, subscribe. Don't go anywhere. Up next is newspaper review and headlines. Do stay with us. And if you're just joining us, welcome again to New Day and welcome to our newspaper headlines segment. First up is Sunday Nation, and above the mast, Borno Zamfara APC stakeholders endorse Tinubu, Shetima, Lawal with rider. Nomination battle hots up nationwide. Page 4 of the Sunday Nation. Still above the mast, Oyedele Keyamo moved to cut aviation fuel costs and support airlines on page 5. And below the Sunday Nation mast, on 2027, Makinde under fire over Operation Wetye remark. With riders opposition mulls single candidate against Tinubu, fragmented opportunistic alliance doomed to fail, coming from Dare. NEF strikes destroy terrorist hideouts in Northeast, page 6. On health, resident doctors suspend planned strike, page 7. Issue fresh demands on pay and allowances. Finally, on the Sunday Nation, an insight, state of the parties, part 3. Over to Sunday Vanguard. Above the mast on 2027, opposition parties unite against APC, plan single presidential candidate with rider Makinde says Nigeria's democracy under threat on page 6. Race for Tinubu's NOD. I'll take that again. Race for Tinubu's nod. How Baba Shokbe politics is shaping next elections on page 33. On entertainment, Vanguard Awards stars step out. Actress Mercy McJoe on graduation from Harvard, page 22. Still on health, doctors haunted for saving lives, chilling stories of arrests, detention, extortion. With rider, police complaints would be reviewed. On page 26 of Sunday Vanguard. Then on page 12, rent-seeking economy rigged against most Nigerians, coming from Dele Oye, ex-OPS boss. Tunji Ojo credits Tinubu for Interior Ministry gains on page 6. Over to Sunday Punch. Above the mast, panic over abducted redeemed and CAC pastors' families on page 7. ADC Kwankwaso Obi rally northern leaders against Atiku on page 3. Authors redefining Nigerian stories on global stage on the global scene, pages 24 and 25. On xenophobia, Nigerians slam federal government's weak response and hail Ghana's action, page 7. Federal government registers 3,613 refugees as asylum seekers, rise by 322, page 4. Delta man hires gang to kidnap benefactor, page 7. How law school posting made Christian lawyer embrace hijab, pages 22 and 23. And on 2027, political bigwigs unite as APC mocks consensus plan, page 3. The riders Atiku, Obi, Makinde, Amechi, Mark mobilized 14 parties against Tinubu. Alliance delusional, doomed by personal presidential ambition, ruling party says. And finally, Sunday Tribune, above the mast, resident doctors suspend planned indefinite strike as federal government restores PAT, on page 4. Many injured as container from articulated vehicle falls on tricycles and motorbikes in Ibadan, page 6. Why malaria still poses significant threats to Nigerians, according to medical experts, on page 9 of Sunday Tribune. Below the mast, opposition parties unite against the APC, says it is time to rescue Nigeria from Tinubu, resolved to field single presidential candidate for 2027, on page 2 of Sunday Tribune. On entertainment, freezing my eggs, best decision ever coming from influenza as Mushi, on page 15. And finally, ADC attack, presidency defends Tinubu's democratic credentials, on page 5 of Sunday Tribune. And that's the much you can take on this segment. Don't go anywhere. New Day continues right after now. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Enugu state government is intensifying its efforts to go into strategic partnerships that will position the state as the hub for global investments. The state governor Peter Mba, who played host to a high-level delegation, urges the Chinese government to explore the possibility of establishing a Chinatown in Enugu and citing major international business headquarters in the state. The governor told the delegation from the People's Republic of China, led by Consul General Yan Yunshen, which included executives from China Communication Construction Company and China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, that Enugu is ready for large-scale investments. He informed the delegation about the improved security, modern infrastructure, and investor-friendly policies, highlighting flagship projects including the new Enugu City, smart green schools, expanded road networks, and a modern transport system.
We also felt that we need to have a modern city with modern facility and to make it also smart, since that's the direction the world is going. And we're happy to be partnering with a Chinese company in the development of the new city, the CCCC, China Communication Construction Company. So we have also visited their headquarters in Beijing, and we believe that it's a company with the capacity to meet our desire for a new city.
The Chinese Consul General commended the development vision of the state government, describing Enugu as a city of opportunities. She assured of China's commitment to deepening collaboration in infrastructure, technology, education, and industrial development.
In China, we have experience. If you want to be rich, you must first build road. So I think that infrastructure, yes, is already our traditional area of cooperation. But in the future, we should develop the digital economy and also like agricultural modernization or industrialization, and especially the talent development. All Chinese people we know, evil people, do business the best. Yes. So really, I think that here we hope, yes, to develop the corporate in vocational education.
For residents and investors alike, expectations are high that this partnership will translate into concrete projects that will not only shape the commercial landscape of the state, but also reinforce its emergence as a preferred destination for business and innovation in Nigeria. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The focus of the 2026 World Health Day celebration was on turning plastics into possibilities. As climate space stakeholders gathered in Abuja, the young professionals in policy and development (YOPAD) pointed to renewable energy and inclusive approach to innovative waste management as an easy-to-achieve option in addressing unemployment, poverty, and abuse of the environment.
What we are here today to do is to create an awareness, and not just an awareness, so that people will understand that these plastics that we are using, it's easy. You can just pick it up, throw it away. Just things like that. It is causing more harm than good. It's easy, yes, but there's a lot of harm it is doing to our environment, which we do not also take into cognizance. So what we are here to do today is to create an awareness and also let people know that in this industry there is also a room for innovation, there is room for recycling, there is room for recovery, there is room for youth, for entrepreneurship skills, bringing your entrepreneurship skills, your tech skills, innovation to ensure that this industry is not just what do I call it? It's not just for the older generation. Even the youth can also participate in it with their tech skills, social media skills, creating awareness amongst everybody to let them understand that we are causing more harm than good to our environment.
Thanks to the government for rolling out policies to, promote EPR, that's extended producer's responsibility, where producers are now, are now made to comply. So, but in as much as it's not yet compulsory, it's still voluntary. We still hope that the government is going to push for it to be compulsory for producers of plastic packaging to be responsible for the collection, the recycling of this plastic packaging after they are being used by the consumers.
The head of programs of YOPAD, Chika Sophie, emphasized the importance of marking the 2026 World Earth Day.
Mother Earth also has its own issues that has been caused by activities of humans. For instance, we have the extractivism of oil, and we also have the constant use of plastics, which has resulted to clogging of drainages. It has resulted to microplastics in our oceans, in the air. You go around and you see nylon bags, as Nigerians will call it, waterproof. You see leather everywhere. We also have issues, where these drainages are clogged. We now have issues of erosion. We have issue of flooding. You see some people will be bailing water out of their houses because the drainage system is clogged as a result of, these plastics.
Stakeholders believe that to reduce poverty and create employment, opportunities in the recycling ecosystem can be explored through innovation entrepreneurship, and technology.
The recycling industry is a very huge market. It is a multi-billion, naira industry. And when people venture into this sector, you never lose from the business. You only make profits when you venture into it. Many waste recycling companies now are investing in people who can develop mobile apps. As you know, at the moment, we depend on the waste pickers, that is the babombolas, to get this waste. So many companies now want to invest in technology where people at the comfort of their home can easily send message to let the companies know that, yes, they have waste. So if we can actually achieve this, believe me, we are going to make our work easy. At the comfort of your home, you can be making money from the waste you generate. You just have to inform people through the mobile app or the website, and a truck will come and pick up your waste, and they will pay you for the waste you generate.
With Yopad and its partners leading the charge against climate change and climate-friendly policies by the government, aim to achieve a cleaner and safer country with more people engaged in the waste management industry. In Abuja, Nasir Usman for Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The National Human Rights Commission says it is positioning itself to respond to emerging human rights concerns driven by artificial intelligence. In a 2-day capacity building training in Abuja, the Commission said AI was already influencing how institutions operate, make decisions, and deliver services. The Executive Secretary, Tony Ojukwu, advised that while artificial intelligence is transforming the world of work, it must be approached with responsibility and ethical caution.
As a commission with a critical mandate to promote and protect human rights, we must not be left behind. Rather, we must position ourselves to harness these emerging technologies. And we must do that responsibly and effectively to strengthen our work, improve our efficiency, and enhance service delivery to the Nigerian people. AI offers us the tools that can significantly enhance productivity and effectiveness. As we embrace these technologies, we must also remain guided by ethical considerations, particularly in relation to human rights, data protection, and accountability.
Ojukwu dismissed fears that artificial intelligence will replace humans in the workplace, insisting that technology is designed to enhance productivity rather than eliminate jobs.
AI is not going to take people's job. Rather, what is required is that people should retrain. You know, for instance, if you're a graduate, you can read biology and you are doing banking. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you are a graphic artist, now now there's AI, right? So you just retrain yourself to see how you can also reposition yourself in the light of the new technology. So eventually, what it's doing is not really taking away people's job, but it's retooling them, reskilling them, so that they have different capacities on how to do the same job in different ways, in better ways, in easier ways, and also empowering more people to be able to do what maybe a small group of people knew how to do it before, but now a large number of people are able to access and venture into such areas.
The Director of Human Rights Institute, Dorothy Ama, says the training is part of a broader effort to equip staff across all departments with the knowledge to understand and regulate AI usage. She noted that AI cannot be avoided, stressing that the real challenge is assuring it is used ethically and responsibly.
There's no escaping digital technology, whether we like it or not. And I think it is better we all build our capacity to use it and use it ethically. Because when you don't engage and build your capacity, you are at a disadvantage. And where artificial intelligence is wrongly used, it is someone who does not have the capacity and does not understand it that usually falls victim. Because most people who understand artificial intelligence, when you see a video, they are able to point out the key things to show you that this is artificial intelligence, is not real. But when you don't know, if you don't have that knowledge and that information, then you are the one who is at a disadvantage.
Participants are expected to gain practical knowledge on how AI affects areas such as recruitment, staff monitoring, and service delivery, where human rights concerns are increasingly being raised.
AI, to be used ethically, should have the intervention of the human person, which means that if you apply AI to any task, you shouldn't leave that task without the human supervision. You should, first of all, determine what the end goal is, and also look at what are the aspects that could be violating other human rights, so to speak. It means that you need to be conscious of what human task or what human agency is needed to support the work you're doing.
The training continues until Wednesday, as the Commission says it is working to ensure that technological advancement does not come at the expense of fundamental human rights. In Abuja, Chimizi Zadima, reporting for Signature Television.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The ENUGU State Chairman of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Fabian Wibu, has dismissed claims that the state government is not meeting its obligations on the state workforce. Wibu noted that while the federal government approved a minimum wage of 70,000 naira, ENUGU State currently pays 88,000 naira to its workers. The Labour leader made the remarks during a visit by the leadership of the Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria, led by its national president, Kabiri Adomin Jibri, to the Enugu State Government House. He described the claims of non-payment as misleading, insisting that workers in the state are already benefiting from the enhanced wage structure.
So and he did not just approve. Enugu State is one of the states that started immediately the approval of the minimum wage to receive minimum wage, the workers. And before then, His Excellency started, as soon as fuel subsidy was removed, Nigerians started crying. There was a lot of hardships here and there. His Excellency started paying us wage award of 25,000 naira, which he said he was going to pay until minimum wage implementation, that is going to seamlessly transit into the new minimum wage. And that wage award was paid to workers of Enugu State for 12 good months, 1 full year. I'm not sure, not even the federal government paid up to 6 months. Not even any other state in Nigeria paid up to 12 months. So it was just Enugu State that paid the wage award and then transited into the new minimum wage of 80,000 naira, which is far and above what the federal government approved. So if anyone is saying that Enugu State is not paying a minimum wage, that person is not existing here.
On the issue of gratuities, Wibo stated that the state government inherited a backlog of unpaid entitlements dating back to 2010. He observed that the current administration has commenced the payments with a commitment to ensure that all retirees receive their due benefits.
The only request we have made to His Excellency, which he has, by the special grace of God, also approved on the 16th of February this 2026, is the consequential adjustment. We complained to him that, yes, we have received minimum wage that's far and above the nationally approved minimum wage, but the consequential adjustment is not there. And upon that our visit to His Excellency on the 16th of February 2026, he approved that special adjustment, we are expecting the implementation as soon as possible. For the first time, the government of Enugu State ensured that the gratuity, the total sum after verification of what is owed to the retirees in Enugu State by way of gratuity amounts to about 34 billion. And His Excellency have graciously also ensured that that came into the budget of 2026 and have promised us that that amount must be defrayed before he leaves office.
The visit by the leadership of the Health Workers Union also provided an opportunity to strengthen. Take three. The visit by the leadership of the Health Workers Union also provided an opportunity to strengthen collaboration between labor unions and the state government, especially in improving welfare and working conditions in the health sector. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
In a show of unity and consensus, members of the Enugu State Traditional Rulers Council, led by its chairman, Samuel Ikechukwu Asado, has unanimously endorsed Governor Peter Mbah for a second term in office. The endorsement was formally declared at the House of Chiefs within the State House of Assembly complex, where the monarchs, dressed in uniform regalia, spoke with one voice in support of the governor's administration, according to the chairman of the council, Samuel Asado. The decision was driven by what he described as the governor's impactful leadership and commitment to the development across the state. He noted that the administration's strides in infrastructure, governance, and service delivery have earned the confidence of traditional institutions.
We want to make sure that nobody, that's why I call them, there's no king in any city that is going in no position. And I want to hear the information. If any king in your domain is going in no position, let me know first.
Responding on behalf of the governor, the secretary to the state government, Chidebere Onya, expressed appreciation for the endorsement, describing it as a reflection of the administration's people-centered policy. He emphasized that the growing support at the grassroots is evident that the citizens are already feeling the positive impact of government initiatives.
The governor and his team do not claim, but one thing that the governor does is to listen. One thing the governor has done is to surround himself with the right type of people that will also listen and work for all of us.
The Commissioner for Chieftaincy Matters and Rural Development, Charles Ugumwe, attributed the endorsement to what he called the governor's expanded administrative capacity, which he said has translated into tangible results across sectors.
So all these pronouncements and the promises of the governor, I don't have any doubt whatsoever has the capacity to implement this. It's just a question of time. So we are glad, and I believe they are glad.
The endorsement by the traditional rulers added to a growing list of support groups rallying behind Governor Peter Mbah as political alignments continue ahead of the 2027 gubernatorial election. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Well, up next is an interesting conversation with our guest, Namdi Abana. Is our democracy on test towards 2027 political build-up in Nigeria? You do want to take a listen.
Thank you for being with us or still be here with us. We will go straight to the first conversation for today. We have with us this morning that will be joining us via call is our guest, Mr. Namdi Abana. He is a political scientist, public affairs analyst. And we shall be looking at the conversation 2027 political build-ups in Nigeria, democracy on test. That's what we shall be looking at. Mr. Namdi, good morning and welcome to New Day.
Good morning.
It's really great to have you with us this morning.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Now, as this election kicks off, come 2027, would you say the democracy system is gradually, getting better, learning its mistakes? Or is it like a repeated pattern that we've been seeing over the years?
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. For me, I would say that our democratic journey is not getting better because what we've been seeing since 2023 has been disappointing. Many have been asking, are we really practicing democracy? Others are asking, is the Western democratic process is it working for us in Nigeria? I remember Chief Olusegun Obasanjo recommending an Afro democracy, for Nigeria. So it's quite unfortunate that our elections have been characterized by electoral irregularities, rigging, and so on. And contemporarily speaking, we can see what is happening in the country, where it seems as though the opposition political parties are being frustrated by the ruling party, in terms of convention, denial of the Eagle Square for conventions, the use of the court processes to stall, the progress of other political parties. We've seen how the Minister of FCT, how he's been a member of the PDP and at the same time an advocate for the APC, using that to destabilize the People's Democratic Party. So for me, I would say that democracy in Nigeria is fledgling.
Okay, that now brings me to the next question. How much faith do you think Nigerians, the average Nigerian, have for the electoral process, looking at the irregularities experienced in previous elections?
I think that
Are you there?
I didn't get the question.
Yes, I said, how much faith do you think Nigerians have on the electoral process, looking at the irregularities they've experienced in the previous elections?
Okay. When you talk about faith in the electoral system or the electoral process, many Nigerians are disillusioned. It's just a handful of Nigerians that still believe that, they can effect a change through the electoral process. And this is the reason why when stripped out in mass, including the Nigerian youth, to see to it that the National Assembly that they got it right. But unfortunately, that process was truncated, and that left many Nigerians in doubt. So for me, the forthcoming election, we may witness a lot of electoral apathy because many people are already of the sentiment that the president or the party in power is going to, that they are going to rig the process. And again, the court, which is often referred to as the last hope of the common man, seems to have been compromised because when you eventually get to court to challenge the electoral victory of the ruling party, you end up losing out and wasting scarce resources. So many people have lost hope in the Nigerian democratic process, in the electoral system, and in our courts. So what we may see in the forthcoming election is we may see people standing there to ensure that the votes are counted and ensuring that the exact figures are transmitted. And I would like to say that with the current trajectory, we may experience a lot of electoral violence or political violence during the election because Nigerians, they've gotten to a frustration point and they wouldn't like their votes to be, truncated.
Okay, now you made mention of voter apathy. Let's look at it from this angle. This definitely is not going to favor the opposition parties. What is your suggestion, let's say advice for this opposition party? How can they, sensitize or get to the hearts of people to make sure that they still remain, how would I put it, victorious even after the election?
Well, we can take a cue from what the ADC is doing. We can take a cue from what the ADC is doing. We can see how the ruling party is trying to frustrate them with the machinery of government, threats from the FCT minister and so on. But they're still trudged on. Their convention shouldn't have held if they had followed the dictates of the FCT minister, but they still found a way of having their convention in a private establishment. That is what it should be. No political party should let the government frustrate them to the point where they can't have political gatherings, political conventions, and so on. They have to keep pushing hard. Even when the courts are used against them, they still have to find a way of identifying a lacuna for them to be able to make a headway. If they don't adopt that approach, then most political parties will be dead on arrival. So I love what the ADC is doing by pushing and making effort to see to it that their party makes progress.
But another question on the lips of many Nigerians now is that these political parties, especially the opposition parties, are they really offering re-ideological choices, or is it just another familiar faces, under different banners, or shall I say umbrellas?
When we're talking about ideology, most political parties in Nigeria, they like ideology. Political platforms exist in Nigeria as an instrument for ascending to political power. From PDP to APC to ADC, none of the political parties in Nigeria are ideologically driven. When they get to power, it still boils down to the same system. So, for that question, all political parties are the same in terms of ideology. Forget about party manifestos. Most of them don't follow what is enshrined in their party manifesto. Yeah.
But with the threat from the current administration, can we say the opposition parties are really, really, positioning themselves as real opponents, or shall I say alternative, or they're just, doing initial bragger to remain relevant?
Yes, I think that the opposition parties are doing what they're supposed to do, because they've been identifying the loopholes in the present APC regime or APC administration, and they've been calling them out and offering alternative solutions. That is the work of the opposition. Then you also look at the political figures, the political heavyweights in these opposition political parties, people like Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, and so on. Most times they respond to, or they react and respond to the policies of government, the inaction of government, you know. When it comes to security of lives and property, I'm aware that it will be vocal over the ineptitude of government in tackling the issues of security, especially when it has to do with the with acts of terrorism like what we saw in Jos, in Plateau states, and a few other states where the president visited politically in quotes and then departed almost immediately. Amongst that, apart from that, then the economy and the general well-being of Nigerians, then some political arrests. We've seen how El Rufai is being persecuted and prosecuted by the government. So most opposition figures, they've been vocal about some of these actions of government. So I think that they are doing what they are supposed to do.
Now, you mentioned Peter Obi. You know, I didn't really want to bring him in, at least not this soon. But since you mentioned, let's just go into it. Do you think he still has the chance? You know, do you see Nigerians still see him as the hope come 2027? Now, this is why I'm asking this question. Now, you know what you earlier mentioned, the voter apathy, especially the youths, with what happened 2023 general elections. You saw how the youth came out in their numbers and they were discouraged. And with the way things are happening now, it looks like many people will be withdrawn. That's why we talked about the voter apathy. And he seemed to have more of online supporters. The youths that would have stood out for him will likely withdraw because of the way the situation of politics is now. Do you see people still coming out for him to vote for him 2027? Or they just don't believe in the system because they feel corruption will take place and he still may not win, so people may not bother? Or what's your take?
I think it's even if there is a voter apathy, I still am of the opinion that the majority of the people are coming out to vote for, that they are coming out to vote for Peter Obi. Because if you check the sentiments of the Nigerian youths, both offline and online, most of them still believe in the person of Peter Obi. Then you look at the so-called City Boys movement, which was formed earlier on. Then an alternative was also formed, the Village Boys movement. If you look at the activities of both bodies, you will see that most people are not for the City Boys movement. The Village Boys movement represents the grassroots, and most of them are for Peter Obi. And Peter Obi rightly said that apart from a few places, a few states, that the City Boys movement has not really made any inroad. Then you come to the Southeast. Some people are from the Southeast that signed up with the City Boys movement, or that are championing the City Boys movement. They've become persona non grata in the Southeast, which shows that the majority of the youths, not just in the Southeast, but beyond the Southeast, are not in support of what they are doing. In fact, some of them, the respect and reputation that they commanded previously has plummeted because of their involvement with the City Boys movement. So that is to tell you that lots of people are still in support of Peter Obi. And then don't forget that there is the obedient movement. Recently, Abike Dabiri was attacking the obedient movement. It tells you that from the viciousness of the attack, the group is still very much alive, very much active, and very much influential for them to be talking about the group at this particular point in time.
Okay, so talking about the City Boys movement and the Village Boys movement, so to speak, let's look at the angle of Peter Obi, leaving the Labour Party for the ADC. How much sensitization have these movements, be it the obedient movement or the Village Boys, whatever, how much sensitization have they done to the grassroots? Because till now, some people still feel Peter Obi is in Labour Party because that was what they know him for.
That's erroneous.
Okay.
That's erroneous.
Okay.
Many people are aware that Peter Obi is already in the ANC. And let me tell you.
I'm talking about, I'm sorry you come to this. I'm talking about the grassroots, the villagers, those that are not so online, like most people are online.
They know.
Okay.
They are, well, I will tell you.
Okay, go
Just
on.
calm down.
I can hear you, go on.
Calm down at the village level, because I'm in touch with the grassroots too.
Okay.
At the grassroots, immediately Peter Obi moved, even up to the ward level. Remember, he was at his ward to pick up his membership card, and he addressed the people.
Okay.
So, immediately he moved to ADC. The news went round through the structures in place that he had already moved to the ADC, and most of the Labour Party structures that they had at the grassroots metamorphosed into ADC. Some of them resigned and joined the ADC immediately. So the grassroots structures are still intact.
Okay.
They are still intact. They are the people pushing, Peter Obi's agenda. And currently, with the situation of things, what the sentiments are is this: that irrespective of the political party Peter Obi joins, that that the person that they are looking at is Peter Obi, it's not even necessarily the political party. So anywhere Peter Obi goes to, that is where the people will go to. And any political platform he chooses to ride on, that political party becomes prominent just by association with Peter Obi. So this is the reality on ground.
Okay, so in as much as the conversation is not about Peter Obi, but I'm just pushed a bit for us to just have these parts of the conversation. The fears that many people are having now about ADC and Peter Obi as well is the factions that the party is experiencing right now. That's for the ADC. And also, mind you, a couple of states in Nigeria, are being governed by the APC. Different defections you hear every now and then, people leaving one party to join the APC. And you know what it means when the governor of a state is in a particular party. It's almost always impossible for that party not to win in that state. Now, how can these fears, or shall I say concerns, be addressed so it doesn't affect the vision of Peter Obi come 2027?
It's not always true, because if we follow the trajectory of the 2023 election, a Labour Party, even though they didn't have all the requisite structures in place in all the states, they were able to win substantially. Even Lagos State that has structures, Labour Party was able to make way, even in the FCT. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about? See, we've gotten to a level where people don't necessarily look at the governors, and people are focused on the candidates and what the candidate is ready to bring on the table. What they are looking at is competence. Because we've tried political parties previously and they failed us. So the the movement from one political party to another is really of no consequence. We saw in Anambra State during the era of Governor Chinwoke Mbadinuju of blessed memory. He did not govern the state well, and PDP gave him a red card. He moved to AD back then. After moving to AD with his structures, he lost woefully. And PDP, another political party, took over the state. So the power of incumbency doesn't always work. It all depends on the competence of the person in power, you know.
Okay.
So that's what I want to stress on.
Okay, that's well noted. Good. Okay, let's agree, or let's assume that all other political parties, opponents, you know, they're doing due diligence to make sure that they are not found wanting and everything works out well for them come 2027 elections. Can we say that the electoral umpire are independent? Can we really trust them? These are questions Nigerians are asking. Looking at the pressure from political, you know, from the political hands, you know, the high stake. Do you think the electoral umpire is independent to handle the election come 2027? Are they strong enough to withstand political pressure?
For me, I know you are trying to pull out words from my mouth. You already know my response, but I'll still go ahead and say it. The electoral umpire has been involved in how do I put it? I'm looking for the right adjective to qualify the kind of controversy he has found himself into. You know, he's been accused of being involved with the APC, even with his former tweets and so on. So he's been aligned from day one with the APC. We saw the controversy, the tweets, the phone numbers, how he was exposed, and so on and so forth. The digital footprints, even though INEC have been trying to deny it and so on. For me, there is no way INEC will conduct a free, fair, and credible election. The honorable thing for the INEC chairman to do at this point is for him to tender his resignation letter, because Nigerians have lost confidence in his leadership. I mean, the controversy is over. The evidence out there is overwhelming. There is no amount of denial that will convince Nigerians that he has not compromised. So that's my take on INEC. If they should be allowed to contest, to organize this forthcoming election, definitely the ruling party will have a landslide victory.
Okay, so that's what I think. All right, thank you. Let's take a look at the security agencies. You know how this thing. There's a saying that. Okay, let me not go there. Do you see them being neutral? You know, because if they're getting their funds, their payments from their boss, so to speak, the government, which is not supposed to be so, right? You said? Can you hear me?
Just a moment, please.
Okay. All right, in case you just joined us,
hello.
This is a new day where we take a look at stories of making the round on the national dailies. All right, we still have our guest with us, Nnamdi. Thank you for being with us still. I was asking the security agencies, they are supposed to be neutral. Of course, that's how it should be. Do you also see them being neutral because of speculations that, they may want to walk in line, with the power that be? Can they be trusted to do what is needed?
For me, we can't really put all our trust in them. And that's the reason why we have party agents. Party agents are the ones vested with the responsibility of ensuring that they report all that happened during the election in every polling station. We've seen situations where the law enforcement agents acted as accessories to political parties, especially the ruling political party. Remember, it has been said that he who pays the piper dictates the tune. So, in a situation where the federal government pays the law enforcement agents, they will always dance according to the tune of the federal government. Else, they will face the consequences after the election. Yes. So, for me, political parties need to ensure that their party agents are strong and that their presence is registered in most polling stations. Remember what happened during the era of President Goodluck Jonathan? How Orubebe, the famous Orubebe, raised an alarm, So these are the kind of people that we need to monitor the votes in various political parties to ensure that the process is not compromised.
Okay, still looking at 2027, how would you say, the realities of the economic situation, the likes of inflation of food items, the fuel prices, and a couple of things Nigerians are facing now, insecurity, power, outages we experience here and there. How can do you see these realities influence the decision of the voters come to 2027?
Let me tell you the truth.
Okay.
APC should never return to power. Never.
Why?
Because they did not deliver on any of their promises. Anyway, well, some of the promises that President ENUGU made, which seems to suggest that Nigerians are going to suffer, I think he made do of those promises. Imagine, okay, what is the exchange rate today? Look at the brazen way the subsidy was removed. Even if subsidy is going to be removed, it should have been a gradual process. And there ought to have been several considerations. A president should be able to evaluate things for himself and take a decision. You don't always resort to the Bretton Woods institution like World Bank and IMF before you take a decision. Of course, they'll tell you that you are doing well, but your citizens are wallowing in poverty and in penury. The cost of food has been expensive in the past 3 years. Now that the election is around the corner, I don't know the political magic they did for the price of rice to come down. People now have the impression, things are coming down. But it's all a political ploy. Once they contest the election and win and return to power, inflation will hit the sky again.
Are you saying some of the food items that have come down now, they are politically motivated for the elections?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Emphatically, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But you don't have any proof for that. We want to believe that how the market happens here and there. But that's your opinion, though. Let
me give you an instance.
Okay.
Last week or this week, it was announced that the tariff on imported vehicles has been reduced drastically. I think from 70-something% to 40-something%, which means that the price of Tokumbo vehicles will drop significantly. That's the power of government policy. The question is, why didn't they allow it to continue the way it was before they came into power? Immediately they came in, they raised the price of everything, and that's why we're experiencing inflation. Toyota Corolla that was at 1.8 million before now sells for 8 million. It's the power of policy. The moment he came in and changed most of these policies, the inflation went up. You remember he talked about his friend that had an exotic vehicle, that he saw him ride an exotic vehicle at the advent of his administration. But after the removal of subsidy, he noticed that the guy now uses one fuel economy vehicle. And when he tried to inquire why, the guy told him it's all about the economy. So Tinubu used that to drive home the point that many Nigerians are cutting their clothes according to the site, which is absolute nonsense. It's policy. They know what they are doing. They are manipulating the market forces. That's what they are doing. The price of petrol can still come down if the government decides to introduce some level of subsidy to make things, better for Nigerians.
All right. Now let's look at the, social. Are you there? Can you hear me? Nnamdi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. The cost of transportation is high.
Okay.
The cost of transportation is high because of the removal of subsidy, cost of engine oil, and several other things. I don't want to go into that, but it's glaring for everybody to see.
All right. Let's check this other one out. Our social, social societies, the media as well, social media, are they strong enough to hold these people in power accountable? Looking at the fact that they seem to do things and go away with it. Most times, it seems almost no one is held accountable. These platforms, these entities, talking about these entities, are they strong enough to hold these people accountable?
Please, can you repeat the question? I didn't get the beginning part. The call was coming in.
Okay, I mean civil societies, social media, and of course the media firms, the media, are they strong enough to hold people in power accountable? Looking at the way these people do things and go away with it without being really, being held accountable. Are they strong enough to hold these people accountable?
The members of the civil society group, I think they are disillusioned. Mm-hmm. Lots of them, they've lost steam, and nobody's willing or ready to fight the government or to be combative about the general situation of things. Because I remember during Jonathan's time at Ojota, I was in Lagos as at then. I saw what happened there. Different civil society groups, including musicians, everybody came out to, on a procession to Ojota. They spent over about a week plus there, raising awareness. International media was there, local media was there. They were condemning the government about its intention to remove subsidy and so on. It became an international affair, and that forced the administration as at then to stay action on the policies it wanted to implement, and several other interventions that the civil society groups have made. But this time around, most civil society groups are laid back. We are just hearing few voices, maybe people like Femi Falana coming out to speak against the government, and just a handful of others. But when it comes to galvanizing serious support to fight for the interest of the masses, we've not seen that really happening. And I think that most of them are tired. Remember back then, even Pastor Adeboye, Wole Soyinka, Pastor Tunde Bakare, several of them came out to speak again. Even Kuti, Femi Kuti, they all came out to fight the subsidy, amongst other societal issues. We had Bully TV that was online to attack the policies of government. People were more vocal. But this time around, people are tired. It seems the hunger in the land has affected everybody, and nobody has the energy to put off a fight like before, And then we've seen a rise. It's quite unfortunate when protests are organized against the government. They go and rent. They look look for a crowd that they will rent to stage an anti-people protest, and it's really terrible. So things has moved from bad to worse in our country.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Namdi, for joining us this morning. It's been an amazing time with you, to learn all of these things. In a few seconds, let's have your parting shots.
Okay, for me, in Lagos, or Lagosians would say, shine your eyes. In this forthcoming election, Nigerians should shine their eyes and ensure that they vote for the right candidate. It is apparent that APC has nothing to offer to Nigerians. So let's look for a better alternative. That's my parting shot.
All right. So thank you so much for joining us this morning. We look forward to having you some other time with us. Thank you.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Well, it's important that we talk about this particular conversation on the need to restore Nigeria's justice system to strengthen governance and statecraft. Our guest who did justice to this conversation was Adai Edwin, and this is what he had to say. Do take a listen.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Please stay with us on New Day. It's another time to look into another conversation with our guest this morning. We shall be looking at the need to restore Nigeria's justice system to strengthen governance, and statecraft. These are times that people are really concerned with the justice system and what effect it has on Nigerians. And we have with us this morning via Zoom our guest, Andrew Adai. He is the Director on African Statecraft Institute, Pan-Africanist, policy scientist, politician, teacher, and freedom fighter. Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for joining us. All right, thank you for joining us this morning. Please, how would you rate the way Nigerians see the justice system in this very age and time?
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm just trying to see if because the audio is very low. So I think it's appropriate if you can come up with a question again, because the introduction was not, I wasn't carried along with the introduction. Hello? Can you hear me? I think there's a technical
Edwin,
problem with
please.
your audio.
Yeah, I can hear you. Please go on.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
So I
that's
was
fine. What's the question again? I don't know. I can't remember the question. I didn't hear you as at the time you're making the intro.
okay. I
So
was
if you
asking,
can.
with the present Nigeria now, how do you think they see the justice system?
Okay, that's a very, very profound question. This is a very broad question, so but let me see how I can take it bit by bit. The justice system, in my view, theoretically, we don't have a problem with our justice system because if you look at the structure of the justice system, how our laws were made, or how we're able to come up with our laws, structurally from the British common law to the status, which is of course the Act of the National Assembly and State Assembly, and to the customary law, down to the Sharia law and all of that. In my view, we really don't have much issue in terms of the structure, theoretically. And then if you look at the source of our laws, most of the, everything that was captured in respect to how the law is supposed to be framed was actually done in good faith. But I think the challenges actually arises in the implementation. And there's a lot of controversies here and there, a situation where justice or judgment is given, and then there are some other interpretation, especially the way it's being viewed in Nigeria today. Most of them don't see the law from the real context of the law. We are beginning to see our law from the backdrop of the fact that the outcome, especially when you win election or you are in in the courts, when you win, you said, oh, the justice system is okay. When you lose, oh, the justice system is not okay. And if we continue like that as a country, I think it's going to be a huge challenge, especially what is happening right now in our system, where we don't really look at the law from the context of what it is. We look at the law from the outcome of what the law says, which of course is not the law from the point of view.
The system whereby justice most times are delayed. How can the phrase justice delayed is justice denied be practically, addressed to gain the trust of Nigerians?
The issue of perception is a very, one of the major challenges we are having, in Nigeria today. In a situation where the citizenry, we don't trust the institution of, government, in terms of the outcome of whatever the institution of government will do or continue to do, especially the perception we are having today. I think that also boils down to the way things are being done, around the court premises, because sometimes when you have a case in court, you will see a situation where a case will be dragging from 1 month to 2 months to 3 months, to 1 year and to 3 years going forward. Like the phrase, justice delayed is justice denied. And I think that it is appropriate for the judicial system to look into it and ensure that all cases should be treated as at when due. Because a situation where People are expecting their court cases to be dealt with at record time. And you see where the situation is dragging and dragging and dragging, you begin to wonder. And sometimes the outcome of, or when the pronouncement will be made, you will not be able to, maybe the event must have even elapsed. And therefore, if you look at that from that, framework or blueprint, you also understand that indeed, when justice is delayed, of course, justice is denied. Because as at the time the case was in court, perhaps maybe there is something you need to do, especially not even look at the political cases that is ongoing right now. You will see a situation where INEC have released timetable for elections and from primaries. And then we have cases that are dragging from the PDP, cases are dragging from the ADC, cases are dragging from the SDP, cases are dragging, and even from the Labour Party, cases are dragging. And if you understand all of this, you will know that there is a time frame at which all of these activities need to wrap up, because of all political activities are time bound. And a situation where court cases are in court and the complainant or the litigants are waiting to see to it that those cases are resolved for them to be able to meet up with their preparation plan, you will discover that that time has gone. And in that kind of situation, you will realize that indeed, when justice is delayed, of course, justice is denied, because everything in this country is time bound. Everything you want to do is time bound. And I think that it will be appropriate if the judiciary would do everything humanly possible to ensuring that everything should be done at record time. There is no need dragging court cases and all of that. Because if we continue like that, it's going to whittle down the confidence of the people, of course, which the justice system is designed to serve.
Now, let's look at reform within the judicial system. The question I want to ask now, and I want you to be honest with me, is can reform, meaningful reform, be done first in the Nigerian judicial system without looking at corruption?
Well, you see, for me, in my opinion, the judicial reform is long overdue, because the judiciary is independent theoretically, but they are not independent, in my view, practically. Because issue that borders on appointment of the judicial members still borders on, or it is still with the responsibility of the executive arm of government. And then the resources also is still, hello?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. The resources also, the judiciary or members of the bench, they are not actually in control of their resources and appointments and so many other things. So it is appropriate, in my view, for us to begin to talk about proper reform. When we say the judiciary is independent, it must be seen to be independent. Because the public perception right now, in my view, and what everybody is saying, is that there is a lot of public political interference on judgments or court pronouncements. And therefore, if that perception continues to grow, it's going to whittle down the confidence of Nigerians on the judiciary as a whole. So therefore, it will be appropriate, in my view, if we can look at this thing very critically to see that there is a proper reform in that regard, so that the independence of the judiciary will not always be, is not going to be theoretical, but it's going to be practical in totality. And that is when Nigerians will begin to have confidence in their institutions and begin to hold whatever outcome they are going to, derive from there as a very valid and legitimate one.
All right. Mr. Edwin, you mentioned in this very conversation right now, while addressing this, you talked about independence, the judicial system, judicial being independent. And just recently, we have the NBA mentioning, warning politicians not to interfere in the affairs of the judiciary. What is your reaction to that? Do you really see the judiciary system of Nigeria currently being independent from political interference?
You see, sincerely speaking, we have witnessed, or we have actually seen a situation where the outcome, you can actually suspect it, that the outcome of some judgment are politically influenced. But of course, it is not in all cases. The justice system, in my view, is blind. And there are some certain pronouncements that is actually expressed with a ground, technical aspect where it is being done according to the rule of law. In the eyes of the law, that ruling is correct. But again, you will find out in a situation where the public or the political class will still say, no, it is not justice, it is bias and all of that. So yes, there are situations where the judgment outcomes are influenced, but in not all cases. And there are some situations where it is not actually influenced. It is based on technical or grounded in law. So situations like that, it will be difficult for you to now say, oh, the justice system is not independent from the context of it, because it is. But of course, you cannot take away the fact that in one or two cases, there are some times where political interference are largely, influence the outcome of such ruling or of such pronouncement. So yes, such things are ongoing, and that is why, citizens and people of good faith are of the opinion that it is high time for us to see a situation where, we can have a complete overhaul, where the system can actually be reformed, where the confidence of the public, the confidence of the people will actually be reflected, and then we can now begin to trust our justice system once again.
Okay, so let's look at the role that institutions like the National Judicial Council, right? What role can they play, in disciplining erring judges and also restoring credibility to the judicial system?
Yeah, you see, the body is actually, saddled with the responsibility of enforcing discipline in the system. And you see, a system that is saddled with the responsibility to regulate the activities of perhaps the members of the body of benchers, or people who, operate in that horizon. It is very appropriate for them to, engage things as defined by their, institution, or as defined, by their, discipline. And until you begin to look into all of these things, because of course, we have seen a situation where some judges erred. We have also seen a situation where some lawyers erred. We have also seen a situation where, some pronouncements are, done that are politically influenced. And so with all of these things that is ongoing, if appropriate measure is not taken to ensuring that there is discipline, it is going to whittle down the confidence of the Nigerians to uphold the judiciary as indeed the last hope of the common man. So yes, I agree with you that in every, erring aspect, or anybody who errs in that regard, the more actions must have consequences, of course. A system that can actually bring about legitimacy, and where people can actually have confidence in the judiciary, is to ensuring that every actions must have consequences. Bad actions must come with bad consequences, and good actions must be rewarded. And so until we begin to see a very decisive, actions from the members of the judicial body that are saddled with the responsibility of regulating and controlling the affairs, of their members, of course, we are not going to see a situation where, the system will uphold them in good ground.
But do you think the current legal reforms are enough? Or do you think, as it is now, Nigeria need a complete structural overhaul in the judicial system?
Well, if you structurally, like I said before, I have taken my time to, although even though I'm not a lawyer, I have flipped through, from the peripheral perspective. I've looked at the structure, like I said earlier on, and I've also looked at the sources of our laws. Our laws are being framed from the multiple, sources. There are cases where our laws are generated from the British common law, like I said before. Like the statutes are also something that is being, made, known through the members of the National Assembly and the State Assembly. So yes, we really don't have issues theoretically in respect to, the framing and the structure. But where we have issues is in the implementation. And yes, I agree with you because, of course, when we have issues in respect to the implementation, we must trace the sources of those problems. Perhaps how the members of the bench come to the fore, issue of funding, issue of political influences. Yes, all these things are challenges that are well known in the judicial system. So yes, there will be need for reforms to ensuring that the judiciary is properly independent, not just theoretically, but practically, so that they can be in charge of their appointment, they can be in charge of their resources, they can actually be in charge of regulating their activities, so that we don't see a situation where there is an interference from the executive arms of government or there is an interference from the legislative arms of government. The judiciary, yes, I agree 100%, it must be free completely from political interference. Until the judiciary is completely free from political interference, we are not really going to go a very long way. Yes, there must be a reform, and we must ensure that a reform is being conducted in that line to ensure that the judiciary is completely independent from political interference.
All right, so let's look at the courtroom now. How can, technology, digitization effectively improve, access to information and efficiency in the courtroom?
Yeah, that's a very profound question. The world is already a digitalized world. There is apparently nothing that can be done faster and better, more efficient and more coordinated without seeking the digital support. Yes, for instance, we have a situation in Nigeria where when a judgment is pronounced, you will see that it takes time for the judges to publish, the outcome or the complete communication, of, such pronouncements on record time. You see, with the aid of the technology, we'll be able to see a situation, pronouncement from the court and the interpretation and even making it simpler. Because sometimes when judgment is being, released, you will find out that they are based on technicalities. And Nigerians are not very familiar with all these big, big grammars and all these big, big words. So with the aid of the digital, support, you'll find a situation where some of these cases and some of these, ambiguities and this homogeneous vocabulary that is being expressed by this lawyer will be broken down in a situation in such a way that Nigerians will understand it better. Because sometimes you see a situation where a pronouncement is made and then it's still subject to more interpretation by the streets and all of that. So with the aid of the digital, communications and information technology and the rest of it, we'll be able to see a situation where judgment will be made, court will own their own story, and then the communication pattern will be more easier and more accessible to the members of the public, so that whatever interpretations that will be made through the aid of technology and all of that, it will help us to get it more better and more clearer. I think it is very essential that the body embraces technology in totality to ensure that we don't have this vacuum and conflict of interest when it comes to interpretation of outcome of judicial pronouncement.
All right, so if you were to give a piece of advice to the government and the citizens regarding the judicial system and as well as the NBA, what suggestions would that be?
I didn't get the question.
If you were to give a piece of advice, looking at how the judicial system is right now, what advice would that be to the government, the NBA, and the citizens?
Number one, I would like to say that Nigeria is a country where we have embraced democracy. We have three major organs of government: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. Democracy cannot be strengthened if one of the major organs of government is weakened. And therefore, it is very important that the judiciary as a body that is responsible for the interpretation of law and its activities is taken very seriously. We must see to it that everything that is needed, resources, appointments, that will guarantee the holistic independence of the judiciary is actually guaranteed. Because if we don't trust in the institution of government, if the citizenry are beginning to lose confidence and faith in our judicial process, it has a way of bringing or leading or sliding our country into a state of anarchy. And that is why the slogan that, yes, the judiciary is the last hope of the common man is very, very critical. That statement is very valid. It means that whether you are rich or you are poor, whether you have class or not, as long as you are bringing a valid case to the court must ensure that from the context at which it is defined that the judicial system is blind, it must seem to be blind. Because what we are seeing today is a selective justice system. And then it will be appropriate and very cogent for them to look at this thing very critically to ensuring that everything that has to do with upholding the judiciary as the last hope of the common man should be guaranteed.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Edwin. Thank you for joining us this morning to throw more lights on this very topic of conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Up next is another interview, interesting as it is, unpacking legal angles of DNA tests for real paternity confirmations. Our guest was Wilson Neji. Do take a listen.
Every second, every minute, every day. News is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
What is seeming to be, a rising pandemic in Nigeria? DNA testing, right? I mean, I'm sure we have heard so much about DNA testing that everybody now wants to get DNA tested. Everyone wants to now get tested. If you give birth to a child, you want to get tested. After a couple of years, you hear, oh, this person went ahead and got tested and found out that the kids he thought were his were actually not his. How does that affect families? But this morning, we're discussing the legal angles of DNA tests for real paternity confirmations. What are the stands? What does the law say regarding DNA tests and confirming the paternity of a child? Joining me here is Barrister Wilson Neji. He's the head of legal unit, Carmelite Prisons Interests Organization, CAPU. Good morning, Barrister. Thanks for joining me this morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
All right. So we are talking about admitting DNA evidences in court. What are the basic criteria for DNA test results to be admissible in the court of law?
Well, when we talk about admission of DNA evidence in court or during a trial or hearing in court, first it suggests that there is a dispute about who the real father or mother of a child is in issue. And when we bring in DNA test in a court scenario or in a proceedings in court, it means a child is involved in that proceeding. And this proceeding could be, the court case could be one, it could be a divorce proceedings for dissolution of marriage.
Okay.
It could be a dispute bordering on inheritance of the estate of a deceased person, a man who has died or a woman who has died.
Right.
Or it could be for the welfare, the upkeep, taking care of that child. So these are the three areas where disputes can come in. Who takes care of the child, the welfare of the child. The other one is custody.
Yes.
Custody. Who will the child live with or stay with? Then we have inheritance matters. So these are issues that brings the question of, am I really the mother? Who is the father of this child? And when this dispute, these disagreements comes up in any case between a man and a woman, Section 63 of the Child Rights Act of Nigeria allows the court to order for a DNA test. What is DNA? We just say DNA. DNA simply means deoxyribonucleic acid. That is DNA test. And when we talk about DNA, DNA basically is the materials in every human being that carries genetic information of who you are, who I am. And every human being inherits his DNA, 50% from the mother, 50% from the father. So when there is any disagreement or quarrel about you are not the father, I am the mother, to ascertain who the father or mother of that child is, we will now go to look at this deoxyribonucleic acid, the DNA that carries information, the genetic, the makeup, the information telling you the makeup of the child, to see who actually is the father or the mother. And there are so many issues these days that brings up the question of DNA test. We must do a DNA test, bordering basically from suspicion, infidelity in relationship, whether the man and woman are married as husband and wife. Like you noted when the conversation started, these days you hear years after, even when the child have grown up. In fact, situations where they are even adults. Like if we take our mind back to the story of Abiola, late MK Abiola, after he passed on, the issues about inheritance of his estate, and the whole issue is, you are not the child, I am the child. And there were orders for a DNA test to ascertain who among the several children are truly his biological children entitled to inherit from his estate, or who are not. Even here, our late Dim Odumego Juku, there were issues about, you are the child, this person is not the child, and the question is, okay, we're going to do a DNA test, and several other issues. There was a story not too far ago about a judge in Delta State who, after some years, came to know that the three men the children he grew up with as his own children, he has raised in his house, were not his biological children. And these are the questions, the circumstances that have brought the issue of, am I really the father and mother? And these days too, many times we will say paternity test, who is the real father. There is also the issue of who the mother is. With the trend of sale of children, baby making factories, baby making clinics, I have found out as a lawyer that many families, many women, many men do not follow the proper procedure for adoption. You just wake up, you see a woman and the husband, she's carrying a baby. Ask them for the documents of adoption, you won't find. Ask them the processes they went through to adopt that child, you won't. You just hear they went somewhere, you just hear a baby got missing in one clinic. You hear all kinds of story about child trafficking. So you also find this trend these days that many families are not following the proper procedure for adoption. They buy and sell babies. They buy and sell children. And it won't be strange some years later, the issues of, you are not the mother of this child, you are not the father of this child. It happens. And all this now will lead to, okay, to show that I'm the father, to show you are not the mother, we are going to do a DNA test to determine who the mother is, who the father is, and all that. And the law says to do a DNA test, you need samples from the father, the mother, and the child. If the child is less than 8, the Child Rights Act says 16 years can give consent. It doesn't need the guardian or parents to give consent if the child is up to 16 years. So from 16, by the provisions of the Child Rights Act, he can give his own consent for a DNA test.
Okay.
But if it's less than 16, you need the consent of the mother parent or the guardian for that DNA test to be carried out. And also, if you're saying, I am the mother, I am the father of your baby, I also need my consent, I can say, no, I'm not going for a DNA test, except the court commands it, but you also need my consent to take samples from me to conduct that DNA test to determine whether I'm the father or not of that child.
Now, when this evidences are submitted, how does the court evaluate the reliability, the accuracy? How do we know that, okay, this is what it is? Because yes, we know that the medicine or the medical result is clear, but how do we know that these results are accurate from a legal lens?
Okay. Now, if the dispute, like the proceeding is already in court, and the issue is who is the father or mother of this child, the court, in making the order for the parent to go for a DNA test, can order that this DNA test should be conducted in so and so place, for instance, or should be conducted at the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, or at the ENUGU State University of Technology Teaching Hospital, Parkland, or should be conducted at this and this medical laboratory. So the court can be specific as to when, how, and where DNA test should be carried out. So when the result comes, it will be acceptable. Or the court can also put guidelines as to who and where this DNA test can be conducted. Because I am aware in Nigeria, it's not yet so common, but I know laboratories, even in ENUGU, that can conduct a DNA test. And medically, once the procedures are followed rightly, the result is always trustworthy and accepted. And the report is, most DNA tests comes out as 99.9% accurate as to the outcome, whether this person is the mother or this person is the father of that child. So once the court orders it, or maybe one of the parents comes, we have earlier conducted the DNA test. The court will, of course, will find out from both parties, is it true? How did it conduct it? And once the court is satisfied that, yes, this result can be trusted, of course, the court can act on such result of the DNA, accept it as evidence to determine that this is the father or this is the mother. And once the court does that, the court will definitely impose on the man his duties as a father, because it is a criminal offense by the section 214 of the ENUGU State Criminal Code law that you have a duty to take care of the product of a sexual intercourse. So whether we are married or not and we have children, it is on me. I have a duty in law to take care of that child. And it will be a crime on my part if I neglect or refuse to take care of my child that I had with a woman, whether legally in marriage or out of wedlock. It's a duty on me, and it's a crime. I can be prosecuted for abandoning my parental responsibilities towards a child I had with a woman. So the woman can, in showing that I'm the father, insist on a DNA test. If she doesn't get my consent because I'm denying, of course she can approach the court for the court to order me to go for that DNA test. And if the result shows that I am the father, the duty comes on me to take care of that child. And it can start from, the court can give me a bill from when the woman became pregnant. All I ought to have done during pregnancy till that. And I've seen cases where bills of, it comes up to some millions. And that's why it's a big issue. Because when the woman was pregnant, I had a duty to take care of her and the baby till childbirth and onwards. So if I had failed in such responsibilities, the court can give me a bill. The woman can bring a bill. I've done this, I've spent this and all that. And of course, it's on me to pay and continue taking care of that child as the father of that child. So it's not just about building relationships, you know, having side chicks. Are you ready to take care of the products, the children from that relationship?
Now, you know, we've had cases where they come out and tell you, oh, you don't know your father, you don't know your mother, but someone else will. As an African family, this idea of DNA, is it safe to say that it is destroying our fabrics? Because, I mean, the emergence of DNA has been silent, or the concept of DNA testing has been silent since, say, the past 5 years. And it's not something that is familiar, or we are familiar with as Africans. Every child is everybody's children, right?
Yeah.
Now, is any child, my first question is any child really illegal?
No.
Is any child really a bastard? Because
No.
it's as if when you find out that the child is not your, like, oh, everything I've done, there is this disappointment. But you've loved this child over the years. Why does that have to change anything?
Like I noted earlier, it's because of the growing trend of promiscuity, unfaithfulness in relationship, not just marriage. And that is what has given rise to this issue of DNA. In our African society, women are known to be faithful, obedient to their husbands. So it was rare to hear cases of promiscuity, unfaithfulness in marriages. And so, and in law also, every child of a married couple is deemed, is presumed the child of the man and the woman, whether they live together or not. Whether I'm living with my wife in ENUGU, we have a child, the law sees that child as my child. And if we're married, my wife works in Abuja, I work in Port Harcourt. Any child, as long as we are still married as husband and wife, the law sees it as our children. By children, a child of, no matter what my wife is doing in Port Harcourt, no matter what I'm doing in Abuja, yes. That is the presumption of law, and that is our culture. But it comes to a point these days, because we don't stay together, because of the pursuit for wealth, for fame, for power, for money. We see people doing all kinds of things. We hear stories, even to get a job, you have to sleep with a man or do some dirty things. And these things spread like gossip. You begin to hear it, and it gets to the ear of the man, it gets to the ear of the woman, and the next question is, if it is so, are you sure that these children, are you sure that this child is actually your child?
Yeah.
You know, again, like you said, this thing is like destroying our culture and fabric as family, because African culture is that a child, my child is a child of the community. Why? Because we have cultures, accepted cultures and practices that even allow a woman to have children. For instance, like Nkuchi, where a man dies without a male child or without a child, the woman is allowed to be remarried by the brother of the late man, and any child they have is deemed and seen as the children of the deceased brother. We have also seen situations where the man have only female children or no child at all. The woman is officially within the custom community allowed to get pregnant and bear children for the man in the husband house. And those children are allowed and seen as the children of the deceased man or the husband. So we have different African cultures that, in quotes, permits, in quotes, promiscuity, so to say.
Yeah, because
you know,
if this has been allowed for so long, it's just safe to assume that, oh, DNA has come to probably limit this promiscuity and let everybody know that if I am fathering a child, I know I am fathering a child. Let me not go and be carrying the responsibility of someone else. But some other person would have the thought that, I mean, this child lives in your house. You might as well take care of the child.
sure. Because, like, there's a case in court about 2 weeks ago. The case emanated from ENUGU here. What was the problem? The man who is deceased, who has died, had 2 wives. The first wife had 2 girls. The second wife had 3 girls. None of the 2 wives gave birth to a male child. One of the daughters of the man from the first wife now had a son out of wedlock in her father's house. And the argument is that the man, before he died, acknowledged, accepted that grandson as his son. And the custom of Ngo allows that to happen since the daughter they marry, and this happened in a man's lifetime. And he, so to say, customarily adopted and accepted it. And it is common even in my own community.
Sorry, I mean, his grandchild
This
became his
son directly by custom to inherit and continue his name, his lineage.
and this is admissible in court.
The
Or
court,
the customary.
the court ruled that that is the position the court took. That you cannot come now to say the man had only 5 girls and had no son. And now one, because the problem is between the children of the 2 women. These people are saying, we are 3 girls, you people are 2 girls. You cannot now use your son to inherit and take everything of her father. The son is not a biological child of our father.
But he adopted him.
That is it. And that's the African custom. And that's what the court went with. The court said, if the man did this in his lifetime, I cannot come now to say the son is not the man's child. And you know the funniest thing, the son now is actually a graduate, has finished school. So it's not like a baby. This indeed just happened yesterday. And these are the scenario we find in many African culture. Why DNA? 1, greed. 2, selfishness. Because we have seen in our communities where one uncle, one auntie, one brother, one sister comes to say, this land belongs to me. This compound land belongs to me. My brother had no male child. I am taking over everything. And the other person said, no. He adopted his son. The daughter had the son. this happened, this happened, this is a child of the man, and the matter goes to court. In a bid to resolve the argument, DNA comes in. Who is the actual biological child of this? I've also seen a scenario, a case, a real life case, where the young man, they were in a relation with a young woman, she gave birth to a son. The young man denied paternity. I'm not responsible. You sleep around, you're going there. How can you say, am I the only man who has slept with you? How can you now come to say, I am the father of your child? And eventually, the young woman gave birth to the son, and the son was a direct replica of the man. So, unofficially, the community, everybody accepted and called the son the child of the young man. But the young man had not acknowledged or accepted, because he still grew up in the wife's, with the mother's family. Years later, the young man got married, and unfortunately, he didn't have a son and came back to. These are another scenario that will lead to a DNA test, because the family of the woman saying, no, you cannot come now to take him. And the man is saying, I am the biological father. You cannot take my child from me. So the argument is between the custom and law, biological. Will you deny a biological father of his children?
Now, I'm throwing the question back at you. In that instance, in a case where a man has abandoned, okay, I think you mentioned it earlier, he gets to pay. But by law, does this child get to go with the father? Does the court accept that the man live with the son, seeing that he has consistently denied the existence of the son years ago, and then is coming back to make him?
Well, there are two scenarios. If the child is still a minor, the court can decide where or who the child goes with. But if the child is an adult, above 18 years, nobody decides for him. He decides whether he's going to stay with the father, whether he's going to accept the father or the mother. So at that point, it's actually the child who is an adult decision to make. But the court can order for a DNA test to decide whether the man truly is the biological father of the child, even though he had abandoned him for years. So it can, and there are various grounds or scenarios where a DNA test could be done. It could be for legal purposes. It could be for medical purposes. It could be for, like, legal purposes, including inheritance, custody, child welfare, and the rest. Then it could also be for just mere knowledge, for a peace of mind, for emotional ties. This child is truly my child. I want to play my role. So it could be for any of these reasons. It's not always for legal, for quarrel, for disagreement. Yes, but these are scenarios that can.
Before we're still on, African families.
Yes.
Would you say that DNA has gradually becoming another tendency used by the colonial, the British, the foreign invasion to, bend the mind of developing countries? Because we know that together we are stronger. Together we can build more things. But when this idea of DNA is being embedded boldly, inscribed boldly in the mind, it causes some sort of limitations. Do you agree with that? Or
I don't agree with that. I don't think it's any makeup.
No.
It's a very positive thing to my mind, because the problem is not the DNA test. The problem is, how responsible are you as a woman? How responsible am I as a man? It borders on the emotional trauma, pain, loss, because so many children, without the care of parents, the father or the mother, has gone wayward, has been lost, has become a menace to the society. This wouldn't have happened if the man played his role in the life of that child as a father, if the woman played a role in the life of that child as a mother. So what does that have to do with the white men coming with DNA test? DNA test is just like any other thing you see, medical science. It's just like treating malaria, just like cancer treatment, just like immunization. So if we have accepted breakthroughs in medicine, and we have accepted medical science as a way of living longer, our well-being, our health, and all that. DNA is a part of, it's a scientific measure to sort out the issue of parenthood, which for me, there's nothing negative. It's not a colonial idea. It's a medical science, a breakthrough in medical science that have come to solve these issues of, paternity or maternity, child custody, and all that. So if a man is wayward, if a man is irresponsible, what does that got to do with a white man? If a woman is wayward, if a woman is irresponsible, what does that got to do with you? It's just that our society has chased the Western lifestyle, the Yibo lifestyle, education, the fight for equality, women's rights, gender matters, and we are all bringing these things. And these are the things that have also brought in DNA. The woman will come to say no. The man will come to say no. It's about our lifestyle and our willingness to be disciplined and be responsible in our sexual relationships.
Sure.
You can't have a child and turn as if it never happened. Like many men say, no, this girl, this wayward girl, sleeping around with every man. Now she wants me to father her child. I'm not going to father it. But definitely, a man is responsible, no matter how wayward the woman is. A man got her pregnant. How do you now find out among the several men she's sleeping with who exactly got her pregnant? DNA. Is it a bad thing? No, it's not.
All right, thank you, Barrister Wilson, this morning. Thank you for helping us unpack. It's really an unpacking. It was really an unpacking. Thank you so much for joining. And hopefully, you can't pick and choose what you want to accept in science. You can't pick and choose.
No.
All right, thank you so much for joining, and do have yourself a wonderful, wonderful day.
Thank you for having me. I'm grateful.
All right, this is still
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back, and welcome to our Saturday, or rather Sunday retrospect, where we bring you highlights of some of the important conversations we had in the course of the week. First up, on Monday, we talked about IMF as it predicts tougher times for Nigeria as our economy policy slides towards collapse. Our guest was an economist, Dr. Ifediora Amobi, and this is what he had to say. Do take a listen.
I would say about 8 or 9 out of 10 times they're actually correct in terms of predicting where we're headed, our current situation, and in most cases giving some type of recommendations or prescriptions on the things we have to do to ensure that we break out of that or we improve on our situation.
All right, so now in this case, what would you say concerning the concern about Nigeria's economy declining or possibly getting worse? What would you say are the specific indicators that show that Nigeria's economy is getting worse by the day?
Well, Nigeria's economy in reality is not getting worse by the day, going by the figures that we have. We have positive GDP, and our GDP has actually been growing. As much as there's been some adjustment even within the IMF and the federal government that instead of growing at 4.3% as was predicted, we might drop at 4.1% this year and maybe ramp up to 4.3% in 2027. And so when we look at figures like that, statistically, we'll say, yes, there is improvement. That doesn't necessarily mean that the standard of living for the average Nigerian is better today than it was yesterday. Prices are still high. The costs of goods and services, petroleum, transportation, etc., is still quite high. And that affects us on a daily basis. Mostly as a result of the shocks that we experience externally, including the Middle East crisis, the war in Iran, that is still ongoing. And so part of what IMF is concerned about, and I don't think they said that our economy is in decline or that our economy is collapsing. What I understand they were trying to say is that we are still going to experience, like maybe short to medium term economic downturn in terms of the conditions that we face, based on these factors, and most especially the external shocks. There are also internal reasons why they are concerned, which includes the fact that, yes, we undertook reforms like taking off a fuel subsidy and the foreign exchange regime and trying to sanitize it, etc., which in its own way at the time in 2023 increased prices. We went from 200 naira a liter of fuel to about 600-700 naira a liter of fuel. And then the US invaded Iran, and we went from that 700-800 naira per liter of fuel to about 1,300-1,400 naira today. So there's been quite a big change. And the IMF's concern is that if these things are not contained, which of course the external ones we have no control over, then Nigerians are still going to suffer some more, and that will jeopardize whatever predictions or projections that have been announced for the economy. And so, yes, those have been their concerns. The internal parts that we have more control over, things like insecurity. The fact that we still have not caged that monkey called insecurity means that movement, travel, moving goods from the farms to the market, etc., are still going to affect the economy. And so, those are some of the things, but I don't think they specifically said that we're heading to an economic collapse, because that's not the case, and I don't even think we're even anywhere close to that.
All right, but some people would say that Nigeria is not, operating a proper economy from the setup and the people who are there in charge of the economic situation in the country. I mean, our last guest said outrightly that we do not even have an economy as it stands. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, I'm not holding brief for whether the federal or any of the state governments, but the fact is that, yes, we do have an economy. It might not be the perfect. As a matter of fact, there's no perfect economy. Economies transit. Economic actors, policymakers come into the space. They try to improve on what they inherited, what already exists. And sometimes mistakes are made, wrong policies are prescribed. There are cases where good policies are prescribed, being implemented, but like I mentioned before, external shocks can affect the full implementation of that, which will now affect the way the citizens or the beneficiaries of those policies, negatively. So it affects them negatively. We've had situations, even before this Middle East crisis, there was and still is to some extent the Ukraine crisis, which also affected us, or is still affecting us, because we have, not only supply chain disruptions from the Middle East on the oil side, but we also have, that coming in from wheat and cotton I mean, a loaf of bread at the time went from 500 naira to 1,500 naira. And this thing still exists. So all these wars and all these international shocks still exist, and it's affecting us. And so, yeah, sometimes it's easier to cop out and say, oh, everything is so bad. We don't even have an economy. We do have an economy. We're working towards ensuring that, the economy is improved upon. When I look at the Nigerian economy today, and I see some of the good things that are happening both on the monetary and fiscal side, but I also see gaps that exist and some of the things that are not done right. I mean, right now we're in the middle of a completely disorganized tax regime. We don't know, which part of it to implement, what to even approve at the National Assembly. I mean, there's just so much going on within that particular space. We also have a huge debt that we're battling with. I think from my own estimates, currently we are now hitting almost 200 trillion naira. We were about 150, 160 trillion in December. Between December and last night, we've borrowed quite a lot. The National Assembly has already approved even more borrowing. The government went on a trip to the UK, came back with debt. So there's just, it just keeps piling up. So we have this huge debt burden that I don't know whether anybody is even thinking about how we're going to get out of it in the short to medium term. And so those are some of the things, I mean, we're spending a bit recklessly in my own way. About 2 weeks ago, even the National Assembly approved about 145, 150 or thereabout billion naira. What for? Election tribunals. Yesterday they approved another 1.4 or so billion naira for Boko Haram trials. So, and when we talk billions here, we're so used to that word that it doesn't seem like a lot. A billion naira is a lot of money. And so when the government is doing that without having adequate healthcare, good education, schools are falling apart. I mean, we see some of these, videos from what they call them, content providers who just go around various institutions and say this is what is on ground. And sometimes it can be mind-boggling. We have insecurity all over the country. We have, dilapidating infrastructure.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
On Tuesday, Victorson Agbenson spoke on the National Broadcasting Commission regulating or gagging the broadcast media in Nigeria. Quite an interesting watch. Take a listen.
Okay, thank you very much. Is it really a new directive? If you study the tone of the circular that the NBC gave, it's more of a reminder, not a new directive. The NBC is reminding broadcasters in that press statement on the 17th of April, reminding broadcasters of the provisions that are there, particularly as it relates to political programs, political news events, live shows, and how they impact on the electoral process.
Mr. Benson, can you hear me clearly? Are you still with us?
Of the issues.
Go ahead, I can hear you. Please continue.
Yes, he's drawing attention to some of the issues that carry ahead as it relates to the EU. So I'm having a challenge figuring you out. Can you see me?
Mr. Benson, we can't
Hello, are you
see
there?
you, but we can hear you. So please continue.
Are you with me? Okay, good. So he's drawing attention to some of the challenges that we've seen, particularly in recent times, our colleagues in the industry. Now, the first, if you notice, the first issue that the NBC is drawing attention to is the prices of anchor and presenters, as it has to do with their professionalism. In recent times, we've seen a growing trend of presenters and anchors trying to outdo themselves in terms of being activists.
It's quite unfortunate we're having network issues with our guest, Mr. Victorson Benson. If you can still hear me, please go ahead.
As a broadcaster, we ought to differentiate between our personal proclivities, our personal opinions and impressions.
Okay, let's go on a break and we'll be back in a moment.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Thank you so much for staying with us. We're still with Victor Benson talking about the NBC directives. If you can hear me, Mr. Benson, please indicate.
Yes, I can hear you. There seems to be some network problem. But I'm back. I can hear you.
All right. So before we went on that break, you were speaking on, the directive as pertains to the presenters and the on-air personalities. So please, can you go on, because we lost you for a moment.
So you see a growing trend. A growing trend among some broadcasters, like the younger ones, who want to be activists, who want to promote their views. But if you look at the standard, not just in Nigeria, the broadcaster is not supposed to begin to project his own views. If you have your views, you are supposed to present it professionally. And how do you do it? You can attribute it to a group, you can attribute it to an individual, you can attribute it to other persons. For instance, you are on air, you want to ask your guest a question. There are ways to put the question. But sir, there are other people who believe. INEC said so and so. The presidency, you attribute. Attribution is one of the main planks of broadcasting. And in fact, journalism, attribution is very key to journalism. So those are some of the issues that, of course, you know, the presenter can play the devil's advocate. And why do you have to play the devil's advocate? You do this in case you just have one guest in the studio and he has a particular line of argument or thought. You can play the devil's advocate. By that way, you professionally bring in the views of those who are opposed to that particular guest that you have in the studio. These are some of the tactics, these are some of the strategies you can use as an anchor, as a professional, to have a program that is well balanced. Now, if you look at the code that the NBC is drawing attention to, Section 3, subsection 3, 1B, it also says that the presenter should present all sides of a particular issue. So there is need for balancing. These are age-long tenets or standards of the broadcasting industry. We did not invent them. We make them in the industry. You understand that? So these are the issues. I believe that as we look at these issues, we have to look at them dispassionately. Now, there is a question of gagging the press or the media. I did my first degree, what was it called now? Not term paper, project, on a topic, I'm trying to remember that, the press under repressive government. And I took a lot of work from the works done by a veteran journalist, Richard Akinola, who has written extensively about freedom of the press, about military dictatorship, and all that. Now we are no more under military dictatorship, we're under the civilian government since 1999, and it is the credit of all stakeholders in this particular republic that we've been able to sustain this republic this long, since 1999. Now, to sustain it further, there are things that we need to do. There are things that the journalists must uphold. There are standards that the broadcaster must uphold to ensure that our profession does not become an avenue to truncate this hard-won democracy that we are now enjoying. I will not want to play to the gallery to say, oh, anybody, if the NBC is issuing releases, particularly in relation to the 2027 elections, that they are trying to gag the press, they are trying to undermine the media. I will not want to play to the gallery, but we need to.
And then on Wednesday, our guest was Treasurer Timmy Dare, and he gave us his perspective on the same topic: National Broadcasting Commission regulating or gagging the broadcast media in Nigeria. You do want to hear what he has to say. Take a listen.
The National Broadcasting Commission, regulating or gagging the broadcast media in Nigeria. You do want to hear what he has to say. Take a listen.
every second, every minute, every day. News is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We also ensure professional standard and ethical broadcasting, protect national security and public order, and all of that. And of course, the sanction misinformation and unverified reporting. Now, during election, NBC enforces rules on political advertising and coverage balance. Let's go this far. Without a regulator, the airwaves could become a tool for chaos rather than communication. So, in this particular thing that they have done, I don't think they have done something that is not, really, bad as per what they do. The argument is as a tool for gathering media also. But this is where the competition lies. Now, heavy fines on media houses and all of that. At different times, a lot of media houses have been fined, for alleged breaches and all of that, and all of that. But of course, people are arguing now that, it's a perceived selective enforcement and all of those kind of things and things like that and all of that. But for me, all I will say is that when regulation begins to dictate editorial judgment, it risks becoming, censorship and all of that. So, to what they have done, if you look at social media, the advent of social media, which of course is conventional media and all of that, a lot of fake news will just spring up. So just stay in his bedroom and just bring out a story, to run somebody down. And of course, the moment it goes out there, it becomes viral. And it will take a whole lot of time to be able to debunk all of those kind of things. So NBC should still continue to guide us, TV, radio, print media, and all of that, to ensure that we have what is good, because this coming election, the atmosphere is very tense. It's charged, especially because of the way the government of the day is handling the opposition. So people are agitated, people are ready to talk, people are ready to bring out a lot of stories out there. So I think that's what exactly NBC is trying to do. But in doing it, they also should be careful so that they don't bring a lot of tension to the already tense situation in the country. So I don't know if I made any point concerning what you just asked.
Right, yeah, but the commission, it cites a rise in breaches and, crisis of professionalism, particularly when it comes to the presenters and the anchors having personal opinions and, failing to ensure balance. So I just want to know, in your opinion, how widespread would you say that this particular problem is when it comes to the Nigerian broadcasting today?
Well, if you ask me, presenters, giving our personal opinion and all of that, definitely, as a journalist, as a media practitioner, you don't have to be biased. Yes, we have the right to support whoever we want to support, but I think in this context now, what it is trying to say is that journalists should not take side. Even if you have the right to vote for whoever you want to vote for, if you don't take side while on duty, while on air, you could do that, outside your professional job. You understand? Like, for instance, if you're anchoring a program, just like what you are doing, anchoring a program now, and I'm giving you my own, what I feel about this particular issue. You have your own thought toward the same issue. So, because you are anchoring, you should not be able to take. That's my own thinking. That you should not be able to say, okay, I support this, I support that, I don't support that, I don't support this, I don't. It's not like NBC is trying to they're trying to prevent a situation where, because okay, for instance, if you have two people now, for instance, the two major parties in the country now, let's talk about say APC or ADC or whatever, and maybe one person is, you're having two guests, one for the opposition and one for the government. So what do you think should be your job as a moderator or as a presenter of that program? Let me ask you this question. What do you think should be your job?
Go on, Timidare, go on. I'm following your line of thought.
That's that's what I'm thinking, that we should be careful, we should do our job, but we should also speak. But in speaking, do not take side. That's what I think.
Right, but there are also issues around bullying and intimidation of guests. And, one would wonder, as the elections come closer, they're setting, during interviews and what have you. So at what point should one draw the line, between professionalism, asking the questions that need to be asked in, the way it should be, and, or legitimate interrogation or challenging of guests? I would one would wonder, would that also be termed as, this case of bullying or intimidation of guests when you are trying to get out information to the public?
Every on-air personality, every presenter, every media practitioner should know that you need to be fair and thoughtful. I repeat that word. You position yourself as fair and thoughtful. Now, we need a strong regulator, but of course it must be independent, it must be transparent, it must also be used as a political tool. For me, as a media practitioner, I can get facts from you without bullying you. I can get facts from you without intimidating you. I can get facts from you without sounding biased. Of course, we are trained, and everybody that is not trained cannot do all of this thing without intimidating. If you want to be popular as an on-air personality, if you want to make, have followers, people who think that, okay, you are doing very well, you don't need to be rude or crude in your way. But as a professional, you are taught to bring out, from your very first question, you may be able to at least get answers to the next question and all of that. So we shouldn't do it, bullying people, trying to intimidate people because you have that power, you have that audience. No. I don't think it should come up like that. So we should be able to understand this, that regulation is necessary, but over-regulation becomes repression. Now, let me say this quickly. Freedom of the press is not absolute, but neither should regulation be. A credible regulator must be seen as neutral, not political. So the media should be responsible, but also fearless. We should be responsible, but also fearless. People should know that you can ask questions without, intimidating your guests. For me, it's a no. I don't subscribe to that, to intimidating your guest because you want to get facts. Yes, you may have all of those, things about him, because as an investigative journalist, you must investigate your guest because you bring the person on air. So when you ask questions, they could get irritated by the way you put your question. They could get, angry at the way you put your question. But there's a way you put your question to them, and you will get the fact whether they didn't even know that they have said so many things to you. So it now build on the professional that as an OAP or whatever you try to call yourself, you should learn to do this job in a very good way and not to be seen as being controversial or as being as being a bully and all of that. So for me, I'm not against, like I said, I'm not against regulation, but over-regulation is what will become a problem.
Now, looking at, let's shift towards, the social media, because earlier on you made a reference to, social media, and we see that this issue, political discourse is freely, spoken about in social media without
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. And then on Thursday, we discussed the role of people in diaspora in achieving peace and security at home. Our guest that did justice to this topic was Professor Augustine Okereke. Take a listen.
have in Nigeria, particularly in the villages, in the rural areas where we have less government impact. I could tell you that, the diaspora, we in diaspora are very committed to safety in our homeland. We enjoy coming home. We want to come home to a peaceful place where we can come home. At this time, actually, there are people who, for the past 4 or 5 years, have not come home. And these people have mansions, have comfortable homes, have relatives they want to see. In fact, at a certain point, some travel, stop in Lagos, at the most, ENUGU, in the cities, and then go back to their various places. And so we contribute a lot financially, ideas, meetings, and for some reason we have a kind of outside perspective and from the safety point of view too, to be able to ensure that we have security in our homeland. It is very, very important for us. It is something that we really, really, strive to ensure that we achieve.
Okay, so can you share with us some of the ways in which Nigerians in diaspora have or are contributing to help solve the security situation in the country?
Yeah, one is financial contribution. That is major financial contribution. Some of the unions, some of the people in the diaspora, some of the villages, have organized themselves, into a group, and they donate money. In fact, some have even made it part of their monthly contributions that they will be providing financial support towards security. So that is major, because as you know, in Nigeria, somehow the government fails in almost every aspect. And if you let the government do it for you, then your homeland will be gone, will be desolate, will be a wasteland. Therefore, those of us in the diaspora contribute financially. That is one. Then secondly, we help in organizing meetings. We help in organizing meetings with those on the ground, the local people, to discuss how best to tackle this insecurity. At times, you don't blame those at home may not be quite able, quite in a position to organize these meetings. And so we help them to organize, form part of the coalition, influence policies here and there to be able to ensure that, those on the ground do the work. So we contribute in very many ways too. Some of us individually, support the security efforts because, as I said earlier, it is very, very important for us. If not, we have no homeland to come to. Our children will have no homeland to come to. And this is not something we take very lightly.
Now, speaking on this financial contribution, how does Nigeria and the diaspora ensure that their financial contributions are used for what it is intended for and not unintentionally used to even fuel instability or, in all these separatist movements and what have you?
Yeah, that is one major concern of those who contribute this money. But, when you look at the results, that is one way we'll tell them, because at times security is intelligence, all right? Security is not something you start exposing to people in order not to endanger the lives of those at home too. And so the result becomes the evidence. So when you see the results, you're able to demonstrate that you have used the money wisely. So rightly say that is a really major concern, that the money they are funding does not go to help insecurity, the money that they donate. However, if, number one, those in charge will have integrity, that is one. And then secondly, those you work with at home will have integrity. Some of us have this luck that, we have those at home who have integrity, that are using this money well. But the result, when you see the evidence that you are able to come home the next Christmas, the next festival, then you're sure that your money is used wisely. At times, they tell us to give them those at home, to give them some raw evidence in terms of where this money goes to, where all those things happens. But at times with security, these are things you cannot do very effectively as they want it. But as I said earlier, the result, the evidence that at least you are able to go home, you are able to stay in your homestead, you are able to visit, forms that part of evidence. But say it again, that has been a major concern to those of us in the diaspora.
Now, I understand from what you're saying that those in the diaspora want to have a peaceful home. But would you also say that there are people in the diaspora who are also a bit more vocal and, should I say, more out there when it comes to further fueling the insecurity in Nigeria? And I'm also looking at the southeast and the separatist agitations that have been going on, for a while now. So would you say that some people in diaspora also feel and cause more problems with this security issue?
Yeah, that is quite true. That is true. There are those who, not really knowing the extent of those who are, of the operatives on the ground, what they are doing, what is their real intention, whether they are there for agitation or they are there for criminality, fund those kind of movements. But I think that, with adequate education, with knowing what happens on the ground, they are able to now rethink, their funding. But there are people who supported that, and they supported that. You do not blame them out of real concern, out of real concern for the way governance operates in Nigeria, out of real concern for what is happening with corruption, with endemic, ethnic issues, and so that kind of raises their level of awareness in supporting these organizations. But the issue is that those on the ground who are really fighting for separation or for whatever is their reason, are they really genuine in fighting for that? Is their concern criminality? Are they using that as the backdrop of stealing, of killing each other, of killing brothers, sisters, of kidnapping? And so when those, I'm sure those who fund this, when they start realizing that, then I think now they are taking a step back to see, okay, no, we are not really funding the right movement. People are using our funds to kill their brothers, to kill their sisters, to kidnap, and to make money privately.
There has been an increase, a very sharp increase in insecurity in Nigeria. For the past couple of months now, we've seen a lot of kidnappings, killings, and what have you. Apart from the funding, what are there other alternatives that Nigerians in the diaspora are looking into to see how they can, help with this situation? Because it seems to be getting worse by the day. The more we talk about issues around killing, the more we still see Nigerians in their numbers being victims of this. So what other alternatives, what other things are being done by Nigerians in diaspora to help?
Yeah, one thing they could do is to influence policy. I think government is at the center of this. Government, at times you think, what is the government doing? When you look at a whole military, maybe the strongest you can get in sub-Saharan Africa, with all their munitions, with all the machineries, and you see things happening, you hear things happening, you say, what is happening? And so, one way the diaspora could do that, I'm not saying they're doing it now, I cannot tell how effective that is, but to influence policy, to let the government understand that they have their primary responsibility is to protect the citizens. But the issue is that if the government...
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
And finally, on Friday, we discussed waste management in ENUGU, problems and prospects. Our guest was Remy Amadi, and this is what he had to say.
Definitely, because way back before we took off in 2023, it was a bit more chaotic than what it used to be, in the sense that streets and all corners were filled with garbages, not taken care of and things like that. Gutters were filled up, public places were overflowing with refuse not taken care of and things like that. was even worse with the markets. So, and unfortunately during the rainy season, it was like really chaotic, you know, because you now go to a boat, go to a proper market, all those, you're selecting where you put your legs. So going to market and all those things used to be like, that's where people rush to shopping malls and all that stuff, and, you know, to have a better life. So, but we looked at it from the point of view of where the problem is more. You know, the governor came up and emphasized that that is his pet project. That's to say, it's a priority project. Water issue of waste, you know, management. So SOMA took it up, and since then till today, it's been given all the support. So it's a situation where we first of all grappled with trying to remove the refuse from the concentration of the people. That's the population density areas, and we tackled it from there. We started with developing, you know, collection centers. We call them dumpster stations, putting bins on all those places. You know, areas where we recognize as heavy in generating public waste. We just put something there, and then commission vehicles to, you know, to take this away. We shifted away the landfill site that we used to have somewhere around Uguaji, you know, that part of Independence Layout, you know, because development was really, you know, getting close to it. We moved it to Uguanyama site, and then we started drastically, you know, developing that Uguanyama site because we embraced what's going to be a massive collection area. So from there, all whatever collections, you know, from from ENUGU metropolis as a whole, up to Agbani and Ninth Mile, they were all evacuated to Gonyama site. And it was a whole lot of activities going on at the same time. And it wasn't quite a long time we discovered that the issue of collection centers along streets, they still had their own problems because, you know, attitude is one thing. Once you take on that attitude, it takes a long time to drop it, especially bad attitude. So a lot of people were still not prepared to really take some half a kilometer distance to go and put the refuse there. They were still looking for nearby undeveloped plots, you know, gutters and things like that. You come to, you know, this new issue of everywhere in Enugu becoming a marketing place. You know, all street corners, you have neighborhood shops and things like that. It used to be a few kiosks, but now it's almost in every shop, in every room we have along the road is a shop, business place. So you have that people sweep into the gutters, you know, people, you know, places like, you know, Abapa Bridge, people were confidently, you know, pushing, you know, refuse into the river. It was same thing at MNA Bridge, you know, it was a whole lot of issues, you know. So we were battling with all this at the same time, you know, getting people to respect the issue of putting things in the collection centers, the dumpster stations, stopping people from dumping those things into the river, because it has a lot of implications. Because when you talk about this river, somewhere along the line, some people use this river for their surface water, you know, their household water usage. Some even drink. Yeah. And so on and so forth. So it's a whole lot of things. So it could be a very cheap source of, you know, disease and all that, and widespread problems. So, but we kept improving on that, yes. Then the later, you know, by now, what we have, you might have seen that we now embrace the door-to-door concept. And that's, we tried it first of all late last year, trying to, you know, solve the problem of the trucks not being able to get to some areas where the road network is not well developed, you know, especially the suburban areas. You talk about places like Emene, you know, Abakba, in some other interior areas, you wouldn't expect the big compactor trucks to get in there. So we now said, okay, fine. It was quite innovative that the state government supported the idea. We started using the KK trucks, the tricycles, that could get to any nook and cranny of Enugu and then get there to, you know, take the, you know, rubbish away from the people. Remember, the primary purpose was, you know, public health. Take the, you know, refuse away from the people, so it now reduce incidence of, you know, widespread diseases and things like that. Any, you know, issue of health-related issues. So we saw it was working. So early this year, we increased it. And as I speak to you now, that's what is on right now. We use the tricycle to go in and then pick the thing. We only say, okay, since you find it difficult a bit to take it to the nearest dumpster station, fine. The only job you have is make sure you bag your waste. Tie the waste properly, put it in front of your house, and then we'll pick it up from you.
These tricycles, do they go everywhere
Yes.
in Enugu? Because I'm not sure I've seen
No, the
those
thing is that,
tricycles.
we don't have as many tricycles as we need. So for that reason, we had to, change. There's a scheme we brought, and we now say, okay, divided into some zones. You understand? We say, okay, on Mondays, this zone you will have tricycle operation. We call it door to door. And in place of the dumpster stations, you used to have that, okay, every street you have a dumpster station. When I said, okay, this compactor truss will get close to you. Go to the, designated center, and then with the public address system on top of it, shouting we are here and things like that, bring out your bag waste and things like that. Only bag waste are collected because that's what we preach. And then while the dumpster station is, the compactor truck is there, you now have that the KKs will move into all the nearby streets and corners where the truck won't go to, and then be picking all those things from all the frontage of houses, dumping it straight away into the trucks instead of looking for nearby dumpster station. And it's now evacuated straight to the landfill site. So that's the situation. So that mechanism, we've been preaching it, so people will understand. It happens 3 times at least in a week for any zone. So if you tie your waste properly, it won't get any bad by the following.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
At this point, we are drawing the curtains on today's show. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Don't forget that we can hear from you through our social media platforms at Signature TV Officials. Like, comment, share. We want to hear your perspectives. And we're also live 247 on Free TV, channel 766, and SLTV, channel 265. My name is Chigi Chiagoram. And from all of us at Signature TV, Enugu Studios, it's goodbye and God bless.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Hello friends, I believe you and yours are doing great today. It is with great joy that I welcome you to Gospel Lounge on Signature TV, and today's show promises to be inspiring and educative as well. Therefore, please gather your family and friends and let's enjoy the show together. My name is Victor Chief Judge. You are welcome. Let's just sing a song of worship to God for all that He has done for us. You are God from beginning to the end. There's no place for argument. You are God all by yourself. It's a simple song, join us. You are God from beginning to the end. There's no place for argument. You are God all by yourself. You are God. You are God from beginning to the end. There's no place for argument. You are God all by yourself. One more time. You are God. You are God from beginning to the end. There's no place for argument. You are God all by yourself. And dear Lord, we say thank you for all that you have done. We give you all the praise and glory for the ones you're doing right now. And we'll continue to thank you for the ones you will still do. In Jesus' precious name, we worship. Amen and amen. All right, my friends, when we live a life of meditation, we produce a well-nurtured life, especially when we meditate or reflect on God's word. Look at what Isaiah said in chapter 26, verse 3. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee, because he trusted thee. Whose mind is stayed on thee. Whose mind is stayed on thee. Just for emphasis purposes. So friends, let's enjoy this session, and I will be right back to continue the show with you.
On this solemnity of the Most Holy Trinity, I'd like to reflect with you on the true God and the idols, the false gods. Each and every one of us, we worship something. The desire to worship is inbuilt into our very core as human beings. We desire to hold on to something. We desire something that will assure us that everything will be okay. We look for certainty. We look for safety. We look for transcendence. We want to go beyond ourselves, to hold on to things that really and realities that transcend us. But it is very important on this Holy Trinity Sunday for us to reflect on the true God and the false gods, the idols. And I think that in our times, in our day, this is becoming a huge challenge for everyone, for believers as well as unbelievers. Because even those who believe can also believe in the wrong things. Even those who desire the Lord Jesus Christ can also desire Jesus in the wrong places. St. Augustine warned Christians about the things we love. For St. Augustine, at the core of all kinds of idolatries is the love of the self, or holding on to things, turning towards created things and turning away from the Creator, loving yourself and forgetting God and your neighbors. So what do you worship? There are many things that consume our souls, our minds, our hearts, our whole attention today in our world, that often, for the most times, they give us temporary satisfaction, but not permanent and the inner joy and fulfillment. Many of us are so attached to money, and we worship money, that tainted thing, as Scripture calls it. We love money so much that we do anything in order to make money. We lie. Even there are some who are willing to kill in order to make money. How many lives have been destroyed by fraud? How many people have you defrauded? And some of us, with this tainted money, will come to the church to give thanks to God, when your greed has destroyed so many lives. Some of us love power and positions. Even in our church, how many of us would fly into a rage if someone fails to mention their titles? We all amass all these titles, these empty things that will pass away. And some of us, even clerics, forget that we hold these positions in the name of Jesus. All from God and all for God. But some of us, clerics, make an idol out of ourselves. We want people to worship us rather than worship the true God. And we become obstacles to the work of God. Some of us worship ourselves. We become narcissistic. There are some who are consumed today by social media. You spend your whole day copying and pasting, forwarding. Some of us are consumed by sex and pornography. Smart that murder our inner peace, our inner sanctity. We're consumed by the flesh. So who and what do you worship? And I'm not saying you should not love yourself. I remember a woman coming to confession to me saying, "Father, I have sinned because I love myself too much." I said, "Tell me more." He said, "Well, Whenever I get ready for work in the morning, I look at myself in the mirror. I say, wow, you are beautiful. So I think I'm vain. Well, I told her, you should appreciate and be grateful to God for your beauty. You must see the beauty in your soul, the beauty of your life, the beauty of your being before you can see beauty in other people. Indeed, God, the beautiful, made you beautiful so that you can see the beauty of creation and recognize the source of that beauty in God, the creator of all things. So it is good to appreciate yourself. But we are talking about the exaggerated love of self, the ego that someone said is edging God out, ego, making yourself the center of everything, whereas God should be the center of everything that you do. So this Sunday, who do you worship? It has also become even more serious in many places today where believers are consulting with the devil. Satan worship has become very commonplace. People who are going to fortune tellers, to witch doctors. And sadly, some of these people bring these witches and wizards carrying amulets and charms, sorceries, people practicing all kinds of pagan religious rituals. And still they come to church. Even some of them with titles. Even some of them claim to be healers in the church. But they get their healing powers from satanic places. Then they bring all these things and destroy the lives of God's people with a distortion of true religion, with false religious practices. So who do you worship? Who do you give your soul to? Your whole being? Yes, we want security, and so we become afraid of what is to come. But the readings today leave us with three important messages. First, the first reading talks about the wisdom of God. Do you realize that God knows all things, sees all things, and has power over all things? That's why the first reading tells us that even before all things were created, God was there. Wisdom. So God knows you. He knows who you are. He knows what will happen tomorrow. He anticipates the danger. Why don't you let God take care of you? Why are you restless? Why do you seek safety and protection in the wrong places? The second reading reminds us of this divine communion, the Trinity. Jesus, who justifies us, saves us by pouring out his blood for us, and by dying on the cross for us, makes us at peace with God, reconciles us to God. He is our peace. And then the love of God has been poured into our souls by the Holy Spirit. We see that divine mathematics, the divine communion, how God the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, they work together. It's not a mathematics that is beyond us grasping some piece of it. It's a mystery, but we can see how these three persons work together in communion, in fraternity, in love, in mutuality, in reciprocity, in respect, in service. That's the divine economy, the Trinitarian economy, that this dynamism that gives birth to each and every one of us, that gives birth to creation. So we are invited to enter into this communion. The more you enter into it, the more you understand the mystery, the more you live the mystery, and the more you become mystery of love yourself. So do not worry about what faces you, for God is in charge of your life. Do not worry if you don't understand this divine mathematics. Live it. Live the mystery. May Jesus open your eyes so that you can see the true God. May Jesus open your mind so you can see the false appearances of God, the idols, and flee away from the idols and hold on to God, the solid rock on which we stand. Amen.
All right, it's good to know you are still there. I believe you were mightily inspired and blessed by that session. Please do well to practicalize all that you have learned. Today, I have an interesting and a powerful man of God in the house that we are going to be talking about something very critical, legacy. All right, that's the lasting impact, influence, or memory that an individual, organization, or community leaves behind. All right, these legacies could be spiritual as they concern religious faith or beliefs, or physical as well as it concerns our livelihood and coexistence as a people. Legacies can be positive, it could be negative. However, we will pitch our conversation around godly legacies, its challenges, its possible recommendations to sustain it for a better society and nation at large. And to discuss this topic with me, I have in the studio a great man of God, a father of faith in the state and nation. He served as an executive member of the Assemblies of God Church and recently retired from active service, but he's not tired. He served as the district superintendent of ENUGU District of Assemblies of God, Nigeria. There's so much to say about this mighty but humble man of God. But please, friends, help me make welcome Reverend Dr. Emmanuel Osita Dima Ngene to Gospel Lounge. Daddy, you're welcome, sir.
God bless you. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you,
You're looking ever young.
benefit of retirement.
Yes. So good to see you, sir.
Thank you.
Quickly, generally speaking, I want to ask, do you think that this generation, or maybe the next generation that is coming, is ready to take up the baton or walk in the legacies of their fathers right now?
Well, this question has been coming up severally, and almost in every generation. The questions will come, asking whether the coming generation will be ready to actually follow the legacies of their fathers.
Yeah.
And when I was a youth, such questions came. And I remember it was one of our fathers, who is now late, the first General Superintendent of Assemblies of God Nigeria, Reverend Dr. Matthew O. Ezigbo, who looked at me and said, this boy will be one of the leaders of this church in future. And when he said that, people who heard it believed that it means that the legacy of this church will be kept.
Okay.
If a father is saying that this person will lead the church, which means I've seen something in him, which I may call a star. But the fathers mostly don't believe it. Many fathers don't believe it, that children will keep the legacy. But I believe they will keep the legacy.
Okay.
Because the world is not the same, and changes must come.
Yes.
One of the things that is permanent in life is change.
Yes, sir.
Things must continue to change. You will not expect the younger generation to do it exactly the way the past generation did it.
Okay.
And that does not mean that they are backsliding.
Wow.
Or that they are not Christians. Because we follow the trend of events to do things the way it's right. Let me take Assemblies of God, which you mentioned for an instance. I know that when we were younger, we don't believe that anybody who married before coming to the church, before repenting, has married 2 or 3 wives before coming to the church, will ever be baptized or made a full member. But I remember it was in 1998 in our General Council meeting in Shagamu, Lagos.
Yes.
That was where that topic came up. And we said, is what we are doing right? What is the Bible saying about it? And now we discussed it in that council and resolved that People who married 2 or 3 wives before they gave their lives to Christ should be baptized.
Okay.
And should be made full members, especially when you see the hand of God in their lives.
Okay.
Let me give an instance. When I pastored a church called Owo, there's a father who worshipped there called Papa Azaya Najofo. This father married several wives before he gave his life, but very zealous in the Lord.
Wow.
It was during our service, we were preaching, and the Holy Ghost came. He was filled with the Holy Ghost, speaking in tongues. And I asked myself a question. If God will fill this man, who is man to refuse baptizing him? That was the question of Peter when he went to the house of Cornelius.
Yeah.
He said, if God will fill these people with the Holy Spirit, why should we who are human, refuse to baptize them with water? So, God is continuing with man, and there are things that fathers did which must be changed.
Okay.
That does not mean backsliding. The way our youths behave today, you see it, people like me will say, I remember what we did in the 70s. Oh, the church is dying. The church is not dying. I was in Assembly of God New Heaven Church about either last year or last 2 years when they did their children's service. And a child, I think that was Dr. Isaac Nadi's son, one of his children, preached that day. After preaching, I took the mic and I told them, see, look at what this boy has said. Look at the power of God coming out from him. Look at the way he expanded the word of God. Will you say that the church will not be alive tomorrow?
Wow.
The church is alive. That there are many immoralities and wicked things on earth does not mean that there are no remnants for God.
Okay. Okay.
There are remnants for God. There are people who are holding the mantle. Even though they may be few, but there are people who are keeping it.
Yes, sir.
Others may be behaving, and in every church, there are people who are not serious.
True.
But there are few who are serious, who are keeping the flag flying, following the way God is leading them. So the coming generation, there are people among them who are keeping the legacies, who are abstaining from evil, who believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, who are following his way, who are believing God for tomorrow, and who are actually depending on God for everything. Now, one of the things that are deceiving people, if you look around, you will discover that today, many churches are diabolic.
True, true.
Many pastors lead their church with charms, with wicked things. Many pastors do fake miracles, staged miracles. And you will see that people are following them. Many people are following them, going to their churches because they want to receive miracle.
Yeah.
Whether fake or not, they don't know. Especially women.
Yeah, yeah.
Going to those churches. But even though such things are happening, there are still ones who understand the truth, which the Bible says, and you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free.
Yeah.
There are people who believe that truth. No matter the miracles you show, no matter whatever happens, they don't listen to it, they are following it.
True.
And they are children, and they are coming up. In every generation, there must be people standing for God, which means these people will keep the legacies of their fathers.
Wow, wow, wow. It's so interesting and comforting to know that there are also remnants remaining. Because let me narrow this thing down. The church in particular is under attack.
Yes.
Just like you rightly pointed out, a lot of people are backsliding. A lot of people are saying church is scam. Most of them, they are not interested in what their fathers are doing and all that. Yes, it's comforting to know that we have remnants, but what are the issues that can make the young people or this coming generation not to look at the ways of their fathers to go in that way? And how can we, salvage that situation?
Okay, there are several things. Number one is those fathers themselves.
Okay.
We who are fathers ourselves, we can cause it. If a child sits down in the house watching the father behaving different from his preaching, you will not expect that child to do well. He will think that church is calm. Because my father will say it and do another thing. He won't go follow that way. There was a church where somebody was preaching, a powerful man of God was preaching, and everybody was enjoying the message. But the son of this man was outside playing and discussing with somebody. One woman was angry and came to him and said, "Why are you doing this? Look at your father sharing the word of God with people, and look at the power of God moving, and you are here doing this." He said, "What do you mean? What he's saying, is that true? Can he do it? He will say another thing and do another thing. Himself, he's a Christian. I beg, leave me." And that woman was shocked. I said, why should this boy say this? Which means the father is not actually laying the foundation of truth and is not keeping the legacy that another child should follow. That is number one. And if you see the life of people like Eli, you will discover that Eli contributed to the failure of his children.
True, sir.
Do you know that what was complained about the children of Eli was also complained about the children of Samuel? But God did not blame Samuel, but God blamed Eli. Why? Because Samuel did his best, but his children refused.
Yes.
But Eli didn't do his best. He didn't teach the children. And so God said, what I will do in your family, any ear that hears it will tingle, because you have not trained your children. And God did it, that they died, they would just know the same day. But in Samuel's case, nobody will even tell how and when the children of Samuel died. Because he taught them, but they didn't follow the way, and God decided to do what he wants. So the most thing is what the fathers are showing their children. You may have laid the foundation in the face of men, telling people the right thing. Others are hearing you and following it. But what you do in the house will give your children their mind to follow you and to do what you want. That is number one. Another one is peer group. What children are seeing outside, in schools, in clubs, in the different places they go, how you handle it. If the fathers bring their children together and show them the word of God every day, and they see you live that word of God, and they tell you the difference between what is happening outside and what should be happening in your life, these children by and by will grow with it. Because if you don't teach them, not this one has nothing to do with their own character now, but what they see outside, what they see in school, what they see with their groups, because they have to play, they will go out, they will see others. And when they come back, you do what Job did. Job did his own by sacrifice, but you do your own by teaching. When the children of Job, after playing the day they come back, Job will call them together and say, God, who knows whether the children have sinned against you? Who knows whether they did evil? So I'm doing this sacrifice, please, to pray for them, to pray that you forgive them, to wash away these their sins. And he kept training the children, and he was satisfied that he was training the children. But some don't do it. In our own generation, what you do, this thing we call morning devotion, people may think it's nothing. From time to time, you call together your children. You discuss and ask them questions. Something happened to a young man. He was betrothing a girl, even though the parents didn't know. He was betrothing a girl. They promised each other to marry. But one day, as they were discussing with their father, the father now brought up the issue of SS and genotypes. And as they were discussing genotype, that boy listened carefully. And the father told them the danger of losing a child. How it pains a parent when the child dies. And that this is what causes it. That if you don't check your genotype, you marry your AS, you marry AS, you may have some who may be alive, but if you lose one through SS, the pain will show you that you shouldn't have done this. Because of this, please go for test. That boy kept quiet in that meeting, but he sneaked out and went to that girl and told her, please, we will not marry. This is what my father taught me, and I believe it is true. That girl cried and cried and cried, but accepted it because the boy said, I cannot go ahead. It was after that the boy came back now and told the parents, I have been engaged with this girl for some years. I was agreeing to marry. We made it strong that we must marry. But after my father spoke to me, I discovered I'm in the wrong way. I didn't know that this genotype is very serious this way. He changed. So teaching your children will help you will help them do well. In Genesis chapter 18, there's something the angels said. When the angels were going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah,
yes, sir,
they branched to Abraham, sitting under the tree at Mamre. And when they were discussing with Abraham, Abraham fed them, not knowing that they were angels initially.
Yeah.
But when they were continuing their journey, they now said, can we hide from Abraham what God is about doing? Knowing this man, that he would teach his children to keep the way of the Lord. Let us let him know what will happen, what will happen, so that he can now teach the children. And they opened up to Abraham. That was when Abraham started praying for Sodom, that he may not be destroyed. So when you teach your children, and God see you can teach your children, God will reveal more things to you because you are preparing a future generation.
Yeah.
So parents are seriously warned that many times we spoil our children. Even you see a teacher rebuke your child or spank your child or do whatever, you go to fight in school. And your children, because of that, will behave anyhow they like because they know that nobody can stop them. If anybody touches them, their parents will come and fight. And when they grow and become evil and become wayward, you'll be asking, from where has this come? Is that my life? That is your life. When I was pastoring in Obiago, Kaduna Close,
yes,
I was the founding pastor of that church. One woman was rebuking the daughter, following her behind. You are a wicked girl. You are this and you are that. My watch night that time, that's my security man
yes,
in the church, was an elderly man. He was going behind them. And he looked at that woman. When the woman turned and saw him, he told the woman, can you say you didn't do this to your own parents?
Wow.
That quarrel ended there. That woman sneaked and went away because she did worse when she was younger. And now her own daughter is doing the same thing to her. So what the picture you show your children, it will captivate them and they will follow it. So parents, if we teach our children to do well, we are laying a good legacy. And by the grace of God, the evil things that you are afraid of will not come to your family.
Wow, this is so wonderful. Friends, I know you are seriously getting a whole lot of wisdom from this conversation. I am not going to let Daddy go. There's something biting me I want to ask him. Daddy, let me shift a little bit from the circle of the church and family now. Get into our society and government. This time around, I want to ask, you just said something about fathers and the way they live their lives to show their children how to live, how it will affect them eventually. But I want to ask a question that has to do with the relationship of the fathers and the younger ones. This one, it may not really be within the family circle or in the society at large. Let me make a little case now. When, just like you said earlier on, you said a great father saw you and said something prophetic. And then I am very, very sure that in one way or the other, he did one or two things to make sure that you are on track. But today, unfortunately, I will say some fathers don't believe that the younger ones can become something. What would be your advice to some of the fathers out there and even the mothers or the leaders out there in making sure that the younger ones come up with, number one, a very clean mind to follow them, to do to keep the legacy, or what would be their level of investment into these younger ones to make sure that the legacies are kept?
Well, I will say that because of the area where we come from, the most problems we have now is tribalism. Because if we have that kind of open heart that fathers should have, we will do something that will help the younger generation to grow and do well.
Yes, sir.
Let me give an instance. In that same Obiago, there was a boy who was very creative with papers and things like that. He built a tipper and a fork loader and put battery. This thing will carry something and load the tipper.
Wow.
He was doing these things. A white man saw him and liked what he was doing. Said, this boy can do wonders if he's trained. Then he told his 2IC, please take note of that boy and bring us the report about him and so on. And went his way. That man came, asking that boy questions and so on. I don't know where that man came from anyway, myself. But that boy was from Umuahia.
Wow.
And so when he asked him, where do you come from? He said, I'm from Umuahia. Okay. That was the end of that thing.
Oh my God.
He didn't want to help that boy. And you know, in our own place here, we have own lands. We have our places of origin. Not like that like in America. Other countries may have it. But because of where you come from, you want your own people only to do well. And you see other people doing well, won't help them. If you pick a child that you know, give him good advice and help him the much you can, that person can be a help to you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you see, the children, there's a way they behave. If a child is growing and call you father here, if it's in Imo or Abia, they call de or dede, so on. That's what you will do. That child will not easily call you dede.
True, sir.
And if you are teaching children, let me use Abreba people for an instance. If Abreba man sees any good way to do something, he calls another Abreba man, helps him. He takes his child and helps the child. He takes his younger brother and exposes him to do it.
Yes.
And you see them growing because they help other generations.
Yes.
Anambra, part of Anambra, do the same. An Anambra man, I was asking a man sometime how he supported his apprentice, who he trained. And that boy grew. We asked him, why are you supporting this guy? Boy, doing this. He said, when I get home in the village and they are doing luncheon, I may be saying 10,000. My boy who have grown and is rich will tell, no, daddy, don't worry. I will handle it. 1 million, 10 million. And I will be proud that the boy I trained is doing this.
Yes.
Can you see it's a legacy?
Yes.
He starts showing this boy the way, and that boy can never forget him.
Yes, sir.
It happens in Anambra, it happens in Ohafia, Abreba, and it happens in many other places. If we learn this, we discover that the world, there's one man of God called Silas Ozioko. He says that the war will accommodate everybody.
Yes.
But people think that they will eat the whole world. That is the problem of our government. Somebody will gather the world. He himself, his children, his grandchildren cannot
even finish it.
What are you doing with it? It's not foolishness of we Igbos and we Africans. If you get something, you want others to share from it. You'll be able to let go certain things. And an Igbo man will say, if you want to give a gift to somebody, you open your hand.
Yes.
And it is hand you opened that something can enter. But if you close your hand, nothing can enter into it.
True.
So it is when you give that other things come. So the what is troubling our land is we don't plan far. We are now crying about terrorism, crying about many things in our land. But watch these terrorists. It's their plan ahead.
Plan ahead.
That thing they feel they have, they give to their children, send them to the bush. They do it. But we who think we know, what do we have and what do we give to our children?
Wow. What do we have and what do we give to our children? This is a very mighty question I must leave you with. Friends, I will need to call you to action now because our time is seriously running. All right. Legacy can inspire future generations, shape values and principles, and leave lasting impacts. Therefore, no matter where you are or what you represent, please make sure you leave a great legacy that would have a positive impact on the lives of the people. This is also a clarion call to all religious leaders and even governmental institutions to join in the quest for godly legacies and human capital policies to drive a passion for honesty in our people. Sir, I would like to say a very big thank you for coming to the show today and sharing great insights in this very topic. Thank you, sir.
God bless you. Thank you so much. And God bless you.
Thank you. And my friends, I will see you right after this short break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
All right, thank you very much. It's good to know that you are still there. This is Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. Thank you for being there. I have another guest in the studio that is very, very wonderful. We are going to be discussing a very vital topic, prayer. All right? It's a vital aspect of many spiritual traditions, including Christianity. It's a powerful means of communication with God, seeking guidance and deepening one's spiritual life. The concept of prayer is vast, but we are going to pitch it on some vital concerns ranging from what prayer is not, right? What makes prayer not to yield results? A whole lot of things to discuss there. And to discuss this topic with me, I have in the studio Reverend Dr. Hilary Ugweze, an anointed preacher and teacher of God's word, a man that believes in prayer and with visible proofs that prayer works. He's a lecturer at the Crown Theological Seminary, the lead pastor of Assemblies of God, New Heaven, right here in the city of ENUGU, and also serving as an executive officer in the ENUGU State Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. Friends, help me make welcome Reverend Dr. Hilary Ugweze. Thank you, sir, for coming to Gospel Lounge.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
It's good to see you.
It's a pleasure to be here.
All right. A lot of people pray. A whole lot of people pray, but it seems that majority of people are disappointed because answers to prayers are not forthcoming. Why? Why?
It's okay. What you said, you are right. The challenge in Christianity today in respect to prayer is not so much on lack of prayers,
okay,
or how to pray, but it borders on issue of not seeing proportionate results or answers to prayers.
Yeah.
So many people in church today are worried, concerned, and even discouraged.
Yeah.
That with so much praying, there are little results or nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
So it's a big issue, and that. But prayer works. Prayer works, and prayer has no substitute.
Okay.
We must pray. It has always worked, it's still working, and will continue to work.
Prayer works, is still working, and will continue to work. But the next question I want to ask you now is, for prayers to have answers, there are principles. Is there any particular way to pray so that you can get answers?
You see, the one thing that we must understand as far as prayer is concerned is some persons see prayer as just means of getting things from God, which is wrong.
Okay.
Or a means of getting out of problems, solving problems. That is not the whole essence of prayer.
Okay.
Prayer is primarily a way of nourishing a relationship, maintaining our relationship with God. One thing that is central to any prayer that we walk is good relationship with God. As we are here today, if you go to someone asking the person for something, one of the things that will make you get that thing from that person is your relationship with that person. It's always difficult getting something from someone that you have no relationship with.
Yeah.
Once you have a very good relationship with a person, you won't find it difficult getting answers, or things from that person. So most persons don't get answers or results to their prayer because of one, because of the person who is praying.
Okay.
And because of lack of good relationship with God, the person being prayed to.
Okay.
And then also wrong concept of as far as prayer is concerned. Some people's understanding of prayer is completely wrong.
Okay.
For instance, some people see prayer as only a means of getting something from God, and they pray only when they have needs, when they have challenges. That is the only time they go to God in prayer, which is wrong.
Okay.
If we pray only when we have needs or have problems, we won't get the result we always want in prayers. So our relationship with God is very, very important. Whether we have problems or needs or not, we must maintain that relationship through prayer. Let me say this. Prayer is a very big platform. It's a spiritual platform provided by God to commune with his people. And so it's not just an instrument of getting things from God, but it's a platform of fellowship with God.
It's a platform for fellowship with God. You said something very striking. He said the prayer is just a medium to nourish a relationship with God. So I am somehow in a fix, because a whole lot of people out there believe that prayer is something we do, especially when we are in trouble. Why do we need to pray when everything is going all right?
You see, even if you talk of trouble, it is not in the day of battle that you prepare for war.
Okay.
And so you prepare for war in the day of peace. So it's not anyone waiting till trouble comes before you start praying. He's already praying late. The prayer's already late. And one prayer that truly works, is a prayer that God himself taught me as I studied the word of God.
Okay.
It's praying in advance. I call it futuristic prayer. When one prays in advance, even when there are no challenges, you just realize that when the tomorrow or the future comes, the way has been cleared by the prayers of yesteryears. Oftentimes we struggle today because of the prayers we failed to make in the past. And sometimes we are where we are today because of the prayers we prayed or didn't pray in the past. We must pray because the future depends on today's prayer.
We must pray because the future depends on this prayer. So I have a serious problem as it has to do with prayer. Now, I want us to narrow this thing down to church practices. Different denominations, we've seen different formats of prayer. And maybe it is because of these formats that are not aligned with the word of God that makes people think prayer is a scam, because the results are not coming. I saw a video clip of a congregation with canes, koboko. They came for a prayer night and they want to flog their enemies to death. What kind of prayer is this?
You see, people do a lot of things all in the name of prayer. Sometimes we do things trying to impress God or show God that we are serious, but on a very wrong manner. So there are people that believe that you can flog spirits, you can do that, but the truth is that the Bible said the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers. So what we are contending with, they are not physical. They are spiritual entities. So those who believe that they can use cane, they can use broom, they know why they are doing it. But the truth is that the real enemy we are contending with is not a physical enemy. It's a spiritual entity.
And then, what do you have to say? Someone was complaining to me the other day. And say, I want you to help me pray over a matter. I said, okay, there's no problem about that. What is it? And then the next question that comes is, how much do you charge? What's this?
You see,
what's the place of money with prayer?
You see, I wouldn't want to go into that because people have different reasons why they do what they do.
Okay.
But the Bible says freely will receive, freely will give.
Okay.
So people who charge money for prayer, sometimes people do it because they will tell you they are coming with a team and the team must be taken care of. Things like that. But the truth of it is that we shouldn't make, or let me use the word, we shouldn't commercialize prayers.
Okay.
Yes. And that's one of the reasons why some persons see prayers to be scam. But praying and prayers are not scam. Let me say something here.
Yeah.
You asked me before now about the kind of prayer that will give results.
Yes.
One prayer that will always produce results. Any prayer that is focused on God's glory and honor,
okay,
will always give one result. God will do anything that will bring glory to Him, that will promote His honor.
Yeah.
In John chapter 14, verse 13, Jesus said, whatever you ask the Father in my name, you will do it, that the Father may be glorified in the Son. So, if the focus of our prayer is God's glory and honor, and what we are asking God for, while we are coming to Him, is primarily targeted on His honor and glory, He won't deny us answers. He will give to us even much more than we are looking for. The truth is that God is more eager to answer our prayer than we are eager to pray.
Wow.
God delights in answering prayers.
Wow.
He wants to answer. He's a good Father. He wants to, there's something Jesus said. Jesus said, if we earthly fathers who are evil will give good gifts to our children, what of the heavenly Father that is a good God?
Yeah.
He said you won't ask Him for a bread and He'll give you a stone. And you won't ask Him for a fish and He'll give you a serpent. No, that is the God we are praying to, the God we are worshiping, we are following, is a good God. He's a God that loves us more than we love ourselves. He has a better plan for us. Sometimes people wonder why their prayers are not answered. When God delays in answering prayers, oftentimes it could be that our faith is being tested.
Okay.
That God is trying to work out, produce patience in us.
Okay.
Sometimes it's because what we are asking God is outside His plan and program.
Wow.
And other times because the timing is not right. So all these things, it will look as if God is not answering prayer, but when you put all these factors together, you see reasons why sometimes, there is delay in getting answers to prayers. But God answers prayers.
My God.
And there is no substitute. There are no options. We must pray.
My guys, I know you are pulling a lot from this conversation, a whole lot of truth and mysteries coming from this conversation. But before I let him go, I want to ask you the last question. How long? Somebody was putting up an argument the other day that he was praying for something, and then his friend asked him, how many hours did you pray for that? And I was like,
Does it mean will you need to pray for some hours to get some prayers answered, or what's the relationship between time and prayers?
It's okay. Prayer is not really measured by how long one prays.
Okay.
But prayer can also be measured by how long one prays.
Wow. that's a strong word.
The reason is when you pray long, but that prayer, your heart is not in it. The prayer lacks life.
Okay.
There's no fire, there is no life in the prayer. You may pray for 10 hours and you won't get anything. Someone else will pray for 30 minutes and get good result. When he prays the right way and prays with all his heart in it. Why I say that prayer is also measured by how long one prays, that as Christians, there are certain results you can't get until you begin to spend long hours with God in prayers.
Okay.
Certain things will not be possible for a man until you can spend long hours. You can stay with God and tarry long enough. Any man that can stay long with God in prayer will do what others will not be able to do. Because it's just like if one goes into maybe a restroom and stays there for a very long hour, when you come out, sometimes certain, will I say, odd or what, will follow the person.
Yeah.
So when you stay long with God in prayer, there's also divine,
aura
that will follow the person praying. So I encourage people, as much as we don't judge prayer by how long one prays, but I encourage people to learn to spend time with God in prayer. There are things that will not be possible until you spend good time with God in prayers.
This is so wonderful. This is so wonderful, talking about prayer and receiving so much mysteries from Reverend Dr. Hilary Ugwueze. Friends, I call you to action. Prayer is one powerful privilege that God gave humanity to sustain great communication with Him. However, there are principles that make answers possible. When it is followed wholly, there won't be disappointments or regrets. Prayer is not just a tool or medium of getting things from God. You heard my guest when he was saying that. It's also a spiritual discipline that helps mold us into God's desires for our lives. He said it's a medium for nurturing relationship we have with God. All right? So if you can pray according to God's will, you will have answers. And just like he will always say, pray, pray, pray. It's been a good time with you, sir.
Thank you
so much for coming.
I'm so happy for being here.
Thank you, sir. From all of us here at Signature TV, we wish you well in all you do and represent.
I want to live on. I appreciate Signature TV, and I pray that this organization will go from strength to strength,
Amen.
From glory to glory.
Amen.
Where you are today is not where God wants you to be.
Yeah.
I believe that God will take you far beyond your expectation.
Amen. Amen. So that's a powerful prayer right there. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you very much, my friends, for being with us in the show. Follow us on all our social media handles showing right there on your screen. Make sure you give us a wonderful feedback so that we know how to serve you better. Okay? Till I come your way next time, build a godly legacy for a better future. Pray by the rules and your answers will come. My name is Victor Chief Judge. Shalom.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. In the headlines, opposition parties plot to field single candidate against Tinubu for 2027. Mbawu's Chinese investors proposes Chinatown business HQs in ENUGU. Gunfire rocks Mali district, including junta stronghold. And Trump unhurt after shots fired at White House Correspondents' Dinner. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Leaders of the leading opposition political parties in Nigeria, have announced plans to present a single presidential candidate for the 2027 general election. The resolution was adopted at the National Summit of the Opposition Political Party Leaders, hosted in Ibadan by Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde. The summit, which had as its theme that we may work together for a united opposition to sustain our democracy, was described by organizers as a response to growing national concerns over governance, security, and economic pressure. Fractional National Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Kabiru Turaki, announced the resolution, said the move is aimed at strengthening the opposition's chances at the polls, despite what he described as attempts to ensure President Bola Tinubu emerges unopposed within the ruling party. Prominent leaders of opposition political parties at the meeting included former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Governor of Anambra State Peter Obi, former Minister of Information Professor Jerry Gana, David Mark, Professor Pat Utomi, Ralph Arebeshola, Aminu Tambuwal, and Rabiu Kwankwaso, among others. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has suspended its planned indefinite nationwide strike following fresh commitments by the federal government on allowances, arrears, and funding of training. The decision is contained in a communique issued at the end of an emergency National Executive Council meeting held virtually, which was signed by the President, Mohammed Suleiman, the Secretary General, Shuaibu Ibrahim, and the Publicity and Social Secretary, Abdulmajid Ibrahim. NARD said the suspension followed high-level engagements with key government officials and stakeholders, including the Vice President, as well as the Ministers of Health, Labour and Finance, as well as key agencies including the Budget Office, the Office of the Accountant General and IPPIS. The association noted that its earlier decision to embark on a total and indefinite strike arose from the federal government's reversal of the implementation of the reviewed Professional Allowance Table, PAT, and other welfare concerns. The NEC also noted that the federal government had renewed its commitment to the payment of all outstanding promotion arrears and salary arrears owed to resident doctors in affected institutions nationwide. The association, however, demanded the expedited conclusion and full disbursement of the 2026 MRTF following the initial approval already secured and the immediate commencement and timely completion of the process for the payment of the outstanding 19 months arrears of the allowance. The Joint Union of Plateau State-owned tertiary institutions has threatened to go on indefinite strike by midnight on Monday if the state government does not meet their demands for wage increase and other issues. This follows the breakdown in negotiation between the government and the union on Friday, after an earlier 24-hour ultimatum was issued to the government via a letter to the head of service on Thursday. Addressing newsmen on Saturday, the JUPTI chairman, Johanna Igiem, stated that they would go on with the strike unless the state government meets the union's demands, emphasizing that they have been patient enough over their obligatory demands, which it has failed to meet. The chairman, who stated that the contending issues dated back to 2024 without fruitful resolutions, listed the key issues including the non-implementation of 25% and 35% salary increments for staff of tertiary institutions, the non-domestication of Polytechnic Act 2029, the non-release of employment letters at College of Agriculture, Garkawa, and College of Arts, Sciences and Technology, CAS, Korogwe, among other issues. The Enugu State Governor, Peter Mba, has urged the Chinese government to establish a Chinatown and regional business headquarters in Enugu State. Governor Mba made the call while receiving a delegation from the People's Republic of China, led by Consul General Yang Yingqing. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam reports.
The Enugu state government is intensifying its efforts to go into strategic partnerships that will position the state as the hub for global investments. The state governor Peter Mba, who played host to a high-level delegation, urges the Chinese government to explore the possibility of establishing a Chinatown in Enugu and citing major international business headquarters in the state. The governor told the delegation from the People's Republic of China, led by Consul General Yan Yingshen, which included executives from China Communication Construction Company and China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, that Enugu is ready for large-scale investments. He informed the delegation about the improved security, modern infrastructure, and investor-friendly policies, highlighting flagship projects including the new Enugu City, smart green schools, expanded road networks, and a modern transport system.
We also felt that we need to have a modern city with modern facility, and to make it also smart, since that's the direction the world is going. And we're happy to be partnering with a Chinese company in the development of the new city, the CCCC, China Communication Construction Company. Yeah? So we have also visited their headquarters in Beijing, and we believe that it's a company with the capacity to meet our desire for a new city.
The Chinese Consul General commended the development vision of the state government, describing ENUGU as a city of opportunities. She assured of China's commitment to deepening collaboration in infrastructure, technology, education, and industrial development.
In China, we have experience. If you want to be rich, you must first build road. So I think that infrastructure, yes, is already our traditional area of cooperation. But in the future, we should develop the digital economy and also like agricultural modernization or industrialization, and especially the talent development. All Chinese people we know, evil people, they do business the best. Yes. So really, I think that here we hope, yes, to develop the corporate in vocational education.
For residents and investors alike, expectations are high that this partnership will translate into concrete projects that will not only shape the commercial landscape of the state, but also reinforce its emergence as a preferred destination for business and innovation in Nigeria. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
The federal government has advised Nigerians residing in South Africa to be cautious of further anti-foreigner protests scheduled in the country. An advisory issued by the chairman of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Abike Dabiri Erewa, noted that the warning followed an official circular from the Consulate General of Nigeria in Johannesburg that demonstrations in East London, Cape Town, Durban, and KwaZulu-Natal have turned violent, leading to looting, property damage, and injuries. The statement urged Nigerians in the country to adhere to the advisory issued by the Consulate General, warning of escalating demonstrations across the country. According to the statement, available intelligence indicates that further protests are scheduled to happen in the Gauteng province between April 27th and 29, 2026, with demonstrators intending to apply pressure on the South African government over the presence of foreign nationals. The NIDCOM advised all Nigerian citizens to avoid any confrontation with protesters, refrain from engaging with demonstration groups, and monitor local media outlets for real-time safety information. She further advised them to remain law-abiding at all times, while business owners should protect their businesses by closing on Freedom Day, April 27th, and consider remaining closed on April 28th and 29th, as foreign-owned businesses are often targeted during unrest. The federal government is set to map and digitize police stations across the country for effective and efficient policing across the Federation. This follows the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding between the government and the Police Trust Fund in Abuja. The Minister of Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosu Tijani, who made this known, stated that the investments by the present administration to grow the economy will not be fully realized without a proper policing system. The minister noted that the Galaxy Backbone Limited has fiber across Nigeria, which has been paid for by the government, stressing that the mapping will enable citizens to see which police stations are already closed and how they can be connected. Tijani said funds and support are being provided by the World Bank and the European Union, and explained that with the project, people will no longer have the issue of using an interpreter at the police stations. The Executive Secretary of the PTF, Mohammed Shaidu, noted that the signing of the MOU and the partnership will go a long way to modernize the Nigerian police force and create smart police stations. The Emir of Kano and former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Muhammadu Sanusi II, has questioned the federal government's continued reliance on borrowing, despite the removal of the petrol subsidy. Speaking in a media chat at the weekend, Sanusi stated that while the removal of fuel subsidy and the liberalization of the exchange rate were necessary, the timing and lack of fiscal discipline are threatening to erase the potential benefits. She noted the current shift towards domestic production, noting that the country has moved from a heavy importer of petroleum products to an exporter, which he said is very good for the economy. According to the monarch, Nigeria's practice of supporting foreign refineries while its domestic refining capacity remained dormant was a systemic failure that needed to be addressed. He, however, faulted the removal of subsidy and liberalization of the exchange rate in an environment of very loose monetary conditions, which he said was counterproductive and challenged the federal government's continued borrowing despite eliminating subsidy payments. The Nigerian stock market has recorded a 16.1 trillion naira appreciation since the beginning of this month and made impressive 2025 financial year corporate earnings by listed companies. The rally underscores renewed investor confidence and positions the market as a surprising bright spot amid global uncertainty. Data obtained from the exchange revealed that the market capitalization of listed companies opened for trading in April 2026 at 129 trillion naira and gained 16.1 trillion naira or 12.5% to close Friday at 145.3 trillion naira. On the other hand, the all share index gained 12.14% to close Friday at 225,722 basis points, compared with the 201,287 basis points the stock market closed for trading March 31st, 2026. The month of April 2026 witnessed the market capitalization making history by crossing the 140 trillion naira mark over surge in demand for fundamental stocks. Gunfire rocks Mali districts, including junta stronghold. And reactions trail shooting at the White House. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Gunfire rocked several districts of the junta-ruled West African country of Mali on Saturday, including Kati, the home of military ruler the home of military ruler General Assimi Goïta. Witnesses and security sources disclosed that fighting also broke out in the northern cities of Jao, Kidal and Tevare, in the center of the landlocked nation that has been battling more than a decade of jihadist conflict. The military, which seized power in 2 coups in 2020 and 2021, did not immediately comment on events and no claims of responsibility were made. Helicopters flew over the capital, Bamako, on Saturday, including at the international airport. Mali has resources including gold and other valuable minerals, and has since 2012 been grappling with a security crisis over attacks by jihadist groups affiliated with Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State group, and community-based criminal groups and separatists. The military government, like its counterparts in neighboring Niger and Burkina Faso, has severed ties with former colonial ruler France and several Western countries to move closer politically and militarily to Russia. United States President Donald Trump has been evacuated from the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington, D.C. after shots were fired outside the event. Trump was rushed off stage at the Washington Hilton Hotel on Saturday evening after gunfire broke out outside the ballroom where the annual media gala was taking place. The President, First Lady Melania Trump, and Trump's cabinet were unharmed in the attack. In a news conference after the incident, Trump said a man armed with multiple weapons had charged a security checkpoint and was taken down by the Secret Service. Trump described the suspect as a very sick person and a thug who had attacked the U.S. Constitution. Trump disclosed that a Secret Service officer was shot in the attack, but that he was saved by his bulletproof vest and was doing great. He urged all Americans to recommit with their hearts in resolving the country's differences peacefully, noting that this is not the first time in the past couple of years that the Republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill him. Meanwhile, figures across the political divide have condemned the attack at the event, which was also attended by First Lady Melania Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and many other senior government officials, along with hundreds of journalists and celebrities. House Speaker Mike Johnson, who attended the event with his wife Kelly, said both were praying for the country. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries of New York said the violence and chaos in America must end. Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser said she is so very thankful to members of law enforcement who did their jobs and made sure all guests were safe. Wei Jiajiang, the senior White House correspondent at CBS News and president of the White House Correspondents Association, who was sitting next to Trump as the incident unfolded, emphasized the public service role of journalism, saying that when there is an emergency, journalists run to the crisis, not away from it. Britain's ambassador to the US, Christian Turner, said some British embassy officials were at the event and expressed appreciation for the swift and professional response of the US Secret Service. Prime Minister Keir Starmer said he was shocked by the scenes of violence at the event and denounced the attack. He said any attack on democratic institutions or on the freedom of the press must be condemned in the strongest possible terms. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese applauded the US Secret Service and other law enforcement for their swift action, while the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said he is relieved that the President, the First Lady, and all guests are safe. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen expressed relief for the safety of attendees and thanked police and responders for their swift action. Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, who Trump has often clashed with, condemned the attack, saying that humanity will only advance through democracy, coexistence, and peace. Next is sports news with Christopher Lele.
The Confederation of African Football (CAF) has announced the rescheduling of the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations (WAFCON), citing the need to ensure optimal conditions for players, teams, and overall tournament organization. Originally scheduled to commence on March 17, 2026, the competition will now take place from July 25 to August 16. CAF's Acting Secretary General Samson Adamu acknowledged that the decision to postpone the tournament was not taken lightly, but was necessarily due to a range of logistical and organizational challenges that would have affected the quality of the event. The adjustment in schedule is expected to provide CAF and host stakeholders with additional time to address the identified challenges and ensure that WAFCON 2026 is staged under the best possible conditions. Sporting Supreme Football Academy and Nigeria Tels have been crowned champions of the 2026 FCT Federation Cup after securing victories in the men's and women's finals. The finals, held on Saturday 25th April 2026 at the Area 3 playing ground in Abuja, delivered an impressive display of football talent across both categories. In the women's final, Nigeria Tels dominated proceedings with a convincing 3-0 victory over NAF FC to clinch the title. In the men's competitions, Sporting Supreme Football Academy made history by claiming their first ever FCT Federation Cup title. Their senior team edged past their under-19 side in a closely contested match, winning 2-1 in an unusual final that featured two teams from the same academy. Following their success, all four finalists, Nigeria Tels, NAF FC, Sporting Supreme Team 1 and Sporting Supreme Team 2, will go on to represent the FCT at the 2026 National President Federation Cup. In basketball, African champions Nigeria the Tigers suffered an 89-63 defeat to the Los Angeles Sparks in the historic preseason friendly at Viajas Arena, San Diego on Saturday. The encounter marked the first ever meeting between an African national team and a WNBA franchise, a significant milestone for women's basketball on the global stage. Nigeria were led from the sidelines by assistant coach Wani Muganguza, with head coach Rena Wakama unavailable due to her commitments with the Chicago Sky coaching staff. In tennis, Britain Kat Butler said it was a privilege to play alongside absolute icon Venus Williams as they reached round 2 of the women's doubles at the Madrid Open. Butler, who was knocked out of the singles draw on Friday, and Williams 45, had never played together before, but defeated China's Yang Zhenyu and Su Yifan 4-6, 6-3, 10-7. They will take on Taiwan's Hsia Songwei and American Sophia Kenin in round 2. Seven-time Grand Slam champion Williams is on an 11-match losing streak in singles, and her last doubles win was at the US Open in September. In cricket, Punjab Kings produced a stunning victory against the Delhi Capitals in the Indian Premier League by hunting down a target of 265 to record the highest successful known chase in the history of T20 cricket. Punjab crossed the line with 7 balls to spare at the Arun Jaitley Stadium, surpassing their own previous best chase of 262 against Kolkata Knight Riders in 2024. KL Rahul had struck an unbeaten 152, the highest score by an Indian in IPL, as Delhi reached 264-2, batting first. But Punjab attacked from the outset and reached 116-0, the second highest power play score in the tournament. That's Sport News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The Abuja Summit, which will run for 2 days, aims to push for fundamental amendments in the 1999 Constitution to make it inclusive and equitable. Political leaders, patriots, intellectuals, and interests from across the country are taking part in the Abuja Summit.
What's going on this week is just like a climax. This thing has been going on from various zones. All the 6 zones have had cause to come together to evaluate, to make comments, to make suggestions. And what we're just trying to do, like I've said earlier on, is to collate all of this, distill them, and then turn them away from a cacophony of voices to a solid document.
This constitutional conference, we are seeking that powers to be devolved. Too much power at the center. Unitary system has not favored us. We never favor us. We are a federation, and so the federating units must have enough power.
Where are the granite pyramids? We don't see them again. Where is the huge? We're number 1 in producing cocoa in the world. Why don't we produce again? Because everybody is today depending on the oil from Niger Delta. We come and sit down and share the oil. But our fathers didn't do that. Our fathers had granite pyramids, and they had all these other things to produce. We're a productive country. We're not only consuming.
The former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Victor Atta, faulted the 1999 Constitution as a document forced on the people. He said that the Constitution needed to be amended for inclusivity and to promote constructive collaboration among all sectors of Nigeria.
The legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution, the viability of our current political system, the path towards restoring true sovereignty to the Nigerian people. This agenda, therefore, is not only the right one, but it is in fact the only one that matters now. We endorse it in its entirety because the truth is this: the 1999 Constitution was not the people's constitution. It was a military decree imposed without the consent of the people. The military suspended the 1963 Constitution, which remains the last legal expression of our people's collective will and agreed terms of conditions for staying together. That Constitution, I'd like to emphasize, was suspended.
While officially declaring the event open, former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Chief Emeka Anyaoku, spoke on the significance of the summit.
Our present 1999 Constitution, as amended, is not such a constitution. It was not democratically formulated. It was instead imposed on the country through a decree by the military administration. And the governance system derived from it is not only non-inclusive, but also induces over-expenditure of the nation's resources on administration rather than on capital development. Hence, the need for a new constitution made by the peoples of our country.
Other delegates spoke to journalists on the expectations from the summit.
103 million Nigerians are living under multidimensional poverty. 18.5 million Nigerian children are out of school. More than 70% of these numbers that I just shown out are children with disabilities and people with disabilities. And there's a correlationship between poverty and disabilities.
Whether it is the present constitution, as imperfect as it is, or a new constitution, if it stems out of platforms like this, it doesn't really matter if the operators of the constitution are not ready to live by the rule of law. So it is very, very important, value reorientation and, coming up with handlers who will see the Constitution as not just an ordinary document, but the very document that creates our existence, creates all the organs and the institutions within the federation called Nigeria.
I believe women already are 50% of the population anyway. And to find that in the National Assembly and in many other positions, we find women in very, very almost skeletal positions. This needs to be done, and things need to be done to improve this. Also, in terms of children, education, I believe education also needs to be placed in a more pivotal position than it is now, especially for childhood education.
The objective of the National Summit is to create from the present constitution a new document that speaks to the aspirations of Nigerians across all regions and institute a governance structure that frees the potentials of the black man's most populous nation. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman reporting for Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The focus of the 2026 World Health Day celebration was on turning plastics into possibilities. As climate space stakeholders gathered in Abuja, the young professionals in policy and development (YOPAD) pointed to renewable energy and inclusive approach to innovative waste management as an easy-to-achieve option in addressing unemployment, poverty, and abuse of the environment.
What we are here today to do is to create an awareness, and not just an awareness, so that people will understand that these plastics that we are using, it's easy. You can just pick it up, throw it away. Just things like that. It is causing more harm than good. It's easy, yes, but there's a lot of harm it is doing to our environment, which we do not also take into cognizance. So what we are here to do today is to create an awareness and also let people know that in this industry, there is also, a room for innovation, there is room for recycling, there is room for recovery, there is room for youth, for entrepreneurship skills, bringing your entrepreneurship skills, your tech skills, innovation to ensure that this industry is not just
what do I call it? It's not just for the older generation. Even the youth can also participate in it with their tech skills, social media skills, creating awareness amongst everybody to let them understand that we are causing more harm than good to our environment.
Thanks to the government for rolling out policies to, promote EPR, that's extended producer's responsibility, where producers are now, are now made to comply. But in as much as it's not yet compulsory, it's still voluntary. We still hope that the government is going to push for it to be compulsory for producers of plastic packaging to be responsible for the collection, the recycling of this plastic packaging after they are being used by the consumers.
The head of programs of UPAD, Chika Sophie, emphasized the importance of marking the 2026 World Earth Day.
Mother Earth also has its own issues that has been caused by activities of humans. For instance, we have the extractivism of oil, and we also have the constant use of plastics, which has resulted to clogging of drainages. It has resulted to microplastics in our oceans, in the air. You go around and you see nylon bags, as Nigerians will call it, waterproof. You see leather everywhere. We also have issues, where these drainages are clogged. We now have issues of erosion. We have issue of flooding. You see some people will bailing water out of their houses because the drainage system is clogged as a result of, these plastics.
Stakeholders believe that to reduce poverty and create employment, opportunities in the recycling ecosystem can be explored through innovation, entrepreneurship, and technology.
The recycling industry is a very huge market. It is a multi-billion, naira industry. And when people venture into this sector, you never lose from the business. You only make profits when you venture into it. Many waste recycling companies now are investing in people who can develop mobile apps. As you know, at the moment, we depend on the waste pickers, that is the babombolas, to get this waste. So many companies now want to invest in technology where people at the comfort of their home can easily send message to let the companies know that, yes, they have waste. So if we can actually achieve this, believe me, we are going to make our work easy. At the comfort of your home, you can be making money from the waste you generate. You just have to inform people through the mobile app or the website, and a truck will come and pick up your waste, and they will pay you for the waste you generate.
With UPAD and its partners leading the charge against climate change and climate-friendly policies by the government, aim to achieve a cleaner and safer country with more people engaged in the waste management industry. In Abuja, Nasir Usman for Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The National Human Rights Commission says it is positioning itself to respond to emerging human rights concerns driven by artificial intelligence. In a two-day capacity building training in Abuja, the Commission said AI was already influencing how institutions operate, make decisions, and deliver services. The Executive Secretary, Tony Ojukwu, advised that while artificial intelligence is transforming the world of work, it must be approached with responsibility and ethical caution.
As a commission with a critical mandate to promote and protect human rights, we must not be left behind. Rather, we must position ourselves to harness these emerging technologies. And we must do that responsibly and effectively to strengthen our work, improve our efficiency, and enhance services service delivery to the Nigerian people. AI offers us the tools that can significantly enhance productivity and effectiveness. As we embrace these technologies, we must also remain guided by ethical considerations, particularly in relation to human rights, data protection, and accountability.
Ojukwu dismissed fears that artificial intelligence will replace humans in the workplace, insisting that technology is designed to enhance productivity rather than eliminate jobs.
AI is not going to take people's job. Rather, what is required is that people should retrain. You know, for instance, if you are a graduate, you can read biology and you are doing banking. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you are a graphic artist, now now there's AI, right? So you just retrain yourself to see how you can also reposition yourself in the light of the new technology. So eventually, what it's doing is not really taking away people's job, but it's retooling them, reskilling them, so that they have different capacities on how to do the same job in different ways, in better ways, in easier ways, and also empowering more people to be able to do what maybe a small group of people knew how to do it before, but now a large number of people are able to access and venture into such areas.
The director of Human Rights Institute, Dorothy Ama, says the training is part of a broader effort to equip staff across all departments with the knowledge to understand and regulate AI usage. She noted that AI cannot be avoided, stressing that the real challenge is assuring it is used ethically and responsibly.
There's no escaping digital technology, whether we like it or not. And I think it is better we all build our capacity to use it and use it ethically. Because when you don't engage and build your capacity, you are at a disadvantage. And where artificial intelligence is wrongly used, it is someone who does not have the capacity and does not understand it that usually falls victim. Because most people who understand artificial intelligence, when you see a video, they are able to point out the key things to show you that this is artificial intelligence is not real. But when you don't know, if you don't have that knowledge and that information, then you are the one who is at a disadvantage.
Participants are expected to gain practical knowledge on how AI affects areas such as recruitment, staff monitoring, and service delivery, where human rights concerns are increasingly being raised.
AI, to be used ethically, should have the intervention of the human person, which means that if you apply AI to any task, you shouldn't leave that task without the human supervision. You should, first of all, determine what the end goal is, and also look at what are the aspects that could be violating other human rights, so to speak. It means that you need to be conscious of what human task or what human agency is needed to support the work you're doing.
The training continues until Wednesday, as the Commission says it is working to ensure that technological advancement does not come at the expense of fundamental human rights. In Abuja, Chimizi Zadima, reporting for Signature Television.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Soludo Charles Chukuma of APGA called 422664.
The result, which was announced by INEC in the early hours of Sunday, saw Soludo winning by a landslide in the 21 local government areas of the state. The state returning officer and vice chancellor of the University of Benin, Omoregie Edoba, declared him the winner of the exercise with 422,664 votes after the collation of results from the local government areas of the state.
The 2025 Anambra State governorship election held on 8th day of November 2025. I also certified that the election was contested and that the winner emerged. The candidate with the highest number of votes cast and percentage have all been completed. I therefore declare that Soludo Charles Chukuma of the APGA, I will satisfy the requirement of the law and score the highest number of votes in this election, is hereby declared the winner and returned elected.
Soludo beat his closest rival, Nicholas Ukachukwu of the All Progressives Congress (APC), who polled 99,445 votes, while Paul Chukwuma of the Young Progressives Party (YPP) came third with 37,753 votes, followed by John Nwosu of the African Democratic Congress (ADC), who secured 8,208 votes. George Monghalu of the Labour Party (LP) and Jude Ezewafo of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), who scored 10,576 votes and 1,401 votes. Shortly after the results were announced, there was jubilation at the residence of the governor in Isofia community, Agwata local government area, and the government lodge in Amoabia. The result has given Soludo a fresh 4-year term of the lighthouse. The election was, however, marred by irregularities, especially allegations of massive vote buying, while the turnout in several local government areas was low. Several party leaders and voters alleged vote buying in polling units across the state, despite a series of warnings by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) and the Law Enforcement Agency.
Do you have your result sheet? Why? So they are writing the results somewhere and we are voting here. No, that is not proper. Why are the result sheets not here? What is the polling unit here? What is the 013? People are voting and the result sheet is somewhere else and they are completing the result sheets there and computing the results. This is Ehiala. Amamo, Ward A. In Juniorate, the same thing is happening.
This is impunity. Can you, in front of the ballot boxes, in front of the very place, ballots, you are sharing money? And see, the policeman is there onlooking. Eh?
A political observer from a foreign observer group, Jim Okolo, expressed satisfaction with the outcome of the election, but called on INEC to punish electoral offenders to retain the confidence of voters.
Well, I would say for a fact that the electoral management body, which is ENUGU, and the political parties must be blamed for this, because they didn't carry out their statutory functions prior to elections, or the main election, which is voters' education, advocacy, and awareness. Educating them and trying to let them know how it's important for them to vote and elect leaders that will be in the helm of affairs for another 4 years.
Another election observer said the election was not credible as there were cases of vote buying witnessed at some polling units.
Turned out, but not as expected. The accredited voters were much, the registered voters were much, but those who came for the voting were, I think people are just complacent. I think people are tired. I think people just see this as a charade. And we need to do better. Both INEC, both us as citizens, the political parties, nobody should be able to manipulate the what do you call it? The outcome of election with money. Nobody should be able to manipulate the result of an election. So you are free to misbehave and to misrule. On election day, you bring out all the money in government house and you just buy voters and everything. We are going to submit our reports to INEC and we are going to make our report public. You can trust me that we are going to actually have a press conference where we will tell the public what we witnessed in Anambra.
There was a general voter apathy in the election, prompting calls for review of the off-cycle elections.
Most times these off-cycle elections is a major issue. Because I was asking some persons who have been participating in elections like that in this particular polling booth, and they said in every off-cycle elections we always have registered voter apathy. So I think that might be one contributory factor. INEC, for me, INEC has not done much in terms of creation of awareness, because it's an off-cycle election. I expected that even the town crier organized by INEC should be around, going from villages to village, so people to come out and cast their votes.
An election observer, Professor Ima Ezeanwaji from the Society for Equity, Justice and Peace, SEJUP, blamed the poor voting sensitization by INEC and the state government as major factors.
Sensitization, I think INEC has been failing in this one. Political parties have been failing because it's supposed to be a joint responsibility between the political party and the INEC. We need people to be more sensitized than what we are seeing.
With the return of Chukwuma Soludo as the governor of Anambra State, the people are hopeful that the economic struggles, including youth unemployment and insecurity, will receive needed attention. In Anambra, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
people. It's of course another beautiful weekend. I'm your baby girl, Queen Efokunta. I'm so hyper today because today is Friday. Yeah, right? Thank God it's Friday, the last day of the week. Weekend is that time where we tend to unwind, do some laundry, meet up with friends, hang out, go for parties, go to church, and of course prepare for the next week that comes in 2 seconds. So here we tend to give you interesting stories, top chatting drama in the entertainment industry. Today I have just short story, and it's not far from something you'll be saying on social media. Today is Friday. As usual, I'm going to be recommending movies to you, and we'll be having a conversation with a comedian who will be joining us pretty soon. But first of all, let's talk about what exactly is trending in the entertainment industry. Now, popular media personality Robbie Ekpo and his ex-wife Mayowa Lambe has currently embroiled in a public and legal dispute following revelations about their past relationship and her recent remarriage in the United States. Now, the controversy began after Ekpo's emotional appearance on the Honest Bunch podcast, where he reacted to reports that Lambe had married another man abroad without formally dissolving their marriage. He expressed shock over the developments, maintaining that they were still legally married. Ekpo also recounted how he supported Lambe's relocation overseas and claimed he continued to assist her financially, including allegedly purchasing a flight ticket for her returning to Nigeria. That was during her recent visit to Nigeria. So he further alleged that throughout their 11 years of marriage, Lambe secretly used contraceptives while he sought medical help over fertility concerns. Ekpo also claimed he has evidence that he was sending her money without knowing she was living with another man. He described the situation as painful, stating that he discovered the remarriage through videos and photos circulating on social media. The interview sparked widespread reactions online, with some Nigerians criticizing Lambe, while others called for her side of the story. In response, Lambe, through her lawyer Chinedu Waneli, issued a cease and desist notice to Ekpo. She demanded that he take down all related posts, retract his statement, and issue a public apology within 48 hours. The notice also included a demand for 100 million naira in damages for alleged defamation, warning of legal action if the conditions were not met. So Lambe maintained that their marital relationship had been mutually terminated in May 2025. Now, challenging the notice, Ekpo, through his legal representatives at TAP Legal Services, described the 100 million naira demand as excessive, unfounded, and premature. He insisted that his statements were based on personal experiences and not made with malicious intent, adding that he was prepared to defend himself in court with evidence. Ekpo also revealed plans to petition the United States authorities over alleged marriage fraud, stating that he would submit all relevant evidence as part of his case. So before we say before I say what I have to say, let's take a look at these videos.
10 years of my life, it pained me, Baba. If I had a kid out of wedlock, I would have been justified that, oh, my wife can do whatever she wants to do. If I had a kid out of wedlock, I would have been justified. What did I do but just love? My wife traveled 6 years, and for the small money I was earning, I was sending money to my wife every time. I have receipts here.
You were saying that
I was sending money abroad. I was sending flowers. I had friends in the US, and I would beg them to buy flowers and deliver in her house.
True. Now look at your mom.
My wife didn't bother to come back since 2021. I did not see my wife again until last year that I sent her money to buy ticket to come to Nigeria. I went with 2 cars to the airport. with my friends. I get my friends' phone so that they will welcome her. I couldn't get a clip of me hugging my wife. You haven't seen your husband in 4 years. And I went to pick you up at the airport and you did not hug me. We got home and she did not kiss me. She did not hug me. I slept in the living room for 2 days. I never get car since I came to Lagos. Last year was the first time I got a car. I bought a Lexus RX 350. I bought it with my hard-earned money when I stopped sending money abroad.
So you were sending money abroad?
I was sending money. I would send money. My one would call me and tell me the money is too small. How much did they pay me? I would do a gig of 500k. I would send 200k. The receipts are here.
How can you call your wife for 3-4 days and she will not call? She will not call back. She will not pick. Anytime I call her, now when she did inside motor, she got a house and got a male flatmate.
What?
She got a house and got a male flatmate and said, you know how you can sublet your room. But why a male? I was not comfortable with it.
Nobody will be.
But I let it slide, only for me to find out 2 days ago that the person that she was staying, that she claimed was a flatmate, was sleeping with her.
Is it the same guy she married?
No. I've been in love, but I stupid. I saw a picture of her sitting in a restaurant on a man's leg. Right? It seems like a normal picture. Let me see. Look at the iPad on the table. What do you see? Let me see. Zoom in. You can zoom in. Let me help you. Look at the iPad on the table. What do you see?
That's her.
On a man's leg.
So this is so disheartening. This is very, very disheartening. And you know, when this video was circulating online, people were like, let's hear her own side of the story. Me too, I'm part of that. Let's hear her own side of the story. So I think after a few days, she posted a video where she was dancing to a gospel song. People had to post that and it went viral. And then a few days later, we got to find out that she petitioned against him over 100 million naira for defamation, right? And he should take down everything that she said about him from social media. Now, the development is that he too has petitioned against her, right? But she said their marriage was what's the word now? Dissolved since last year, May 2025. So if the marriage was dissolved last year, May 2025, maybe that's why she didn't hug you at the airport. But of course, you can't dissolve a marriage when you guys are distant. Both of you have to sign the divorce papers while the both of you are there and there. So the both of them are actually fighting legally. It's more like let's meet in court. It's more like let me see where this will lead to. I would actually want to see where this will lead to. Do you get? Because as we speak, she's already married to somebody else. She is already married to somebody else, and that's what hurts him the most. Because you're married to somebody else and we are still legally married. We are not dissolved. We are still together. But she, in her subconscious, this marriage is over since last year May. It's getting to a year now. It's actually a very long month. It's very disheartening. Let's be very practical. A whole lot of people were like, oh, women, sisterhood is proud of you, brotherhood is proud. I don't think this is about gender now. I don't think it's about gender. This is personality, right? Because I know a whole lot of men who say, this is why I don't want my wife to go abroad. This is why I don't want to take my wife with me abroad. This whole thing has brought a whole lot of comments, even with guys and men in UK, Nigerian men per se, saying that women are actually in relationships for survival. They are also in marriages for survival. A whole lot of statements has been made. A whole lot of content has been made for this particular interview with the Honest Bunch. But let's see how far this is going to go between them, because right now they are fighting legally. Now, R&B singer David is facing serious criminal charges in the United States over the death of a teenage girl whose decomposed body was discovered in his vehicle. Prosecutors allege that the 21-year-old artist born David Burke murdered 14-year-old Celeste Rivers Henderson and dismembered her body, leaving the remains in bags inside his Tesla. Authorities claim the incident occurred in April last year, and her body was later found at a tow yard in September. During the preliminary hearing in Los Angeles, prosecutors revealed that a search of Burke's phone allegedly uncovered a significant amount of illegal explicit material involving minors. They did not clarify whether it was connected to the victim. So investigators believe the teenager had been in a relationship with Burke and allege he killed her to prevent exposure. An autopsy later confirmed she died from multiple injuries, with drugs and alcohol also found in her system. Burke has denied all charges, including murder, sexual abuse of a minor, and mutilation of human remains. He remains in custody as the case proceeds. I don't understand. Why can you deny? Well, it's possible, but I don't know how this is gonna work, right? They found her remaining body in your Tesla. They checked your phone and they found illegal content, illegal things on your phone. Now, you're actually involved with drugs and alcohol for minors, and this young lady, it is alleged that she was your girlfriend, right? So you killed her to prevent exposure, and that wasn't enough. You had to cut her. You have to butcher her body. Even if you did, why didn't you throw everything away? Why did you keep the remain in your car? Now, this happened a year ago because it happened around April, but they got to find out on September, right? But it is now that they are filing against him. So I don't know how he's actually saying, oh, he's not guilty of all charges. It takes a very strong lawyer to help you win this case, because I don't think her family will take this, right? If it's one thing to prevent her from saying that you're into this with minors, because how come you're dating a 14-year-old girl? How old are you? You're 21 and you're dating a 14-year. Are you even up to the age of being in a relationship to start with? And then you're dating a minor of 14-year-old and you're giving her drugs and alcohol for what? Anyways, moving forward, American rapper Kanye West is set to perform in Prague this summer. According to event organizers, Zuzana Rambova, director of the Churchill Arena Racecourse, confirmed that the concert will take place on July 25th, although further details about the show have not been disclosed. Czech media reports indicate that the event is being organized by ENUGU Production, a company reportedly owned by Slovak entrepreneur Hugo Varga. The announcement comes after a previously planned performance by the rapper in Bratislava, Slovakia, was cancelled last year. The cancellation followed controversy surrounding a song he released on May 8, 2025, coinciding with the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, which sparked public backlash. Now, thousands of people had signed a petition opposing his scheduled appearance at the Slovak festival, leading organizers to call off the event. This is sad. This is going to be the second time that Kanye is shut out from an event. This is actually the second time this month. Anyways, that's all I have for you in the news segment. Coming up next is Movie Train, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop, only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is Movie Train segment where I tend to recommend some interesting movies to you. So first on the list is From. So a town with a hidden secret experiences strange occurrences that intensify at night. Mysterious forces disrupt everyday routines as residents try to preserve stability and community while attempting to comprehend their surroundings. Now, From is set in a seemingly ordinary town with an extraordinary secret. The series follows the residents as they encounter unexplained phenomena that intensify with the onset of night. As everyday life is disrupted by mysterious forces, the inhabitants must navigate unforeseen challenges while trying to understand the hidden nature of their environment. The narrative weaves together multiple personal stories exploring the struggle to maintain order and connection amid an ever-present sense of uncertainty. Now, newsflash, I've not seen this movie, but I actually find it interesting. This is season 4. If you've not watched season 1, 2, 3, I think you need to start afresh, because if you fast forward to season 4, you won't be able to understand it. I like this movie. It's very mysterious. It's not scary, it's not action, it's not romance, but it's quite mysterious. Alright, moving forward is The Boys season 5. Now, in The Boys season 5, Homelander consolidates power as president, forcing the team into hiding while Annie January sparks a residence. Billy Butcher, working with Dr. Samuel Shah, hunts for a super killing virus to eradicate votes, while Soldier Boy returns, facing a brutal showdown against Homelander and new threats at Fort Harmony. This one is very, very serious. It's giving Marvel vibe and energy, right? I've not seen this one also. Unfortunately, most of the movies I'm recommending today, I've not seen anyone. So up next is Michael. Now, the film Michael follows the extraordinary life and rise of global music icon Michael Jackson from his early days as a child star to the Jackson 5 to his transformation into one of the most influential entertainers in history. It traces his journey through fame beginning in Gray, Indiana, highlighting his breakthrough success, iconic performances, and the creative force behind legendary albums like Off the Wall, Thriller, and Bad. So, the story also explores his struggles with fame, family, pressure, and the challenges that came with global superstardom. Starring his lifestyle nephew, Jafar Jackson, the film focuses heavily on Michael's artistry, performances, and impact on global pop culture, celebrating his legacy as the king of pop, while offering a dramatic look at the man behind the music. So, newsflash, this movie is streaming in the cinema, not in Nigeria, but in the diaspora. So, let's keep our fingers crossed. It's supposed to come down here like this weekend, but let's keep our fingers crossed. I'm sure people are really, really anticipating this, especially Netflix lovers like me and you. So we have lots of movies to see this weekend, and that's all I have for you in the movie train this hour. We're going on a short break, very short break, and coming up next is the conversation segment, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop, only on Signature TV.
That's it! Oh my
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop, only on Signature TV. plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the conversation segment, and today on the show we've got one of the fast-rising voices in Nigerian comedy, Ikebudu Emmanuel, popularly known as Slim Saint, a performer who has been building his name both online and on stage, and is now gearing up for a major comedy show. He's here to talk about the craft, the grind, and why live comedy still delivers a different kind of energy in today's digital world. So join me in welcoming our guest, Slim Saint.
You choke.
Don't be like, what's up? How you doing? How is the preparation for your show going?
Thank God, it's going well. So far, so good. We've been doing our best, and we hope they come on time and have a great show.
So no pressure. I hope 7 is 7.
Yeah, that's how my show. This is my 5th show as a stand-up comedian. So over the years, we've adjusted to timing and
So no African time.
No African time. It's meant to even be 6, but it's like red carpet 6. But the major show starts 7.
All right, no wahala till then. So let's start with this, right? What is it about live comedy that makes it feel so different from watching skits or clips online?
There's this feeling it gives. To be very honest, there's this feeling live. There's nothing beats it, you know. There's no sound effect. There's no laugh at the end. You're not fixing anything.
Yeah.
What you give, I think that's the fastest communication. You know? Once you give, you get a feedback immediately. Once you say your jokes, you get the laughter. If it's funny, if it's not, you get it instantly at the spot. So unlike digital comedy online, if you post, you have to edit. You take it, you do this. Then if it's not even funny, you feel they add sound to make it, and then you do it. Then people will start laughing and start commenting. But no, stand-up comedy, live comedy is actually one of the hardest crafts. Yeah, because they get your results immediately. You don't have to wait. In 5 minutes, you don't already know. So that's how it works.
So at what point did you realize that, okay, yeah, I want to go into comedy? Because, you know, most of the comedians we know, AY, the rest of Funny Bone, Clint the Drunk, you know, name them. Physically, they look funny. Facially, they look funny. But you're looking like a fine boy. You don't look like somebody that...
I'm not looking like a fine boy. I am.
Oh, shit!
Yes, so please.
Okay, you're a fine boy.
Yes, thank you.
Your face does not attribute a comedian in any form. So at what point did you realize, okay, I want to go into comedy?
First of all, it's not my fault that I look this good, you know. It's a +1 to my brand, because I don't want to look like the joke.
Okay.
You know, that's it. And I think comedy for me started when I was in primary school. I think I was in primary 5. I just realized that I love to make noise. I love to be in noise making.
Your name is always the names of noise maker.
So I make noise a lot. I go to the other class, primary 5B. we'll go find trouble. They go laugh. They go write my name for another class.
Can you imagine?
So I never knew it was called comedy until you know I was joining drama club, joining all and all, till my SS1. You know, started watching stand-up comedy. I love Sheilo, Ajebo, Elenu, Acapella, you know, Basket Mouth. Those were my goods then, and I was like, I love this stuff. But I think I wanted to start it then, but one of my friends discouraged me. He said, bro, you look too good, you know if you do this thing, they don't go laugh. So I waited for like a year.
Yeah.
I was lessons 2. I just told myself, I'm going to do this thing. And I started doing it from there and gained admission to UNN, and it has been all good all the way.
So your mouth and your voice speaks louder than your facial expression.
Exactly. So the comedy don't pass when person go climb stage, you don't begin
they laugh.
You know.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not about the face. Some people even book me because of how I look, you know. Yes, now I look worth it, I look branded. Like,
why is pride written all over you, this guy?
Because it's not pride. It's just me telling you how valuable I am, you know.
Yeah.
So people, when I come on stage, they underrate me and I like it. You know, before I go on stage, people are like, okay, if only actually call that kind of thing. But when I begin to talk, so it's my mouth that is my office. My mouth is my strength. So once I begin my performance and all, you have to like me and pay attention to me.
True. So do you think digital platforms have made audience easier to access than having them live on a show?
Yeah, because the world is global. The world is digital. If I would say it's everyone is now using their phones. Everyone is now online. Everyone is browsing. People are always on their phone, like almost all the time. So obviously, people promote their posts. So you get reach. You get people to view your stuff. You get audience online. So I guess yeah.
Well, have you ever made a joke that actually glared people up online, and when you came on stage, people didn't find it funny?
I have to think.
You won't claim that say no get anyone.
Any joke when I talk online?
Yes.
Is it stand-up comedy?
Yes, stand-up comedy, the one you made online, and then you came on stage and people did not find it funny?
No. None of them. All my jokes, I did critic, like, you know the way I write my jokes. They had before ENUGU funny.
Yes.
I have like team. I have people that I contact, you know. Before I will say this joke. I go guess I have underground study. I make my research. I do a lot of background check, then publish the joke online. For online people to accept the joke, you go sell offline. But most times it has to sell on offline first. If people laugh like now, if I post it online, definitely people will obviously like it. So I think it's the other way around. Yeah.
Okay, so would you say that social media helped build hype for live shows or reduce it? Yeah,
it helps. Social media is like I said, it's where we do our PR, our ads. So social media is actually helping. Like this is my show now that I'm planning, you know, this Sunday at Amadu Event Center. I was in Lagos putting the whole PR, pushing the whole show, and I was making the location ENUGU.
So how does that work?
It's as social media now, because you place ad on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and you make the location to be ENUGU. So people that are in ENUGU, you can be in Lagos and be promoting a post in this ENUGU, and people will be viewing it in ENUGU. So when I'm here, people are like, I saw your flyer on my feed, you're having a show in ENUGU. But people in Lagos too might not really get the reach. But because you set the location to be in ENUGU.
Yeah.
So yes, it has helped. It has helped a lot, especially for publicity and, you know, ads. Yeah.
So this one is quite personal, right? How do you deal with silence and unresponsive crowd during a live performance? You know, when like you crack a joke and people are not laughing. You know, there was a time we heard that they used to spray tear gas then.
Yes.
You know, when you're not there live, when you're watching it, they're always laughing, even when the thing is not funny. So tell us your whole experience, if you have experienced such thing, like you made a joke and people did not respond, they didn't feel like, oh, this is funny.
To be honest, every comedian watching this knows that there's always a bad day at the office as a comedian or as creative or as a worker. There are times where you crack joke, it might not really sit well with the audience. Yes, and you have to just either your hands strong enough to talk something again to find way, maneuver your way to make the joke funny, or you just have a bad day totally. But for me, I just have a way. God just used to help me. I just have a way. Once you are distracting me, I know what to say to get, because I was on a show last week Sunday at the same Amadio, and people were coming in, people were walking in, table, these dignitaries and all, they were walking in, and so distracting my performance. But there were other people that were paying attention. So I just said something that caught their own attention, and people that were listening to me got the message that this guy, they tried make these people understand, say I did stage, that kind of thing. So I was saying a lot of things and people were laughing, and those people now settled and started paying attention to me. So the baseline, the point there is you just need to know how it works. Like your hand, you guys be confident on stage, you have to be quick on your feet, because some people might just get thrown off once they see people walking, they distract their performance. But once you are confident, once you are good, you know what you want to do and what you want to say. So
would you say that reading the room is maybe one of the attributes to give you inspiration on the next joke to crack?
Definitely. Definitely. That's like a cheat code that I do tell people. You don't just come and perform. You come before the show, observe, see what they are laughing to, okay, understand the environment, okay, this is what this person said that make them laugh. Okay, do I have a joke relating to this? It makes your work easy. You cannot go to a church setting and start saying vulgar joke, So all those things, then a lot of underground study that works. You don't just come and just want to go and perform. So you get to a level when you're big, like very big, you just go and they know that this person is always funny, so you just go. But when you're still up and coming, you have to understand the whole thing behind it.
I used to have a problem with some comedians that come off stage and they're literally yapping somebody, right? Yapping people, both dignitaries and non-dignitaries, right? No, I want to understand, that whole reading the room kind of thingy. How on earth do you tend to just pick, because you might be yapping somebody that is going through a lot and the ones you slap on stage, right? So I want to know how you people, because I know there's no script for this. It's not like you're coming up to do a red carpet show or something. This is a talent that flows within. I want to know how you people tend to read the mind of somebody that, okay, I can yap this person and nothing will happen.
It just takes grace of God.
So there's no fear within you that somebody, and I was asked, do they come to you people at the end of the day, like maybe after your performance, and they're like, I don't like that thing you said about me?
That's right. Sometimes some of them used to come. Sometimes you be smart enough to go and meet them first. Babana joke, that kind of thing. Like this, my show now is start funny and reckless. So we are gonna be saying funny jokes and we're gonna be talking recklessly too. Do you understand? So like my last show in Lagos was my jokes in your head.
Okay.
So I actually put my jokes in their head and people were laughing, and after the show they still had my jokes in their head. But this one is just funny and reckless. I did the first one and this is the second one in ENUGU. So it's me, like you said, you talk about things that people might not really find good. You get to pick on them. It just depends on your mindset. It depends on how your charisma is on stage. So because there are some times where I'll just pick on somebody and the person will some audience that's why it depends. Some audience they are fun. They like when you some when they will throw shades, they will even tackle you before you even tackle them. When you're on stage they might say Korean Abusef walk. So it destabilizes you mentally, So if you're good, if your hand is strong in this thing, you go guys talk back and make the person the joke, because you are in power, you have the mic, So sometimes it's like that, and sometimes you just have to do crowd work. They call it crowd work. You have to do crowd work, do some spontaneous things that will make people laugh too.
Okay, now, do you think live comedy is still the ultimate test for a comedian?
Yes, now.
So you have to host a show, or you must be invited for a live comedy show, so that people
will know that you are funny.
Yeah.
Yes, now.
But I mean, we're in the digital world, like you are great.
The thing is, it's easy. It's understand. Everybody knows this thing. If you are online making a joke,
yes,
it doesn't. It's not 100% that it's going to be funny off stage.
Okay.
Yes, it's one thing people need to understand. But when you are funny offline, like on stage, legit live audience, like you put up a show and people are laughing, you are funny. It's obvious that you are funny, you know, and people will be laughing. Yeah, that's my.
I know you're going to blush.
That's my performance right there.
Yeah. So do you I don't know, is there any most unforgettable moments of you on stage, like maybe the way an audience reacted to your comedy?
Is it a good way or a bad way?
But good and bad.
Yes, good way.
So tell us the story. How did you react to that? How did that make you feel?
A whole lot of times. That happened a whole lot of times. A whole lot of times. There are a whole lot of good performances that I have. When I even went for a competition, the Nigeria Spirit Talent Hunt,
yes,
as at 2021, and I won the competition as the second runner-up. You know, when I won the competition, the feeling during the performance, like I performed to like 1,000 people, and you know, the feeling I got, the response, because I have a slang then, he choke, I mean, you know, choke, they say he choke, they say so like, the feeling was different, you know, and when I won the competition, it was mind-blowing. Performances, when I performed at a hotel in Lagos, I think the Stalkers show, and at the bus show too, the feeling, the audience reaction, then Kenny Black show too in a hotel, when I performed last year, it was amazing because people were like laughing. And then comedy clubs in Lagos, you know, they laugh. The laughter, the feeling it gives, it makes you know that okay, yes, this I'm working, I'm putting in work, and the result is good.
Yeah.
But for the bad parts, I'm trying to think of maybe if I've said something that did not really sit well. I'm not sure.
All right. Now, when you step on stage, when you walk on stage, what changes your mind mentally, especially when you see the crowd?
It's showtime.
You don't fret, you don't feel some kind of maybe an anxious. And I also want to know, right? Do you people have like strategic steps to your
jokes?
Yeah, jokes. Like, okay, when I go on stage, I'm going to say this joke first. And
why you won't make I expose like my work? But like first question you asked was
yes,
the fear stuff, yeah. When I started comedy, to be honest, I used to be very scared. I used to have stage fright, 100%. I'm not even going to deny that. I used to be very scared. I used to I would wonder what now I want to talk now, we go make these people laugh, and then it was students now. So I was just trying to get to understand the whole algorithm of how stand-up comedy works. But when I left school, and I think my 300 level, 400 level, I started, you know, posting my own shows, appearing at people's shows, performing and making myself, you know, big. Then when I went to Lagos, it was like the best thing I did for myself. I started, you know, going to bigger shows, understanding the whole thing, and my hand was, you know, I was rehearsing, writing new sets and all. So when I'm going on stage now, I don't have any fear in me. Like if this was me 4 years ago planning a show, I'll not even be here, because I'll be very scared first off, because I never fix this one, and I want to interview. How? But then like media tour, and I'm relaxed. God is in control.
Yeah.
But then for the jokes, scripted, if you're doing a show, like this my show now, definitely I have jokes that I've written for ENUGU. Like I said, I just did my show in Lagos, November 23rd. So I wrote a different set, like I performed for 1 hour, it's on YouTube, Slim Effects TV. streaming globally too, and it's a nice set. So I did like 1 hour 20 minutes set, but doing editing we have to
cut some things
parts.
off.
So it was 1 hour. Different sets from this ENUGU. Now this ENUGU one is funny and reckless, so there's a different joke, different. So I have how I want to, what I want to tackle, what I want to talk about, and how I'm going to do it, then how I'm going to sign out. So that's how it works. But if you're going for a comedy show, you're a comedian, I just know that this is a Muslim. You guys talk about this very dark man. You guys talk about
very dark man should not come for you.
No, like he's somebody that if you talk about, people you won't laugh. And I have jokes about him. Funny jokes, but not insultive. No, very dark man. Then the trending topics. You should have things to talk about them. So then you should have your own jokes too and your sign out jokes. So. But I don't advise comedians to have it crammed. Like I must say this first joke once I must say it after this one. No, it doesn't work like that sometimes. So you might say the first one. So you might say the first one, and maybe someone might distract you. You lose your line of thought, and you can't remember the second one. Get a messed up performance. So it's not always good to cram la po in comedy. No, you just freestyle, do your thing.
So what does comedy really mean to you? You know, this Nigeria, there's nothing funny. As I'm speaking to you now, nothing is funny in this country, and we tend to have people hosting comedy shows, and I tend to wonder what is funny that you want to come and say on stage and make people laugh, right? So what does comedy really mean to you?
Comedy is life.
How is it life?
Like, I'm happy doing this work. I'm not even going to lie. I'm happy because I keep seeing reasons why I am doing this work. Like, how do I explain it now? When I started, I was seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. But at least now it's clearer, and it's just like I'm a go-getter. So I'm seeing it. I'm like, oh, this is the life I prayed for 2 years ago, and this is like I'm still praying for more. I've not gotten to where I want to be. But I'm on the right path, so it's a good thing. It's a thing of joy. I'm happy doing it, and not like I don't have other things that I'm doing aside from comedy. But like this is what I tag as a great job. I know there's nothing funny. I know. That's why I say comedy no really hard. Now you want funny. If I crack joke, laugh. I'll come.
You go crack joke now. You need crack joke now. You need to make both me, producer, director, to laugh. So I mean your life now, right? This one is life stage.
No, this one.
But the difference now is that you're sitting down.
That's sit down comedy.
Yes, sit down comedy, not stand up comedy. So we would like you to crack a joke, and then maybe we'll ask you the last question before we let you go. I want to see I will take crack.
No, we're putting that for the moment now.
We don't need cram jokes. We don't need cram jokes.
My jokes are not for this audience here.
I don't understand.
These people that are looking at me.
Crack joke.
Anyway, there's nothing funny in the country, and you and I know there's nothing funny. The person who had the following footstep don't go match poison. That's the beginning of the. Who promised to stand by me, don't go sit down,
Yes.
And motivational speakers in ENUGU, they are doing a very bad work. I was on my way to Agbapa which day. Now one guy tell me one motivational quote. And the way it stands now is like this, the other way around, because this morning, 2 birds nearly used 1 stone kill me. One they target my eye, the other one they shout, kill! Yeah, it's a crazy thing, but outside in ENUGU, people are trying. In Lagos, all of them want to say the heart of Lekki. Lekki is heartless now, as I speak to you. It's heartless. And the houses, they don't have lights. I pay for 2 years, lights no in my house. As I speak to you, my room is very dark, man.
I see what you did there.
Let me say, be graduate.
One thing is, even without you cracking a joke, I actually find you funny. I think it's your charisma and all, right? You embody this life of the party kind of energy and vibe.
The Gen Z.
The Gen Z comedy. Okay, so now what makes live comedy irresistible? Is it the fact that you come to meet other people or just to watch that particular comedian?
All of them.
Everything I just said.
Yeah, all of the above. It works that way, sharp. Like most people just come out to have a great time. Not like you have anything special. Sometimes comedy is to be honest, I tell people comedy has gone beyond this. You get one guy. That guy now the open pay. They carry on yesterday. So you don't get any
guy the open pay.
So yeah, please tell them about my show, or should I do it?
You actually talked about your show like several times. I did that in the intro. We forgot to.
Yeah.
I will be talking about your show that is always in Amadio and all that. This Sunday. Yes. Anyways, the director said I should ask you one question, but I'm not going to ask you.
Why?
He said I should ask you if it was an option for you to go into comedy, or did you feel jump?
That's a very good question. Thank you very much, Mr. Director. The work we are doing behind camera, is it the work you studied in school? Because according to that voice, you'll be like IMT.
What do you mean? I don't know.
Choice University. Director with first class and you're doing directing. No problem. Well,
you are a great guy, right?
I studied mass communication.
Okay. Oh really?
Yeah, UNN, University of Nigeria. So this is the life I chose. Yeah.
Interesting. We had a great time with you, Slim. Slim Saint. We had a great time with you. I love your charisma, and I would like to see you perform on Sunday. I really want to see more of this whole vibe and pride that is moving.
Pride,
sorry.
Oral.
You know yourself.
Oral.
You just know yourself.
We call it oral. Say oral.
Oral.
Good. Please, you guys should come early. 7 p.m. at Amadi Event Center.
All right.
See you all.
Okay, thank you so much.
I really appreciate
we had a great time doing this with you. The show has come to an end. I'm sure you were laughing your mouth out. I don't want to say the other word. So join us same time tomorrow for more interesting stories and conversations like this. Enjoy your weekend. It's gonna be a beautiful week ahead, right? Believe it will happen for you. Follow all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queen ENUGU.
Bye bye.
local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos? People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Looking at other options, but God has not.
You are welcome to television, Signature Television Unscripted, your usual exciting program. Today we are going to discuss critical national issues that has taken place in our country, Nigeria, in the past 1 week or so. With me in the studio to examine, analyze, and give some kind of solutions to the problems of that we are facing today. Mr. Christian Madu. Mr. Madu, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you, Chief Ubani.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Martin Ani. Mr. Ani was not available last week. We thank God that today he has joined us.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here.
Mr. Martin, how is your health now?
Yeah, very well. I'm better now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
God
concern.
the glory that you are able to make it today.
Thank you.
We are in the month of June. Few days or so, I was saying Happy New Month to some of my friends. I don't know, Mr. Madoka, whether I did say Happy New Month to you.
No, you missed me, when you were selecting who to. It was Nigerian money, you would have missed me.
So I'm sorry for that. But the issue is that, you see, the time is flying. Time is flying. And this is the 6th month of the year. The year is
the half time.
and before you know it will be in July. And why am I talking about the fleeting times? It's because, I mean, in January, there was this optimism, there was this zeal, there was this hope that in the middle of the year, things will get better. You know, and by the end of 2025, for instance, the level of insecurity in our land would have reduced. The level of hunger would have reduced. And, you know, the Naira would have taken its rightful place in the, you know, in the economy. Petrol price would have come down. Prices of food would have come down. But 6 months on the line, and these things are not happening, especially insecurity. And you know what, that when there is no peace, there will be no development. And you know, so gentlemen, let's look at, you know, the, you know, lingering insecurity problem in Benue State and Nigeria as a whole. On the 14th of June this year, about 200 people were massacred in cold blood in Yewata community of Benue State. Today we have tears, we have blood, we have sorrow in that community. And it appears, you know, our hopes of getting it right, you know, security-wise, has been dashed. The insecurity continues to increase by the day. A few days back, President Bola Tinubu was in Benue State to see things for himself, to commiserate with the, you know, the victims of the water massacre of June 14. And you must have listened to the president. I did also listen to him. And one of the things he did say during the town hall meeting in Makurdi, he called the Inspector General of Police and said, how come nobody has been arrested, you know, since over the killings in Benue State? Of course, you did see the Inspector General of Police, you know, there. He just rose up and saluted Mr. President. And he also asked the Chief of Army Staff, told the Chief of Army Staff, look, get those guys out. Get those criminals out. And one begins to think, I mean, you know, for the president to come there and ask the Inspector General of Police, I mean, how come is it that the president didn't have any intelligence before coming to the fact that no arrest was made? I had thought that the IGP would have been reprimanded before, in fact, not just reprimanded, but removed, since that is the mindset of the president. I said, how come no arrest has been made? Mr. Madoka, I want to come to you. I mean, a huge killing, massacre of this nature took place. And of course, that's not the first time that people will be massacred in Benue, the food basket of Nigeria, the land flowing with milk and honey, so to say. So, what do you make out of the president's, you know, visit to Benue State? His remark to the Inspector General of Police, what he said to the Chief of Army Staff? What do you make out of it?
Thank you, Chief Ubani. You have loaded this. You made statements, and we're going to wonder where I've actually analyzed the Benue killings and the presidential visit in so many other platforms. But since it cropped up again in the Signature Unscripted, I want to also say that we seem not to, there's something Nigerians are not being told. What is happening in Benue, from all indications, is no more farmer-herders clash. And whether the president was given intelligence report before his visit and all, it could be given. You know, there's something you must tell a woman before you take her to bed. Yeah. What they are telling us, what the president is telling us is that we know that he's the commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He gets, from the top where he operates, there are so many things he sees we do not see. So for him to come to Benue, it was purely political. Because the same president has the power to tell the Egbotoku and said, look at it, Mr. Egbotoku, before I land in Benue, I want at least to hear that some people have been arrested, whether they are alleged or let me get to see some people are here. And he can call Christopher, the CDS, like he shouted his name on the political when he was addressing the stakeholder, and say, Christopher, before I say Makode, I want evidences. That's how the commander-in-chief talk. You don't have the commander-in-chief who goes to talk to people who have lost so many number of people in within short time, and then this is where I look and say, hey, Chief Michael Mani, why is it that you are on signature scripted today? Martin, what is happening? Who invited you? Then I must be like playing on the minds of the people. These are the level. Let's not go about it. It was good. He came to Benue. It was not good, the situation that brought him in Benue. But you could even see that the people that were trying to receive him were still trying to sound political correct. Turned the event into a jamboree. Because I've always used this proverb, when you carry the corpse of another man, it will always look like you are carrying a log of wood. Those ones alive are reporting it. I hope, and I wished they were in Yewata. I wish that the governor was from Yewata. I wish that all his commissioners are from, some of them are from there. I wish that the members of the House of the Assembly of Benue State were from there. It would have been different. Even the president got to Benue State, he couldn't go to Yewata because we were told that Yewata was flooded. And there's no presidential jet that will fly him over to take aerial view. So that you convince himself, he's still dealing with the third or second class report of what happened in Yewata, why he was in Benue State. And the Benue, for the level of massacre that went in Benue, the president could only visit few minutes, had a chat and talk, and then enter a flight and back, and then moved on his originally planned trip to Kaduna. That's my comment.
Mr. Martin, we're told that the president was unable to visit Yewata, the scene of the massacre, and because the whole place was flooded. You did, allude to that when you were making your point. Because the place was, the roads were bad, and the roads were flooded. Is that expected of a commander-in-chief, a president of over 200 million people? The president came to Makodi, to Benue State. We are not, in a civil war. I remember there was no day during the Nigeria-Biafra civil war when 200 people were killed, in one day. I mean,
okay.
Could the excuse the president gave, is this reasonable?
Okay, thank you, Chivubani. It's a pleasure. Thank you for... So by way of weighing in, on the insecurity issue, and then the current massacre in Benue, Yewata local government, or area of one of the local governments in Benue, which the president visited last time with a full entourage of security apparata, over there. So I want to start by, I was listening to one of the East African former vice president. I think his name is Professor Zulumba or Mulumba. He normally visits Nigeria, especially during Democracy Day. He was there. So I want to start by, first of all, commiserating with the people of Benue State, commiserating with people of Nigeria for the repeated loss, of human lives, which has become normal, and then nobody even takes it serious anymore. But that's unfortunate, because we neither create lives, so we shouldn't take lives. Then I want to, going back to Professor Mulumba, you know, in quoting him the other day, he said, he talks about kakistocracy. And he said kakistocracy is the government, a government whereby the worst of the people lead the people. And he talks about kleptomocracy, which is the government where the thieves are in control. So that is, by the way, it is left for us to look at ourselves and then assess his postulations. So what I want to say is this. It was nice the president visited Benue, but it was not nice. The optics were not nice, you know, for us to see a kind of political jamboree where people are supposed to be mourning, where the president is supposed to be the chief mourner, you know, where the people are supposed to be comforted, empathized with, commiserated with, comforted in such a way that they will begin to at least come to reality with the fact that their loved ones were dead. But then we saw a gathering made up of top brass, military, police, and security men, then asking questions that should have been asked before the visit, just like you talked about. The man at the top, he should see more than every other person. He should get reports and know exactly what he was going to Benue to do. And to talk about the incessant killings in Benue. Mind you, Benue is the food basket of Nigeria and has one of the largest expanse of land, you know, bordering Nasarawa, part of ENUGU, part of Kogi. So it is a place that the Fulanis enjoy, you know, open grazing. And that was why former Governor Otom did something, you know, then he was in the opposition. He tried to do something as a former PDP governor, you know, with the APC at the center, Buhari. And then everybody felt, oh, Buhari, the former president, was protecting his people. So the formation of an internal security arrangement, you know, wasn't welcomed by the president. They didn't give it the support they gave to Amotekun. As we speak today, Amotekun is thriving. And they are complementing the security system in the southwest. So why can't we have that in the north central? And then why can't Benue also float such a security system to protect their people? And of course, you know that the constitution, the second part of it talks about the duty of government is welfare and security of the people. So why is it difficult for us to call a spade a spade? What is going on in Benue is unfortunate. And for anyone to refer to it as header farmer crisis is taking the people on a ride. Because we know that these headsmen, they have an armed group stationed somewhere, being sponsored by the elites, being sponsored by high-placed persons in the society. Every day you hear, we will mention them, but nobody ends up mentioning anybody. But we know that these people have an armed group. And whenever there is any skirmish, they have any skirmish, or you kill any of their cow with any of the community, instead of going and settling the matter as header farmer crisis, they report the matter to the armed group. And the group will prepare, come and get intelligence, you know, about the community or the village, and then launch a mindless killing spree of the people. And this has gone on, and nobody's pointing at that. The most you hear is, oh, they are foreign terrorist organization invading our land. Oh, the CDSA, the chief of army said, oh, we need to put walls on our borders, like Mexico, US, and other people are doing. But the point remains, why can't the president never mention that we're going to flush these terrorists out? Rather, he was busy, panding to the matter. Oh, it is header farmer crisis. We're going to set up a committee of former governors, former this. Oh, in fact, before he said, he called the governor, Aliak. He said, go and reconcile with your political enemies. As if the political enemies were the ones sponsoring AK-47 armed men to invade a community and in one full swing massacre 200 and something. And then the nation moves on as if nothing has happened. So it's a tragedy of a nation. And then, like Chino Achebe said, he said that, I quote, there was once a nation. It looks as if there was once Nigeria where everybody was one and then people lived together, whether Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani, Urobo, and all. But it looks as today everybody is walking towards their region, walking towards their state, not minding the other ethnic nationalities.
I want to point out that, the president during that visit did ask the chief of army staff to take out these criminals. And and asked the inspector of general police, why
are there no people arrested?
Nobody has been arrested. What does it tell of our security?
That's fine. Let me wait.
Because this massacre in Yewata, a community in Guma local government area of Benue State. I wasn't there, but I want to think that it took about 1 hour, 2 hours to invade that community, kill the number of people that they killed. This is just an underestimation. There may be more than 200 people killed. This is time. This is at this period, almost everybody has a cell phone. In every local government, there is a divisional police station.
Security system.
So you cannot say that Guma local government is devoid of policemen. So during this massacre, I don't know what happened really. Why no intelligence? Nobody took up a phone and called the army commander in that area, the police DPO, and the people did the thing and left. Nobody told us that we are chasing these people. We are chasing them. In the twinkle of an eye, we'll get them. So
look at the point.
So, don't you think that there's something
there is compromise? Yes, I agree with you. There's compromise in our security system. That is why if there's a robbery going on here and then you call the policemen, they will tell you they are coming. It has happened to me last year, somewhere around ENUGU here. There was a conflict between a husband and a wife, and the husband wanted to kill the wife, but we called the policemen to come and intervene, and they said we needed to come over and provide fuel to enable them transport themselves to the place. And when eventually we got the fuel, I don't know, they didn't do anything. If not for the intervention of vigilante people around, maybe the man would have killed the wife. And then we have security. So what are we trying to say? What is going on in Nigeria today is that the security system seems compromised. Even like you pointed out, there is no way the vigilante men in Yewata would not have called the divisional police officer. But the man would tell him that they are helpless, that there's nothing they could do, or possibly ask for money to enable them transport themselves to the place. But I want to say, I love what Totiv stated when he was responding. Totiv told the president that this is not about Head Farmer crisis, that this is about an armed group, a terrorist group, a bandit set who are hell-bent on destroying the people. And this has been happening over and over. So let them not come over there and begin to paint words as if nothing serious is happening. Talking about intelligence, it looks like Nigerians have become so. We are just waiting for things to happen and then we respond. The terrorists that committed those atrocities, they had a pathway through which they escaped, and that pathway, there's no way you could just clean it overnight. If they came with bikes, you could see it. If they came with leg, you could see it. If they came with camel or sheep or cow, whatever, you could see it. But nobody is doing anything. Even before the attack, there could be intelligence to tell the policemen say, we heard that these people are planning to attack us. But nobody will go and bust the crime before it occurs. We're only taking, what is it called, what approach now? When things happen, then people reactionary. We are just being reactionary. So the point here is that Nigeria has relegated intelligence gathering to the background. And that's why we are suffering the insecurity we are suffering in Nigeria. Gone are the days when you are in a drinking joint and they'll tell you, be mindful of how you speak. The man you are speaking with could be a CID. Those days when we were younger, we had CID.
I'm just
CID.
wondering,
You know?
if the country is at war with a neighboring country, or other distant countries. Now that we have missiles that can travel 2,000 miles, like you have what is going on between Iran and Israel. When you can stay in Israel and launch a missile and it will land in Iran. I'm just wondering what Nigeria would have been. I mean, if we are, at war with a neighboring country, and we're also faced with this internal insecurity, which we are not. It seems we are not able to, combat. Ms. Matka, do you think there is a political undertone in all the?
It's not just political undertone. In my place, they say, if you are going to plant seed and you have squirrel in your bag, you are planting emptiness. Martin, my brother, said something about compromise. Compromise. I don't know how you speak language. I don't know when Nigeria becomes, you get confused whether it's compromise or compromise. What I mean, there's compro in the midst. And we missed it somewhere. We missed it somewhere that we have squirrel in our bags and we're planting seeds. That is the problem. They quoted Abacha once. And they said the man they asked him about conflict, crisis, he said, if there is insecurity in the country and it lasts more than 24 hours, that the government is aware. In this case, it's lasted since 2012 or so. See how many years of insecurity? More than 2 decades. Or over a decade and whatever it is, we know that the government is aware. So there's insecurity, so government is aware. It's more than 24 hours. Now what government is doing and the people that are using to do it may be the problem. We have had issues of unrepentant working with security. Now this is the time we tell you that everything about this country has become confused. We are talking about army, police, DSS, civil defense, special squad, Nigerian Air Force, and all that. Special squads everywhere created. But we are mentioning vigilante groups among them, meaning that the hunters has become the hunted. Meaning that the government is overwhelmed. And if they come all out to admit it, then everybody will put heads together. That is if the same government have been commanding trust of the people before now. Because if they have been commanding trust, anything they tell the people will take. Now, the government speaks, people doubt. But when non-government actors speak, people obey. The situation is in Nigeria. Some people have been calling for sit at home, you come out today, we kill you. And they're making good their threats. And people have sat at home up to today. They're still in some areas of Nigeria. Certain days is no go out. When the governors tried to stop them, they failed. That will tell you of the new normal we find ourselves. The new normal is that we have squirrels in our bags where we are planting corn. 2 is that a shift has happened in the government has lost trust of the people. So a lot of confusion.
Yeah, but it bothers me. One thing we must, understand is that Benue State is an APC-controlled state. The federal government is, it's the same APC. If Benue State were to be controlled by the PDP, one would have said, oh, the government is not doing what it's supposed to do because, Benue State is controlled by an opposition party. But here we have one party at the center and the same party controlling Benue State. What do you make out of?
I drive home the point.
What do you make out of this inability of the center.
That's why I want to ask.
The failure of the center to establish peace
The former,
in Benue State.
the former president of Nigeria comes from Katsina State. If the security people will tell us the truth, some part of Katsina State is not under the control of Nigerian government. Katsina State, as we are talking about, is one of the highest people that have suffered incidences of bandits. But the former president Buhari, Muhammad Buhari, is a strong man, a major general, a retired major general in the army. From that place, being a president of Nigeria for the second time in the state 8 years, and still his community, so immediate communities suffer bandits and attack. The thing has gone beyond. After all, the president of the nation is from southwest Nigeria. Why do we have Amotekus and the things they are fighting in some states in southwest where Amoteku is strong? It's not, you don't hear of Amoteku in Lagos. You don't hear of Amoteku in Ibadan. We only hear of Osun State and some probably Ogun State, and then whether they are there. But we still find insurgents of this. We have heard of attacks of this terror and banditry inside mosques. They have attacked mosques, they have attacked. We have a common enemy. Let us not politically patronize them or put them in a ponder of tribes and religion. And this is part of the thing that is that has become a problem on Nigeria. It's like a wound. That the cancer that is destroying and the putrefying and Nigeria is going. Because everybody wants to know if it happened. For instance, it happened now. Some people will say, but Benue is APC state. Benue might be ruled by APC governor, but there are over 5 million people, and some of them are members of APUGA. Some of them are members of PDP. Some of them are members of the same parties that have not, even the ones that have been newly registered. So Nigerian security system is a common problem for everyone. If we don't see it that way, because they don't, the only thing, the people that are fighting or people who are sponsoring this are not, it's not a party issue. Because if it's party issue, they go to their congresses and settle it, and they start fighting and blowing. You are sponsoring insecurity in my place. Okay, if it's that the case, that means they know. But I am not ruling out what you said totally. When the president went to Benue and said, Alea, go and settle problem with their political enemies, maybe, like I said, there's something president or they know that we don't know.
Yeah, it's important to note that one organization, the National Association of Nigerian Students, has called on the president to declare a state of emergency in Benue State. Apparently, my reading is that the people in Abuja, they don't like the face of the governor. Because when you declare state of emergency in Benue State, you remove the governor, appoint a sole administrator. That's why I'm asking, that's why I asked this question, whether you think that it doesn't have, what is happening in Benue State doesn't have political undertone. Do you see the president dancing to the tune of those asking that a state of emergency be declared in Benue State?
If he visits Benue State and tell Allah, go and settle your political enemies, and then that means if you do that, what first River State will not face you? But that will tell you that even in the handling of the situation, that the politics cannot be totally removed. Because some Nigerians have said, where the president of Nigeria is supposed to have declared the emergency, he left it and went to declare. Whether they're saying the president left the Isijina Mambazunani, I don't know. You leave the substance and pursuing shadow. Because the security situation in Plateau, Benue, Katsina, some of those Nasarawa, and those who have desired a look, or even from National Assembly, even calling on the president. But then, if we're still looking at whose ox is God and the common people are being killed, the people in Abuja who might not like state of emergency, or even the people in House of Assembly or the governors, they are not the people who killed in Yawata. And they are not the people, because there are people being killed in so many communities in Benue before the Yawata mega killing. They are cocooned in government secured places in Abuja and in Makurdi. But the ones who will suffer will still suffer. So that will tell you the mind of our politicians. So they play politics with this kind of thing because there is nothing Nigerian politicians can do. They can still play politics further with it, but only God will judge.
Yeah, insecurity has become a contagious issue. You know, we are discussing Benue State, insecurity in Benue State, and insecurity is not limited to Benue State. Just the other day, I mean, there was an attack by a headsman against the community in Taraba State. We also know that we are hearing about attacks by those suspected to be Fulani headsmen in our backyard, Hamufu and Ozowane. And that's why I said the security is contagious.
It is contagious everywhere.
You know, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
And coming back home, there was something the governor set up, Mr. Martin.
Forest guard.
Forest
you restructure the forest guard.
Yeah, so how do you think these outfit will assist or contribute to reducing the level of insecurity, the level of killings in these two places, Ozowade and Amufu and other areas in the state?
Okay, well, the governor is doing well by restructuring the forest guard, you know, appointing a colonel to head it, and I think another high-ranking officer or so. You know, I think two of them were appointed. One is a colonel and the other, I think, forest guard and the other one. So the point here is this. The governor is doing everything possible to secure ENUGU, which should be applauded, which should be welcomed by all right-thinking persons, so that we can have investors come over and feel free to do their business. Apart from Fulani terrorist headers, killers, there are other forms of insecurity that is bedeviling us, which is actually impacting negatively on economic activities, and that is kidnapping. So, and these kidnappers take out persons from the town and keep them in the bushes. So why the governor has set up the street cameras, road cameras everywhere, with a command and control center, with DRS vehicles everywhere to monitor the city and get all the information, track criminals, wonderful. It's also good to enter into the bushes and have people who control the bushes. So time should be done away with when non-state actors take over our bushes and run the bushes the way they like. I have a wide-ranging bush in my area in ENUGU Mako, you know, stretching up to Anambra and up to Oji River. But the point here is that the government in recent time have been, you know, coming to the area to take out terrorists and bandits, but without us knowing, though with the help of some insiders, you know, who keep kidnapped persons in the places. And recently, they've been coming around there each time. Before you know it, helicopters will come, some people will be on ground, some arrests will be made. You know, the point here is this: it's good to have a functional forest guard instead of the political forest guard that we had last time, where some persons are working in some offices and earning salary as forest guard for Udi, Omabi, forest guard for Nekono, Isuzo, when they are not actually there. And when they don't have information, they don't know what goes on in the forest, there is no one to supervise them and all that. So it's good the governor is restructuring, because that is the only way we can have safe ENUGU state. And then since Nigeria is going back to regionalism, let other states also emulate whatever good any other state is doing and have it harmonized within the area, so that you have a situation whereby you can comfortably say Southeast is reasonably secure for businesses. So people who come for business in ENUGU can travel to Anambra, they can travel to Imo without any issue. They can travel to Umuahia and back to Abakaliki and all that. So governors should emulate what any good thing any other governor is doing and try to replicate such in their state. It's not a sign of weakness, but rather is a sign of strength. By peer review mechanism, you are learning and unlearning, and then ensuring that your state is stable and safe.
We are safe. Our safety is guaranteed in ENUGU state.
Yeah, Governor Peter and is doing well.
I do hope that other state governors will emulate what Governor Bai is doing in ENUGU in terms of securing the lives and property of the people. Well, that brings us to the issue of state police, Mr. Madoka. Don't you think the time is ripe for us to have a state police? And in the past, some people had expressed fear that if state police established, the governors will, the police commissioner or the head of the police in that state will be at the beck and call of the governor. Don't you think with the increasing rate of insecurity in our land, because like I said, security is a precursor to development. Without, peace is a precursor to development. Without peace, there will be no development. Without peace, we will not be where we are today, okay? So, what do you think about the need for state police?
What I think about state police is that it's high time that we use what happened in recent past as an inspiration and motivation to begin to talk strongly about state police. Let me give you an instance. In another platform I've said, there are people who are members of National Assembly from Yerwata. They have link, I think Yerwata is under constituency, federal, state, or whatever. So we have senator, we have federal House of Assembly, we have national state assemblies, we have federal reps representing them. Will they go back to Abuja and keep silent when national issue of state police will be discussed? Because our concern is that last time state police issue came up on National Assembly, we got the report that National Assembly said it is KIV, keep in view, indefinitely. With these security issues we are hearing about a Hamufu in a nearby place, we have senators and State House of Assembly, we have federal reps who are from Hamufu. With the one happened in Nibo earlier and happened recently again was subdued. With the one that's happened in Anambra, there's a town in Nibo in Anambra near Nimo. There are issues that are cropped up there. Everybody, the government, of course, the state is looking for November governor election. Nobody is reporting that. With these issues that are being cropping up every day, what better time? Why are we as Nigerians telling ourselves lies? In Abia, yesterday, I saw a very report of recruitment of young, before the president said, form beef up police, vigilante and what they call it, forest guards. Abia State has taken the lead. Thousands of able-bodied, qualified youth have already assembled. I saw the hall, they were recruiting them. Why are we running state police incognito? It was my father-in-law that used that word, incognito. And I said, Father, what does it mean? He said, you are going to come under the back door. Nobody will know you come. We are running Amoteku. What better state police can be?
It's a form of state police.
ESN. What security better? Ebubagu. What security is just state police in disguise. Why are we not accepting it? Who is controlling? I saw the governor of Osun State, Adeleke, when he quitted, taking salute, doing mountain guard of honor for Amoteku. That is, it's totally a military affair. If he gives command as the chief security officer, won't the Amoteku obey? So we cannot use, because of annoyance, go throw baby away with the bath water. If the advantages of state police is at weighing what a corrupt or deranged governor can do with it, and the whole Nigerians will watch it, and that's why we sit by, because of fear of unknown, and leave what the issue have told us, then we are missing it. Yeah. Are the issues on the ground not enough to tell Nigerians, consider strongly the issue of what you'll be finding out? You have find a good link between it and the federal police and they have a good oversight function, so that there can still be some checkmating. I don't know why we're still waiting for, because nobody is even safe now. Even the ones you call chief security officers have argued somewhere that the governor cannot give order to the commissioner of police in his state, and he will act immediately without getting a back office instruction from the IGP. So some of them are not even chief security officers. They are not. So why are they living in borrowed loans instead of now? Let my dog and your old Michael.
You are not looking at the issue of
that is minor now.
The governors.
Nothing in this life.
State police to prop up their political.
What has the sitting governors? What have they not done?
What have they not done?
So why are you, because of that's why I'm saying
Chivubane. Yes, Chivubane. By way of weighing in on this state police issue, it's long overdue. We've overflogged it. Let there be state police.
Okay.
Yes, let there be state police. I'm an advocate of having state police. I'm an advocate of a state policing system whereby the governors can decide on their own, because they are the appointer. They will decide. He who pays the piper, they say, dictate the tune. So they will decide which area should give priority attention, which areas should it be Nibo in Isuzu one, or should it be Ikem, Hamufu in Isuzu, and decide should it be Ziago and Iri, should it be Ogwo anyway. So instead of, when the governor gives directive to the commissioner of police steps it down and waits for approval of the IG, who is the appointer. So talking about duplicity of institutions, it's just state policing is one of the duplication of institutions. Before now, we had police running the entire security of the country, doing customs, doing immigration, doing armed robbery check, doing arms check, and doing anti-kidnapping, anti-robbery. You have them SARS everywhere, all manner of names. And then we have the army focused on external attack on the nation and then protecting integrity, national integrity. But today, we have multiplicity of institutions. If you go to our MDAs, you have all manner of commissions, all manner of agencies. Recently, the current President Tinubu, said he was going to downsize, he was going to merge, he was going to scrap. But what would we see today? Rather, a further creation of new ones. They have not been able to merge. And what is the reason? Politics. Politics is behind the underdevelopment that we're having. I don't even think we are still a developing nation. Yeah. We are rather underdeveloping. Because what gains we made in the 80s, we are way back now from those gains. Where are the rail lines? Where are the agri settlements? Where are the industrial hubs? Where are the M&A industrial hubs? Where are they? They've all gone because of politics. Yeah. What we see today is, once you become a governor, you own the best hotel in town. Once you become a senator, and then before your tenure is gone, you own the best hotels, which actually people don't get any skills from. They've abandoned the palm plantation, they've abandoned the sunrise flour mill, they've abandoned. Thank God the governor of ENUGU State, Governor Mba, is trying to reactivate some. And then Governor Oti of Abia is also doing same. So what are we trying to say? Duplication of ministries, institutions, organizations, just like the police, will not help us until we are focused on the essence why they are created. Until we have the political will, which is the rhetorics of commitment of leaders to doing the right thing. Until our leaders decide to do the right thing, we will never make any progress. Even when we have the state police, they will just be somewhere drinking and doing nothing. And then insecurity will still be getting out of hand.
Yeah, because
so let's do the right thing.
No, just quickly, let me quickly. Now, Nigeria is not as populous as it used to be when we used to have one organization manning everything. So this duplicity will come, because Nigeria is expanding in population. So if the population has increased to the point that the central police cannot handle us now, let us have the state police and go. But looking at the substance.
Yes, gentlemen.
Stay on the purpose, the object of the creation. That's my concern.
My controller is giving me signal
that the time is off.
The time is off. But we cannot live without looking at the creation of, the formation of a new political party, ADA, all
Democratic
Alliance, and they have just submitted,
proposal.
Request to be registered as a political party, but we may not have time to discuss all that. But what is important is that politics has taken over, the nation, and that's why insecurity has been put on the because of politics. We no longer have the willpower to pursue to ensure that Nigeria is secure for investors to come in. Nigeria is secure for development to go on. I hope we'll be able to discuss the issue of the formation of the coalition, among political parties, and the formation of new political parties, and how it's going to change the political firmament. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure having you.
Okay.
We have a parting shot. There must be a parting shot.
Is it a parting shot? There's no time for parting shot. Do you have
anything you want to say? That
I just want to say that.
2 seconds. Okay. We don't have time.
I just want to say what David Easton said, and I quote: "To know is to act, and to act is to engage in changing society." End of quote. Okay. There's no way we'll know a lot in Nigeria, and we do nothing about it. Okay. Where do you want to head with that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's nice having you this edition. I hope that when we call you again, that you will be around. Gentlemen, our listeners, thank you for always hooking up to Signature Television, and we'll continue to do our job to make our country better. My name is Mike Obani. Gentlemen, thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Obani.
Thank you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Thursday sitting was the closing session for the 4 days public hearing by the investigative panel. The panel focused on the implications of imprisonment with options of fines and failure of convict to pay such fines, creating congestion in the correctional centers. Correctional Officer L.C. Cyrus told the panel that the Nigerian Correctional Service has no authority to detain anyone without proper legal documentation, particularly in cases involving court-ordered fines.
Where the individual is unable to pay compensation before the end of the jail term, that compensation is converted into a jail term on the warrant. And then where that particular order is not given on the warrant, the officers report this matter before the court that has actually convicted this individual and talk to them on the issue of the compensation. And then it's the judge or the magistrate that will either convert the compensation to a jail term or order the release of this particular individual.
Cyrus also revealed that an amendment to the 2015 Act is underway. This amendment proposes the creation of a Victim Compensation Trust Fund, funded from federal allocations to settle victims' fine payments when they cannot afford them.
So what this means is that if an individual at the end of his jail term who has a compensation to pay is unable to pay, the individual may be asked to go on some service, that will yield proceeds, money or something. But then it does not really matter if the individual is asked to go to farm and then he'll be paid and then the proceeds from that farming is paid into the government. What matters is that the compensation to the victim will be paid from this trust fund without having anything to do with the inmate now who is unable to pay.
Deputy Controller General of Corrections Ibrahim Idris disclosed that 28,149 inmates have been released after payment of fines, a move that has reduced congestion in the centers. He said more detailed statistics will be presented later, but stressed the importance of the initiative for decongesting correctional facilities.
The less number of inmates we have under incarceration, the less burden and the less opportunity for us to do proper rehabilitation. Because even before the 2019 Act, the philosophy of Nigerian Correctional Service has always been imprisonment as a punishment and not for punishment. Once it is pronounced, it is already punishment. Whether the person comes to the correctional center or not, it's already taken care of.
Idris praised the collaboration of stakeholders in facilitating the payment of fines and compensation of inmates who work in correctional service firms and workshops while awaiting the payment of their fines, noting that some inmates were even provided repatriation money upon release. He urged the public to continue supporting the service in its rehabilitation mission.
That payment of fines and the compensation is a very charitable thing to do. It helps the federal government a lot. But when an individual wants to do it, he should follow the example of the Honorable Minister, whereas inmates were choosing, and the compensation, the fine were paid, and the inmates were even given repatriation money.
As the panel continued its hearing, proposed reforms, particularly the Victim Compensation Trust Fund, signal a shift toward balancing justice for victims with the rehabilitation of offenders. For the correctional service, the challenge remains how to manage overcrowding while ensuring that punishment, fines and compensation serve their intended purpose without leaving inmates or victims stranded in the process. In Abuja, I am Chimisi Zedima for Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. I'm Patrick Okibo, founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm where we're really focused on addressing Africa's complex development challenges. The rule-based world, as we know it, is changing since President Trump's second coming. It appears that there are no sacred cows. Everything is up for creative destruction, if we can call that what he's doing creative. But basically, it's move fast and break a lot of things. Africa is impacted, first from its over-reliance on foreign aid, and maybe even more importantly, the lack of confidence that has evolved, just that we have the ability to think ourselves out of the mess that we're in. So how do we understand what's going on and how it will impact the continent? How will the continent's leaders respond to the changing world order? How can the continent address the development challenges it's facing, socioeconomic poverty, energy poverty? And my guest today will help us unpack many of these issues. Todd Moss is the executive director of the Energy for Growth Hub. It's the preeminent energy think tank based out of DC, but doing a lot of work in Africa. And he's also a visiting fellow at the Center for Global Development and a non-resident fellow at the Center for Energy Studies at Rice University's Baker Institute. Previously, Todd was U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Africa Affairs. He was also worked at the London School of Economics, Georgetown University, the World Bank, and the Economist Intelligence Unit. Todd has a PhD and MSc from University of London's SOAS and a BA from Tufts University. He's the author of several books on Africa, Africa's Development, Making Sense of Issues and Actors, Oil to Cash, which we will get to in this conversation. And he's also the author of an international thriller series about a State Department crisis manager involved in solving many challenges across the world, including Nigeria. And we're going to get to all of this. Todd, welcome.
Great to be with you, Patrick. Thank you for a very generous introduction.
Fantastic. So, I mean, if we think about it, yeah, even before Trump's second coming, many pundits, many analysts, kind of said that the Bretton Woods institutions, this rule-based world order that we're in, was kind of creaking along, right? And needed some form of reform. Do you think that maybe 20, 25 years from now, we will sit back and have this conversation and we'll be like, Trump was onto something. He needed to do it. Many leaders said it needed to be done. He's fixed this. If he didn't fix it, we'll be in a worse mess. Do you think we'll ever get to that point?
Well, a broken clock is right twice a day, right? So it's possible that, we'll look back and see. I think we will absolutely look back and see this as a pivotal moment in global affairs. The Bretton Woods institutions, well, I'd say maybe we'll get to the World Bank and IMF in particular, which are particular institutions that clearly need adjustment. But overall, the global world, I think, has, in a way, entrenched the powerful interests, not in the interests of most African countries, in a way that was just not serving Africa's best interests. So the optimistic interpretation of what's going on is that something new and perhaps like more open and honest about power dynamics and what countries want could come out of this. The less generous interpretation is that, fixing the rules and adjusting power dynamics might be better overall than just breaking down and not having rules. So I think it's very important that this period of such uncertainty and chaos lead to a new set of institutions that we have greater confidence in, rather than just, the Wild West, where every country's out for itself. That's not a world that's going to be good for really anybody, except maybe a small handful of oligarchs that will arbitrage their way, to billions more. So, I do believe in democratic adjustment, and I do believe in the ultimate. I guess deep down I'm an optimist, so I believe deep down that people want good outcomes. And there's a lot of very smart, well-intentioned people trying to get us to a better world. So I do think we'll get there eventually, but I expect the next several years to be pretty rough.
And where does that leave countries like India, Nigeria, many other African countries as they watch? They've always believed in this Western-led system, and it's like the rug's just been pulled, violently from under their feet. How should these countries be responding, or even thinking about proactively defending their positions, if any?
Yeah, so look, I think that this is a moment where, I don't know if you read Ken Apollo, who's a wonderful Kenyan political scientist at Georgetown. He's written a lot about how this is going to force African leaders to really figure out what they need to do for their own countries and stop relying on the rest of the world. I think there's a lot of I agree with a lot of that, and I would expect a lot of African leaders to take that mantle. I think the risk is that some leaders, and I can imagine a few African heads of state right now, that will just use this to say, well, the West, we're shedding the West, and we're going to instead turn to, I don't know, Vladimir Putin, and he's going to be our new best pal. And if you think that Joe Biden or Donald Trump are disingenuous about what they want to do in Africa, and I could understand why you would think that, just wait till you see what Russian cooperation looks like. And I think also, you mentioned India. I think it's beneficial for everyone that this is a multipolar world, and that countries like Nigeria have a wide array of partnership options. And it's not just choosing between, the old Cold War, the U.S. versus the Soviet Union, or really what the last 20 years has been between the U.S. and China, but actually playing all of them off each other to Africa's benefit, to Nigeria's benefit, and cooperating with India, the Gulf, Malaysia, Indonesia, all of those countries that are all looking to find their way in the world and that all bring value in partnerships with a country like Nigeria. So the opportunity is there, but the onus on Africa's leaders is going to be even harder.
Mm. And we're going to come to the World Bank and the IMF in a second, but just to say that as I think about everything that's evolving, right? The challenge we face is what people like Dambisa Moyo had written earlier on, that all of this aid, all of this handouts, and even what you had spoken about in some of your writings at CGD on this world order where we're just relying on arms giving, that it's failing. It's broken. I think what has happened is we've created leaders who've become less confident, who've become dependent. So my fear is, are we going to see leaders, African leaders, who will come up with this new confidence that this could actually be a silver lining, maybe not intended as one, but it's an opportunity for us to do what China did, look inwards, and fix ourselves. In your toing and froing in Africa, do you get a sense that we have the ability to step up to the plate to do this kind of heavy lifting?
Well, I think you're going to see a rapid gap open between African countries that get it and are going to move forward, and African countries that do not and are just going to continue to struggle, or you're going to see leaders really burrow in with a very small group of elites to enrich themselves, and they're not going to help the population. We can, if you want to, play everyone's favorite parlor game and guess which countries are likely to be one or the other.
Let's go there.
Yeah. So picking who you think has got vision is always a tricky thing because, events happen but why not? Let's throw caution to the wind. So look, I think that there's a number of leaders in Africa that clearly have a vision for where they want to take their country. They're trying to match that to reality. I would put, and I'm not going to say I'm endorsing any of them in particular.
Exactly.
Okay? Paul Kagame, for all of the problems in Rwanda, he knows what he wants to do. William Ruto in Kenya, for many, many problems, he's not very popular in Kenya right now, but he has a vision for what he wants to see his country achieve. I certainly think the leaders in Ghana, Senegal, Liberia, even, they've got a vision for where they want to take their country. HH in Zambia, for sure. I think those, it's not that they're perfect or they're going to succeed, but they have an idea of what they want to do, and they're starting to put those actions into reality. Those that are going to stick behind are those that have kind of been around for a long time and don't know how to do anything differently. No one probably worse right now than Mnangagwa in Zimbabwe. Like, he's not got a vision other than enriching a tiny, increasingly small circle around him. Some of the other, Paul Biya, I don't see that really, becoming a dynamic place. So those are just a few of them. But let me stop there. But Patrick, I'd love to hear what you think. Who am I missing?
I kept counting, and I think I counted to 7, 8 countries, and you did not mention Nigeria. And I'm heartbroken, but I think I understand. I think I understand. And why is it that you don't see Nigeria leading this resurgence or renaissance?
Yeah, so I'd say I don't know. One of the things, I've been working on Nigeria 30 years now, and one thing I have come to understand is the more I learn about Nigeria, the more I realize how little I understand. It is it is a puzzle. It's the onion. You keep unwrapping it and you figure, oh my God, what? So So I just don't have a lot of confidence in understanding what's happening in Nigeria right now or where it's headed. The one thing I would say that I'm obviously optimistic about Nigeria is, I mean, is there a country on the planet that is showing where the diaspora is showing more incredible talent? I don't think so, right? So look at the success of Nigerians around the world. And that just gives you a hint at the potential for the country. But the fact that Nigerians succeed so well overseas and they struggle so much at home is a sign that, you know, there's some fundamental things that need to be fixed in Nigeria. But it's also, I mean, an exciting window into the potential of just an incredible country with incredible talent, right? And I think one good example that you can see is a sector where people are relatively freed from local problems are the creative sector. So look at what Nigerians are doing in film and music and art, and that like just gives you, you know, just a little window into
technology. Yeah, you know, so and I think I'll hinge my hope on that as well. I mean, we saw that happen with India. You know, India, you know, seemed to be going nowhere, and then the diaspora re-engaged and brought skills, brought resources, you know, brought connectivity to the rest of the world, you know, and then India just took off. I think that Nigeria is grooming its talent, both at home and in their diaspora. I think we're transitioning. I think what we're seeing is probably the last generation of, you know, people who are old school or schooled in the old ways. But again, remember, I'm an incurable optimist. So I think that there's a new generation of Nigerians that are coming through who may not have many of the political or socioeconomic baggages that the current generation has, and that given an opportunity, they could set a path for the country. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I think that's right. You know, and it's going to be incumbent on the next generation to really get some of the fundamentals right that will allow that diaspora to be able to thrive at home, and not make it that, you know, young Nigerians, that their aspiration is to leave to succeed. So there's too many countries in Africa where that's your best path to success, and that's not, you know, that's never a positive sign. You know, countries can fiddle with statistics and mess around with the currency. They can do all of that. One thing they cannot do is stop people from voting with their feet. And so I certainly always look at the diaspora and where people are moving. Not to pick on Zimbabwe again, but, you know, every couple of years we hear that Zimbabwe has turned the corner and, you know, it's really, everything's going to be fine now. And I say that's fine. Let's see. Are Zimbabweans in South Africa moving back into Zimbabwe? Until they are moving back in large numbers, I'm not going to believe that there's a turnaround.
Exactly. Let's briefly touch on the World Bank, the IMF, you know, some of the changes that need to happen. It's also interesting, and we may speak about this on the Africa Development Bank, you know, that's about to elect its next president, especially in light of the US, you know, saying that it's going to pull away. What does that all mean? How do these institutions need to transform to give Africa the force it needs to step forward?
Yeah, so look, the bank is, you know, the bank is an incredible institution, right? It's a credit cooperative that basically allows all of its member states to borrow at AAA rated interest rates. So, you know, the very credit-worthy countries effectively lend their credit rating to countries that can't borrow at those rates. That's like an amazing thing. That is manufacturing money from thin air for developing countries. And the fact that the World Bank has a soft window so that they can subsidize those interest rates even further for the poorest countries means that, you know, there's nowhere else that a country like Liberia or, you know, in the past, Nigeria could go get a 40-year loan at effectively zero interest rates, right? I mean, that's amazing. So we actually need the institution. It's also a really important storehouse of expertise. Like they know a lot about how to do good public procurement, how to do infrastructure planning, all of the plumbing of making an economy work, the World Bank's probably the single most important institution around the world. So we actually need the World Bank to be functioning and effective. I think where it's gotten a little, where it's lost its way, is that, and this comes back to the question around breaking the global rules, is that it's become a tool for wealthy countries to impose their values and their vision on poorer countries rather than supporting developing country leaders and what they want to achieve. And I don't think that there's a sort of more recent, starker example than the climate change agenda, which is over the last, couple of years, the World Bank effectively became a climate a financing window rather than a development window.
Yeah.
And climate's very important to developing countries. Africa's going to, everybody knows this, Africa's going to be hit worse by the effects of climate change, and it's contributed the least. Africa wants to have, low carbon energy systems just like everybody else. And the World Bank can play a role in that, but that's got to be with the objective of things that African governments want, which is basically economic growth and job creation, and that's taking a priority over carbon mitigation, which frankly is the way that the priority ladder works in every other part of the world, right? In the United States, you could not pass, even under Biden, you could barely get climate action going if it was going to have an impact on electricity prices or job creation. The same in Europe, even in the climate aggressive countries like France, it's politically fraught to get too aggressive on that. If you're raising costs for consumers, you're impacting jobs or you're inconveniencing people. So why wouldn't that be true for African countries as well? So I think the World Bank could use a reset. I don't really love the way that the Trump administration is kind of bullying people into this, but it could, I think, force a bit more realism among some of the other board members. And that should be good in the long term.
Yeah. Let's go a step deeper. So you've got African countries that are fossil fuel rich, but they also have to pay attention to climate change, energy transition, etc. How do we balance this? And this goes to some of the work you're doing at Energy for Growth Hub. How should countries be thinking about energy transition, but also thinking about job creation, poverty, etc., knowing that they are fossil fuel rich? How do they balance these slightly conflicting needs?
Yeah, look, I think at one level, there's a bit of a trade-off there for sure, right? But at another level, Africa's emissions are so small relative to the rest of the world.
3%?
And that's if you include North Africa. So take North Africa out, let's just, for argument's sake, take South Africa out, which is a high energy coal economy. You've got 48 other countries, almost zero coal, a little bit here and there, almost zero coal, very, very low emissions. It's like, it's not even a rounding. It's sub-Saharan Africa's emissions are less in total than the annual fluctuation year to year globally, right? It's just noise in the global system. And for emissions, all you care about is the global total. The local amounts don't matter at all because it's a common good. So there's also an argument, like, for at least the next 20 years, that we shouldn't be worried too much about Africa's emissions. I would say that there's a stronger case to be made to let's cool it on worrying too much about Africa's emissions. Pay attention to it, but don't worry too much, and really focus on job creation, poverty reduction, and economic growth. And yes, you can lean on the scale and try and steer countries to use the latest, cleanest technologies. We absolutely should do that. That's what soft loans are for. But the idea that African countries should be prioritizing carbon emissions while per capita incomes are a tiny fraction of the high emitting countries, to me, strikes me as it's taking climate justice completely upside down. And not to be too cynical about it, but I feel like colleagues of mine and others have been trying to make this argument to Western leaders for a while. And really, we've fallen on deaf ears. And that this power dynamic is only going to change when African leaders stand up for themselves and say, you know what, this is good. We want to be part of the clean energy transition. We want the latest technologies. We're going to do all these amazing things, but we're not going to do it at the cost of our own people, their livelihoods, their jobs.
Exactly.
Actually, that's the responsibility of leaders is to meet the needs of their people, not look good on a global stage for empty promises, frankly.
Yeah, but the challenge is if you've got to borrow to fund infrastructure and it's all tied to many of these parameters, you're stuck, and again, it goes back to that trying to develop with beggar's bowl in hand and bent at your knees, and not having the confidence as Africa to come together and say, this is our position, this is how we're going to engage with the world. And I don't think it's an easy feat to accomplish.
Well, look, so I'll disagree with you. I actually don't think it's that difficult, right? If Nigeria wanted a natural gas power plant and they wanted the World Bank to fund it, and the World Bank objected on reasonable grounds, like this is uneconomic, it's not going to work, the debt burden is too high, that's fine. But if they're objecting because they don't think that Nigeria should have more gas-fired power plants, and instead Nigeria should export all of its gas to richer nations, if they think that the World Bank shouldn't support a gas-fired power plant, which by the way would enable more solar power because they match really well together, if they did that, I think that the Nigerian finance minister and probably President Tinubu need to raise that right at the top and make a stink about it, because they would find a lot of sympathy from other shareholders. Sure, Germany's not borrowing from the World Bank, but a lot of emerging market countries are. And a lot of political leaders fully understand that climate is not everything. It's super important, and we all have to tackle it in our own way, but it's not the only objective, and it's certainly not the only objective of the World Bank. So I think you can press them, and you can also, work with other nations to make sure that your voices are heard. This is going to happen this summer, actually, in part because of the Trump administration putting pressure on the World Bank. The US policy now is officially all of the above energy, which means, we're not going to make choices ahead of time about which technologies are in and which are out. Although I actually wish that they would be open to, wind and solar as well. They seem to say all of the above except the ones that the other guys liked, which is it's not smart either. But if they're pushing for an all of the above energy strategy at the World Bank, there's going to be a board discussion to look at this. And a lot of the attention has been on nuclear. The World Bank bans any discussion or much less investment in nuclear power. That is going to come to an end, I hope, this summer. But that's also going to raise questions around gas. So what the bank has said about gas is they will not finance upstream oil and gas exploration. They won't finance pipelines. They will consider, under exceptional circumstances, some downstream factories or power plants. But it has to meet a whole set of criteria. And those hoops that you have to jump through can become largely a ban by just ban through bureaucracy. So that is going to be revisited by the board, I think, this summer or at least this fall. And that will be an opportunity for countries like Nigeria to talk about where they see fossil fuels fitting into their own energy transition plans. And it certainly won't be everything, and it certainly won't be zero. But that's the whole point of countries setting their own trajectories, both for climate plans and for economic plans. And the World Bank should be getting behind them. I'll just say it would be a huge missed opportunity if the Nigerian government does not weigh in here and they leave it to India or Brazil or somebody else to speak for the emerging markets. Nigeria, as a big oil and gas producer, should really be speaking up for itself and for fellow countries, working with, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Mozambique, Tanzania, Namibia is now going to be an oil producing country. So like a little bit of cooperation can go a long way.
Yeah, yeah. So back in 2018, you wrote this book, Africa Development, Making Sense of It All. In the intervening years, what is that insight you have about Africa's development that is not really clear to many people who think about Africa? And here I'm thinking, what is it that in your view, because I know you think a lot about this stuff, what's that thing that we don't understand, or that outsiders trying to work in Africa do not understand about Africa, that if they did, could change their perspective on how to deal with the continent? And I know it's so many countries in the continent, but
yeah. So this is something I think Africans understand very well, but I don't think outsiders do. And I'm borrowing here from one of my mentors and heroes, which was Nick Van de Waal, who unfortunately just recently passed away, a Cornell professor. This insight is that when African countries make economic decisions that seem really dumb, it's not dumb. It has a political logic behind it. And just telling people, well, obviously you should do this other thing, doesn't help them get out of the reason they're doing the other thing.
Exactly.
And in many ways, again, I'm borrowing this from another friend. We often tell countries, oh, you have this problem missing, so solve that problem, right? So you don't have capacity, so build capacity. And you're not understanding, well, what's the reason? What are the supply and demand issues why capacity is not being built? Why are people not asking for it? Why are people not developing it? And so I feel like a lot of development has come around to this idea. It's like telling an insomniac that you've analyzed their problem, and the issue is they need to get more sleep.
Yeah.
That's your advice. And
Yeah.
it's true, but it's completely unhelpful. Right? So I think that too much development is telling insomniacs to get more sleep rather than getting to the root cause of what are the reasons behind why countries are not making smarter or more economically smart policy choices. Why are they not developing, for example, more business-friendly environments? Why are they not really trying to attract more capital? Why are they not cultivating an independent business class, right? So that's how countries get rich. Not usually through, governments provide infrastructure and security and a stable, macro environment. They need to provide all of that. But countries become rich because entrepreneurs build businesses and grow. And why is that? Why is the entrepreneurial class in Africa so often seen as a threat rather than as a benefit? And so that's where you have to think a bit more about the politics behind it. And that's where, economists want to think about numbers and data and rates of return. But actually, if you want to understand Africa, you've got to understand the incentives that decision makers actually face. In other words, you have to understand politics.
Exactly. And so let's talk about, this big elephant in the room, aid freeze. Trump has pretty much ended that, and many of the other Western countries seem to be following in that regard. Europe has cut back aid, the UK, etc. And I think it was Jackie Chilas at the Institute of Security Studies in South Africa. He said that just by that single action, about 5.7 million Africans are going to become, abjectly poor and fall through that crack. Then our friend Zainab Usman had this brilliant essay in Foreign Affairs, saying, well, it has happened. It is what it is. We need to rethink international development, and how it's done. We need to move from this arms giving to support industrialization. As you think about the aid freeze and you think about all these different things that are happening right now, how do you think African governments should be positioning or responding to this new reality And what are the levers, that they need to be trying to pull to industrialize or to restart development in Africa?
Yeah, great question. And I think both of those two things can be true, right? Jackie's contention that this is going to hurt people in the short term is undoubtedly true. But Zinab and Ken Apollo and other African thought leaders are also true that we have to, Africa's got to just deal with the reality and move on from here and not get themselves in that vulnerable position again. And maybe when we get to the oil to cash discussion, which is about how do you get out of the resource,
that's where I'm going next.
there's actually an aid resource curse as well.
Yes.
And the mechanism is exactly the same. The mechanism is when a government can get resources from somewhere other than its own people, its attention becomes on that other source, and it breaks the bond between the population and the government.
Mm-hmm.
And the key to this is the word that everybody hates. It's taxation, right? So when you have to pay taxes, you are paying attention to what the government is doing, and governments, when they rely on citizens for taxation, they have to care about business. They have to care what citizens think because they need their revenues to run the government.
Mm-hmm.
Oil breaks that, and the aid system also in some ways can break that. I think like the worst example of this is, and this is what I mean by both Jackie and Zinab both being right. Probably the most successful aid initiative over the last 20 years is the American PEPFAR, the AIDS program that President Bush launched about 20 years ago. Hugely successful in saving people's lives. And, if you go back 20 years, the continent, HIV AIDS was devastating to the continent. People in Botswana, they were training 2 or 3 people for every job because they were expecting to lose, half of their educated population within a generation.
Mm-hmm.
That all came to a screeching halt. We actually don't even really hear about HIV AIDS anymore. It's manageable and people are on treatment. So it's been hugely successful. At the same time, it's almost unimaginable that the South African government allowed itself, they have plenty of resources, allowed itself to become reliant on the political whims of another country.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't think that the US is fickle about what they care about, ask the Vietnamese or the Afghans, right? I mean, it's politics that drives this. And so I think the lesson there is don't be like South Africa. And don't get yourself in a situation where you're totally dependent on something that you have no control over whatsoever. So the shift is that countries, that governments need to start looking at their own tax base. Absolutely use the international assistance that's available. Get long-term infrastructure finance from the development banks. Get money from private investors where you can. But for your base operations, you have to rely on your own tax base. And that means a lot of things. But in particular, it means what we've already talked about. You have to grow the business sector. People need, businesses pay taxes, and you need to raise incomes because you will never be able to fund an effective government on a country of poor people. There's just not enough resources. You have to grow that pie. And I'd say, not to pick on Nigeria, you want to talk about Nigeria, you have an extremely low tax base relative to GDP. And part of that is that people do not trust the government. The system does not work. And there are ways, especially with technology, with biometric ID, mobile money, digital platforms, there are ways to do taxation that's accountable, that's open, and that can start to build some confidence with the population. And then you start to build your tax base in a fairer way.
Okay, so this is going to be a slightly long question,
okay.
So I can set it up. So the oil to cash argument is we make all this money from oil, pay directly to the people, and then the government makes its income from the taxes the people pay. That taxation becomes more of an accountability tool yeah, that puts government in check, etc. Here's the flip to that argument from a Nigerian, who's just looking at this theory. So number one, in a country where you don't have good enumeration, we don't even know how many people we are, right? So we throw out numbers, 220 million people, nobody knows, right? The base that we're building on, faulty. Number two, we don't have any form of identification. So isn't that going to be another opportunity for government to say, oh, we made this amount, we shared that, but they keep a lot for themselves? Yeah. So that's number one. Number two, government, what then happens with things like inflation? Yeah. If you put so much money in the hands of people and so on and so forth, the inflation angle, and many other challenges that could come from this idea. So my question is, how do you respond to these pushbacks? Number two, where has this really worked? I know in the book, you talked about Alaska, different system, different people, etc. Where has it worked in the developing world?
Yeah. Okay. So that's great question. So the idea of oil to cash is that you're giving, because oil or oil and gas are a national resource, technically citizens are part owners of that national resource legally. Actually, in every country, I think, on the planet, except for the United States, subsoil resources are owned by the nation. So the idea of oil to cash is it has different parts, but the core of it is that you turn people into owners of that resource, and owners should benefit from some of those revenues. That could be that, that can take many, many different forms, right? In Nigeria, it could be that all the revenues of go back to NNPC, and NNPC pays, and every citizen owns one share of NNPC, and NNPC pays a dividend of its profits, just like a normal company, to its citizens. That's one example. Another example, what Alaska does is it puts its oil revenues into a sovereign wealth fund, and then that sovereign wealth fund has a formula. It's literally a formula of how much it pays out to every state resident. So you actually have to live in Alaska for that year to receive it. And so actually a really simple formula. It's I'll slightly simplify, but they basically take all the profits averaged over the last 5 years. They split the profits in half go to the state and half go to citizens in a dividend. And that half is then divided by the state residents. It's typically around $1,000 per year, sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. So you could do it that way. There's lots of different mechanisms to do it. I will come back to your how do you know who the people are in one second. But the key point of this is that you are giving people a direct stake in the oil revenues instead of it going to government and hoping that the government spends it well and it effectively trickles down eventually to communities. We know that sometimes works, but not usually. And so you want people to see you want them to see an economic benefit, but you also want to instigate this accountability mechanism where if you go talk to Alaskans, they will know why it was $1,000 last year and it's only $800 this year. They will know exactly why. And Nigerians should know why their dividend, I don't know what it would be. We could do the math, but let's say it's $100 a year. Why is it 100 this year when it was 125 last year? That would really focus people's attention. So that's sort of the concept of it. The taxation, it gets to your ID question. So part of the reason Nigerians have a terrible or a very thin tax base is exactly what you say. You don't know who's a Nigerian or where they are or anything like that. To make this work in a fair and effective way, both the dividend and the taxation system, which do go hand in hand, I do think Nigeria would have to do something like what India has done, which is to create a unique ID system that would use biometric identification Everyone would get an ID. Those IDs would be linked to a digital bank account, and everything needs to be, completely audited, and auditable by third parties. And where India has done, they haven't done exactly oil to cash, but what they've done, once they built the Aadhaar ID system, they were able to do all kinds of other things, including, interestingly for Nigeria, get rid of fossil fuel subsidies. So in India, they were subsidizing cooking gas canisters. And it was hugely expensive, and it was really creating all kinds of distortions in the market. And of course, like all subsidies, most of it was going to middle class and rich people rather than the poor. So what they decided to do was to get rid of the subsidy, let the gas canister be priced at a market rate, and then they calculated how much, if a typical Indian family would use, I can't remember how many it was, let's say one gas canister a month. What would that cost? And we're going to give people the market price in cash for one gas canister a month. So we're getting the distortions out of the system, but we're replacing it with cash so people can decide how they want to do that. And it was way more efficient. Now it's kind of, there's lots of other things you could imagine doing with this. And it gets, of course, political, very political, very quickly. So that's sort of like a side example. Bolivia is a country where their national gas revenues are tied into the national pension system. So their pension system is based on gas revenue. So what's interesting there is, what is a pension system? It's just a national dividend only for old people. So that's just a demographic segment of the same thing. South Africa, actually, they don't tie it to natural resource, but they have a child benefit. So they pay the mothers a certain amount every month. That is a dividend. It's just for a different segment of the demographic ladder. And then just the last thing I'll mention in the developing world is some of the new oil countries that have discovered oil recently are experimenting with this. And the most interesting one is Suriname in South America. Suriname, the new prime minister has announced, he called it royalties for everyone. Now, we don't quite know exactly how it's going to work, but it's effectively the oil to cash model, which is we will take some proportion of our revenues and divide it up and give a small share to everyone. The amount doesn't really matter all that much. It needs to be enough to instigate people to pay attention, and ideally enough to help make at least poor people's lives a little bit better, and not so great that you're going to actually create a disincentive for people to enter the labor market. So that's where you might get into like maybe some of the Gulf states, not that they have direct subsidies, but the incentives for work are pretty low there. But Nigeria has such a large population and actually relatively small oil sector, given the large population. I don't think there's much of a risk of the dividend becoming too large.
Interesting.
Well, that's the idea.
I liked it when I read about it. I thought there could be some challenges, but not things that cannot be surmounted. But again, just another tool in the toolbox. So if we switch a little bit to China, right? Because that's something that comes up a lot in these conversations. What's your view on how this China-US geopolitical tussle is going to play out? Do you foresee us growing old in a China empire, or is it going to fizzle out like Japan did, the Japan scare of the 80s? But even if we grew old in a China empire, how bad can it be? Or are there some silver linings?
So, all right. So the short answer is I don't know, right? I wish I did know, right? I do think that there's a couple of things that are true, that are both true. Okay, one is that China is racing ahead technologically, and the West is definitely falling behind, right? And this AI is a good example, but look at clean energy deployment, look at all of these things that they can do that we cannot do, right? And that's a certain state capability that they have that the West had and is largely lost, and I actually don't think we will get it back. Okay. So that is definitely true. And so China is going to continue to become wealthier and more influential, and it will dominate certain sectors for sure. On the other hand, they're able to do that through a pretty brutal authoritarian system. And to come back to my people vote with their feet, I think that once, I still think that people, especially when they become middle class and definitely when they become wealthy, they really prize their individual freedom. They prize the ability to say what they want. They prize the ability to choose to live where they want. And that will continue to be possible in the West and not possible in China. And so I think when people have those choices, there's something, maybe this is wrong, it's probably wrong, but like I still feel like there's some fundamental universal human desire for freedom and to make choices in your own life and not have the government tell you what to do and when. And that's going to be a value that that I think will stick in the West and is going to be very disruptive in China. And like even like let's take it back to Nigeria. Okay, let's say it's a Chinese dominated world. Like I just cannot imagine Nigerians like letting their government tell them what to do or what to say. Like Nigerians are just not going to put up with that, right? You're much more like Americans in that you kind of embrace the Wild West. You want to be freewheeling, you want to say what you think, you want to try different things. That model, I think, that's really hard to get people to give that up. They won't give that up. So I don't know if that'll be the tension of the next 50 years. But I know as wealthy as China gets, it's still not going to be a place that's going to attract people that have choices. So we'll see how both of those two tensions play out.
Interesting. Now, again, going back to your U.S. State Department days, how has U.S. foreign policy on Africa evolved over time? What led to where we are today, where it appears that Africa really doesn't feature that much, in conversations in Washington, D.C. What happened, and how does Africa navigate itself out of this cul-de-sac?
Yeah, so look, for a long time, Africa was viewed entirely through the Cold War lens, right? It was an arena of geostrategic competition between the US and Soviet Union. Everything was through that lens. It gave a very simple frame. You could understand it, and African leaders could exploit it, and they did, right? Absolutely, they did. Then we sort of had this period where it was like it was all up in the air. This was from the fall of the Berlin Wall until really the rise of China. It was kind of a grab bag, like, what are we doing? And, I remember when Bill Clinton came into office, their goal was to get total US foreign assistance to all of Africa to hit $1 billion. That was their big goal, right? And they struggled to get there. I can't remember if they did or not, but like it was like nothing. And then and so you saw this proliferation of interest where people are like, oh, what we care about is human rights, or what we care about is only democracy, or we care about global health. Like it was sort of a grab bag of all kinds of objectives. And that doesn't, when you've got a lot of priorities, you have no priorities. And so that really meant that Africa fell way down on the priority list because it wasn't clear what really mattered. Then we saw I would say, so I worked for the Bush administration. In the Bush administration, I would say you saw an elevation of Africa and in some very clear lanes. And those lanes were public health, particularly HIV, AIDS, and malaria, presidential initiatives on both. Very clear. And that was driven in large part by the president deciding this was something good in line with American values that could be done and we should do it. And he got a lot of support for that. I'm actually kind of disappointed and a little surprised at how fast that collapsed now. We'll see if the constituency for global health comes back a little bit. I hope that it does. Okay, but health, counterterrorism, this is post 9/11 world, and then democratization was actually a really big issue. I know people sometimes roll their eyes, but I can tell you, working for Secretary Condoleezza Rice and President Bush, that democracy, promotion, and human freedom, it was not just buzzwords. It was actually a core objective that we were trying to pursue. And in particular, a bunch of countries that had gone through in Africa, the democratic transition in the early 90s, they were kind of having some wobbly moments in the early 2000s. So we were trying to support them. So you saw that. And then during the Obama years, you sort of saw like a proliferation, less focus. It was like a lot more things were of it. It was, again, this era of we've got a lot more priorities, and too many priorities are no priorities at all. So it kind of got a little bit messy. Now with Trump 2, we're actually seeing such a complete reversal where it's basically about critical minerals and maybe nothing else.
Yeah.
Right? It's like so narrow. So I think if I was advising an African head of state or a foreign minister, I would say to try to be very hard-headed about finding something that your country has value, and not worry too much about all the other theatrical stuff, and focus on worrying about trying to build a productive relationship in that particular area. And we could talk about what that might be in Nigeria. So,
not just Nigeria. I mean, again, just thinking about Nigeria, thinking about Kenya, South Africa, that's getting a lot of the brunt of the Trump ire. What can these guys possibly put forward to give them some bargaining chips in a world that seems to have turned away from Africa and focused on a few other things, yet African leaders may not have come to this realization, to say, if this is the world we live in today, what are the chips we've got to lay on the table, and how do we arrange our chips? Yeah. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. So I would say, the two obvious areas, one are business deals, and this should be not seen in terms of charity, but in terms of mutual interest. What are the deals between American and Nigerian firms, or American and Kenyan or South African firms that would be beneficial for both countries, and help make those happen? Clearly that goes way beyond just the mineral supply chains, but that's something that they're certainly focused on. The second is national security. And, counterterrorism is still a big issue. If I was Kenya, Kenya is the linchpin for dealing with Somalia and a whole bunch of other problems in the region. And Kenya has done a good job of making itself a useful national security ally. So I think other countries can certainly do that as well. And then the last is really thinking about partnerships in a smart way that leverage U.S. concern about influence of China and Russia. And this is not like finger wagging, making people have to choose. And I'm definitely picking up right now in Washington, D.C., that there's a sense that people have overplayed the Chinese card, and that people have basically tried to use, if you don't do this, China will, for everything. And it's kind of a little bit of the boy who cried wolf. So I don't know, but there's still very real concern about that, and using that in a smart, targeted manner, I think can be productive, both to play off each of the superpowers against each other, but also to use it as a motivator for building, productive relationships built on mutual interests, rather than, I think that the era of we're all just going to be nice to each other because cooperation is a good thing, that's kind of not going to work, at least for the next immediate period.
Exactly. And just to say to the participants, we're going to take your questions or comments, but please put them in the Q&A tab. It's difficult for us to read all the comments going on in the chat room, but if you put them in the Q&A tab, we can pick them up. So let's talk a bit about energy, which is something that's dear to our hearts. As the work you do in Energy for Growth Hub, your very brilliant Substack, Eat More Electrons, which I always think eat more chicken, whenever I see it. What is it that you know about addressing Africa's energy poverty that is lost on many of the other mainline think tanks that think about energy and Africa, etc., and that may also be lost on policy people within the continent who are challenged with addressing this problem?
Yeah, I think the core, which is what Eat More Electrons is hinting at, is that Africa is going to need a lot more energy. And we're not talking about a 50% increase. We're talking about, Nigeria needing 5 times, 10 times as much energy, more, depending on your time period, over the next several decades to meet its own perfectly reasonable goals for employment, industry, and higher incomes for everybody. And I think the flip side of this is people think, well, if we can get lights in everybody's homes, that's pretty good. And having electric lights in your home is better than not having electric lights, but that's not enough energy to live a better life. And in particular, industry and commerce use most energy, right? So, 3/4 of electricity is not used in people's homes. It's used out in agriculture, in businesses, and in industry. And so, it's not good enough to just get lights in everybody's homes or maybe enough electricity for some basic appliances. That's good. But really, businesses, the wider economy need not just electricity and energy, but it has to be reliable and it has to be cheap, right? It has to be very low cost. So, this is like the scourge of Nigeria is the reliance on diesel generators, right? So people are relying on diesel, which it delivers a service, right? You can run a fridge or you can run some lights or a small shop on a diesel generator, but it's incredibly expensive. It's annoying in lots of other ways. It's dirty and but
noise pollution,
loud. But you cannot run a competitive business if you're running a generator and paying, I don't know, 50, 60 cents a kilowatt hour, and your competitor is running on 5-cent reliable electricity from a hydro dam or a solar gas array or whatever it is. So I think my main takeaway is that people do not get the scale of the energy needs, and sometimes they view it either that we should just make incremental progress, just give people a little bit of energy, they'll be a little bit better off. No, orders of magnitude more. And right now, this is crazy, okay? The average Nigerian uses about 1% as much electricity as the average American. 1%. So it's not, again, not just getting a bunch more in people's homes. It's all the data centers and the air conditioning and all of the things that electricity allows. And just the last thing I'll say that I don't think people get in addition to the scale is that if you really care about climate change, and we all should care absolutely about climate change means more energy in Africa, not less. It's not a scarcity. It's not a scarcity pathway. It's an abundance pathway. And there's no way we're going to be able to tackle climate change anywhere, especially in Africa, if we're not looking at orders of magnitude more electricity. And that's on us to try to do it as cleanly as possible without being dogmatic that it has to be zero carbon, but as cleanly as possible. But there's no way that we could say we're serious about climate change if 1/4 of humanity is left behind and people are still burning, with trees to cook. That's just not going to be possible. So it's really a story. Climate change and energy abundance go hand in hand. It's not one or the other.
And I mean, this what I love about your Substack is the way you use analogies to just bring what are seemingly difficult concepts, to the understanding of anyone who really wants to understand it. So this is like 1% of what American use, or, the famous one about, a typical American refrigerator uses more power than the average, African. I mean, that stack, he puts it right in your face. But I think what I'm hearing is there's a bit of a focus, especially from many of the development programs, to say, oh, we're providing access, electricity access to Africans. And, they install a solar panel there or do some mini grid there and people can power their homes. And we all pat ourselves on the back that we've done fantastic. Whilst that is good, and we should do that, isn't that distracting us from some of the conversations we need to have, which then brings us back to, a question I raised earlier around how we finance infrastructure, and that what we really need in many African countries just to use whatever we've got to just drive grid supplied power to people, to drive productivity, etc. And why is this difficult for people who write these policies to understand? It seems like simple common sense, to me, like, an American refrigerator uses more power than the average African. This is like one of those very simple things to understand. Why is it difficult for the core policy people, the people who control finance flows, to understand this little logic?
Yeah, so I think people do understand it. I think there is a lot of confusion, not among the people working in the energy sector, but in the wider community around what energy access means. So the way I think of it is energy access is getting people their first connection, right? And whether that is depending where they live, if you're in a city, it's probably in the grid. If you're, in maybe a tiny little town, maybe it's your first electricity is from a mini grid. And if you're living really remotely, maybe it's from a standalone solar home system. So that initial access is what the world has been focused on. The Sustainable Development Goal number 7, the access rate is getting everyone that first connection. The Mission 300, the new big program at the World Bank and African Development Bank, is to get 300 million new connections, getting all those people to have those first electrons flowing in their house. Super important. We absolutely need to do this, but we can't do that and ignore the other part of energy, which is energy for economic growth. I didn't name the Energy for Growth Hub by accident. We're focused on energy for growth, which is energy not really used at home. It's energy out in the wider economy, in industry, commerce, agriculture, and increasingly transportation. And there, you actually need different delivery systems. It's a different scale. And what you care about there is not access. Businesses have access. They have their first electrons. What you care about is cost and reliability. It has to be reliable. It has to be cost effective. And when you're doing that, that's how you get the sort of two sides of energy. People are earning more money outside the home from energy for growth. Then they're able to go home and afford appliances and electricity so that they can live better lives from the electricity at home. It's not exactly that simple. Some people work at home, that's fine. But in general, that's how energy leads to better development outcomes. We can become very fixated on the access number. And I think also people don't always realize that access can basically mean enough electricity for a couple of light bulbs, which again, great if you don't have light bulbs, but not enough. So we've worked with the Rockefeller Foundation on something we call the Modern Energy Minimum. And it's an additional metric. Let's get everybody to first access, 100%. Let's do it. Let's do it as cheaply, cost effectively, and quickly as possible. Not cheaply. I hate that word. Let's do it as cost effectively and efficiently as possible. But we also need to make these parallel investments. And what the modern energy minimum is, so access is defined as 50 kilowatt hours per person per year by the IEA. And again, to go to the fridge, my family fridge is about 450 kilowatt hours per year. So 50 counts as access. That's fine. But energy, the modern energy minimum is actually 1,000 kilowatt hours. And we've divided this into 250 at home and 750 in the wider economy. And we've done that because it's about 3/4 of the world's electricity is outside and 25% at home. So we're trying to propose this second tier, get everyone to access, and then let's get everyone, excuse me, to the modern energy minimum of 1,000 kilowatt hours. That would be pretty good. The big criticism we get is, wow, 1,000, that sounds like a lot. Well, the average in the United States is 12,000. So just getting everybody to 1,000 is, sorry, that's not even the end goal. We got to get, I hope in my lifetime that, we'll see people at 5,000 or more in Africa. And not just the super rich, but the middle class. And that would be a society where people have basically take electricity for granted. They can afford it. It's available when they need it. And they're not, when you're starting a business, you're not worried about where is it going to come from. You just know it will be there and you can afford it. That's the world we want to try to build.
Talk to me. How do we get to 5,000? What are some of the things? Okay, so two parts to the question. What are some of the reasons why we're not able to get to 5,000 today? And we know some of the popular ones, but there's some deep insights you have, on why we're not able to get to 5,000 and what can countries do. So assume that the president invites you, he really wants to do this stuff, lay out for me what I need to do, including on the contracting side, on, everything, just take some time and spell it out for me.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things. I'll just give you a couple. Okay. So an important one. So I think the technologies for off-grid are kind of incredible and people are doing amazing things, but you still can never escape the economy of scale of large scale power. Exactly. And for an economy that's going to produce, 3,000 to 5,000 per capita, you're going to still need big power plants. These can be hydroelectric dams, big solar farms, big wind farms, gas plants, nuclear, maybe small modular reactors soon. So you're still going to need electricity at scale. To get the generation side done, you need anchor off-takers. So go back to Ghana, country I've worked on a lot. I was just there a couple of weeks ago. I was there with my friend Patrick. Ghana's single largest source of electricity is the Akosombo Dam. It was built in the early 1960s, and the way it got financed was an aluminum smelter agreed to take a lot of the power. And by having that anchor customer, they were able to finance the whole dam. And that one deal produced, Ghana's biggest power source, and now we're 75 years later, and it's still Ghana's biggest power source. So countries like Nigeria and others, they have aspirations to build lots of power plants. Each one of those needs some kind of anchor off-taker. That can be a public utility, but utilities in Africa, they're all operating at a loss, so none of them are creditworthy. So you either have to fix the finances of the utility, which would be a good thing to do, but also quite hard, or you need to find private off-takers who can take not all of it, but enough of the power from the generation facility that you can get financing to get the project built. And then you overbuild so that other people can benefit from that. And you make a whole series of those investments, you start to build up a whole fleet of power stations. So that's one thing where the government could play a role in helping to match generators to potential off-takers. That would also fit with industrialization policy where they want those industries, and there's no better anchor than industrial facilities, right? The other is transmission. Again, a big problem in Nigeria, obviously, is the state of the grid. Transmission business is actually a terrible private sector business. So you see some private models that work here and there. Generally, this is public sector investment. And so I do think if I was, advising an African head of state, it would be, you're going to have to mobilize some public resources and invest in a smart grid. Do it. Don't overbuild too quick. that will bankrupt you, but build out some really high value transmission lines, and do it in a way that will allow you to add on additional generation sources as they come online. And then the last issue, which you're sort of hinting at, is on the contracting. And this is an issue that I work a lot on, and it sounds really boring, and it's mostly lawyers that work on this. I'm not a lawyer, but the contracts in the power sector are still kept secret, and it strikes me as absolutely ridiculous that we're doing that. So in most countries, including Nigeria, oil and gas contracts, they're public. Mining contracts, they're public. If the government takes out a loan, their sovereign debt contracts, public. But electricity, nope, that's still kept private. And the downside of that is secret contracts, almost by design, mean you're not getting the best price, right? So if I told you, Patrick, that I went to the store and bought my family fridge, and I got a great deal, but I didn't tell you the price, and the store wouldn't tell you what price I paid, you would assume that you were getting a bad deal when you go to negotiate, and you would be right. And the same is happening with electricity. When you have non-competitive pricing, you're just overpaying. And when you have secret contracts, I don't know, either for corrupt reasons or just because the decision makers don't have all the information they need, you don't get good contracts either. So we're really advocating for contract disclosure. Some of the provisions that apply to public budgets, to oil and gas, mining, sovereign debt contracts, those should just be applied to the electricity sector as well. And that's a way that countries can make sure they're getting the best available price from the market, and that citizens know that their government is signing electricity deals on their behalf in a way that they can hold them accountable. So you can have a look. We've got a website called ppawatch.org. Have a look. And it's got all the materials there. And it's really, I think it's going to be one of these issues that in 10 years or 20 years, we're going to be like, God, it's crazy that we did it the old way, and this new way is so much better.
Yeah. So if you were advising some African candidates for a PhD, in the energy space, and they're just thinking areas to focus their research, what would you advise? What should they be spending time thinking about that could help Africa address many of the energy challenges it has?
Oh man, there's so many cool topics in the energy space. Like you have first of all, great sector to move into, because Africa's energy issue will not be solved in our lifetimes, and it's only going to grow. So I think it's an absolute growth area. Look, if you're into engineering, we're going to need a lot more engineers for sure. If you're into finance and business, we're going to need new business models and people who put together those package deals. If you're a data nerd like me, you can get into geospatial analysis, which is used for planning and monitoring. There's really a whole array of things that you can do. Any of those are good. I think just people should choose their, what kinds of, the career advice I always give people is, you're going to spend the majority of your waking hours working on something. You better really like it, and you better care about it, or you're basically wasting your life. Like, why would you do that? So find some skills that you're really interested in, find a passion of something you want to help achieve. So when you're older and you're, talking to your family, you can say, hey, I did this, and you can feel proud about that, and you will have enjoyed your life as well. So the last thing I'll just say is, I know that everybody thinks I got a PhD. I know everybody thinks getting a PhD is like the be all end all. You can have an amazing career. You do not need a PhD. If you definitely want to be an academic, sure, you have to do it. Pretty much every other job you want to do, I would ask whether maybe a master's degree and some additional work experience might actually be a better path.
Thought we're Nigerians, right? We got to get that people.
I know. I was just talking to a Ghanaian friend who was insisting that she's going to get a PhD in economics because that's what she needs to do. And I was like, well, why? And it was the same thing. Look,
Yeah.
we have to do this.
We just have to get it. Yeah, it is what it is.
Well, I'm being very like practical, but look, you got to do what you got to do, right?
Yep.
Live your best life.
I hear you. I hear you. We've got a question from Shika Awuno. She says, funding for Africa infrastructure projects is astronomically expensive, hence the debt burden. Why can't Africa gain access to inexpensive long-term, maybe 30 years at least, funding for real development instead of the crippling system we have? So essentially, I think the question here is, why aren't we able to access, this longer-term funding more cost-effective to drive development?
Yeah. So part of it, I hate to say this, is the government's fault. So if you think about it, okay, if you're an investor and you want to invest in a solar farm, okay, you have options what to do with your money. You could invest in treasury bills I'm just going to pick on the United States, treasury bills in the United States, and you could get 5% or a little less now, but let's just say 5%. And you'd have the US government backing it up. Okay. All right. Well, now we want to look at Nigeria. Okay. I don't know what the prevailing Eurobond rate would be, but let's say it's something like 10 or 12%. So you could get 10 or 12%. Okay, I'm going to get 700 basis points more, and I'm going to take on the risk that the Nigerian government might default. I can make that calculation. Okay, I'll take it. 700 basis points. Well, now I want to do a solar farm in Nigeria. Well, okay, now I'm not just taking on Nigerian sovereign risk, but I'm actually taking on project risk that the solar farm will get built and will get paid. Well, there I'm going to need another 1,000 basis points, right? So now I need, what is it? What are we up to? 20% or more. I mean, I'm making these up, but they're roughly right.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a double risk premium on infrastructure projects in Africa. There's the sovereign risk, and then there's the project risk on top of it. And the sovereign risk is just based on the country, the likelihood of getting paid back because of currency and other issues. And then the project risk is just how risky that individual project will be, that it could get stuck or, fall apart, and then you're left holding a worthless asset. So the not very satisfying answer for for the audience's excellent question is governments need to manage that sovereign risk down. That means doing a lot of the big macro things well so that their premium risk comes down. And then the project risk, the government and the investors can do things to reduce that premium, either through things like public guarantees or making it easier to get permitting. Having open contracts, I think, would help. All of the things that add to project risk, you can try to reduce them one by one. The last thing you can do is, and we talked about the World Bank a little bit, there are international facilities that actually do sub-market, lower interest rate than market rate investments. Those are things like the International Finance Corporation does private investment in projects at sub-market rates. And then a lot of countries have their own either development bank or development finance institution that also does long-term infrastructure at better terms than you'll get in the private market. So you can exploit those as much as possible. And a good example of that is the British government has something called BII, the British International Investment, and they make a lot of investments in African infrastructure, and they do it at rates that are better than what the market would bear.
Another question from William Dennis. African countries are generally factor-driven economies, meaning their value is essentially in providing raw materials and cheap labor. Do you think the rest of the developed world wants to really see African countries move towards efficiency-driven economies? And if not, to what extent can African leaders navigate the political and economic subversive efforts to keep Africa at the factor-driven level?
Yeah, so I don't think the rest of the world really cares all that much, right? They'd be perfectly happy taking Africa's natural resources in a raw form and benefiting from them. And, the old colonial extractive model is unfortunately alive and well today. All right. And we'll see many examples of that. It's absolutely incumbent on African governments to negotiate better deals. I see a lot of governments highly motivated by this today. They do not want that colonial model to continue, especially with the green economy, green industrialization, these new investments in mineral supply chains. So it's very important that the government negotiate hard to make sure that there are local benefits. So, for example, that raw materials are, processed as much as possible locally. If you're going to process minerals, for example, you need reliable power. Zambia is running into this problem, right? They have a lot of mining. The U.S. is investing in a railway to get Zambian minerals out to the Lobito port so it can go into the international market. But Zambia is facing a massive power crisis right now because they're reliant on a decades-old dam that's at a very low water level. So what Zambia should be doing is not just agreeing to export its minerals, but getting investment in local industry, local power, and local value addition in that mining value chain right now. It's not that easy to do. You have to negotiate hard, but you have to have a vision of what you're trying to achieve in your country, and not just sell raw materials out, out the exit door and just take a little, that revenue and hope that you can turn that revenue into economic development. It doesn't work that way. You really got to, just like the Akasambo Dam example, you've got to build the infrastructure for that core project, but overbuild in a way that it has additional benefits for the rest of the local economy.
So there's a question here from Saleh Balami about Burkina Faso. Yeah.
Okay.
And I knew it was going to come up because I think Traore has a fantastic PR machine. That it's almost like a movie script. He's presented like this Voltron. Who's going to save Burkina Faso and save Africa. But I can't get beyond the fact that he came to power in a military coup. It's an illiberal government. And if prior history tells us anything about how this is going to end, we know how it's going to play out. Over time, the shine will fade. He'll become a real dictator. He'll drive a lot of populist policies that might not be good for the economic development, and he will become more dictatorial, etc., etc. What am I missing? What am I missing in this my slightly pessimistic, not even slightly, really pessimistic view of Traore and how he's being presented as the savior of Africa?
Yeah, Patrick, I don't think you're missing anything. So, like, Africa's had no shortage of charming leaders, right? That are good at PR. Robert Mugabe was good at PR one day.
Fantastic. Right? He was the great African hope.
Museveni at one point in Uganda, he was, seen as the guy. Right now, his regime is pretty, doing some pretty frightening things right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, look, I guess Traore can surprise us, but I would say the way he came to power, not just in the coup, Nigeria had its example, had examples of both of former coup leaders, both kind of figuring it out and righting themselves, and some that absolutely did not. You could argue about Jerry Rawlings in Ghana and others that were coup makers that kind of helped set their country on a more sustainable path. So I don't discount coup makers outright for being only negative. I would say his ties to the Russian and Russian affiliated groups is a massive alarm bell. And the concern in the whole Sahel region, I think is pretty, obviously it's a concern of Nigeria. It should be a concern for everybody. So I'm actually very pessimistic. Burkina has incredible potential. It's really a country that was able to do a lot of things. And the fact that they've devolved back into sort of 60s style cycle of coups is really quite scary, actually.
Yeah.
So, I would not take the political theater too seriously and see what he does on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
But if we all love if charming politicians were effective leaders, the world would be a very different place.
And we've got a few minutes to go, but I have to get to the Judd Riker, books.
Okay.
Fantastic fiction writer, diplomat, academic, trying to solve crises around the world, including in Nigeria. You see, Todd, every time I read him, I see your face. Yeah. I'm serious. So I try to focus on the book. I try to, okay, this is not Todd, this is Judd. But I see you. To what extent is that your story?
Yeah, so there's a guy named Judd Devermont who was President Biden's chief advisor, and I've worked with him in government. He's an old dear friend. He thinks Judd Riker is him, in part because I used his name, Judd. And he's not entirely wrong. So look, I'd say all the characters in the books are composites of real people. And
including the Nigerian characters.
So yeah, some of the Nigerian characters. So if you read the Nigerian book, so it's called The Shadow List.
Shadow List.
And it opens with an American banker kidnapped in London, who seems to have fallen for a 419 scam. And it takes Judd Riker, he's got to figure out what's happened. It takes him to Nigeria. And one of his allies, there's a judge that's loosely based on the founding chair of the EFCC, Nuhu Ribadu, who's now, of course, the National Security Advisor. There's lots of differences between the two characters, but yeah, I had Ribadu in mind in writing that character. There's a basketball player, and I've got Dikembe Mutombo in mind. It's like people like that. So it's not exactly, but that's the fun of fiction, is that you can take your favorite parts of real life and put them together into a fun story. And I would just say, Patrick, it was super fun writing those books. I really enjoyed it. And they're not serious, right? They're the kinds of, they're to read on the beach or on an airplane, like it's just for fun. But I was actually trying to do stories about American diplomats dealing in Africa, and some of the things that I did face, like, backbiting other diplomats and lying dictators and all of that fun stuff that you have to deal with. It's actually serious in the real world, but put it in a fiction format that would be accessible to regular people who don't really want to read about the bureaucracy of foreign policy and how it's not working. So,
but I really enjoyed and respect, and like that you respected the people and the places, especially introducing some of these African nations or peoples to an audience that may not be really exposed to them. And I thought you paid a lot of great attention.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. I really try to avoid cliches, but I would admit in The Shadow List, the Russian characters are all cliches. But that's okay. I'm okay with that, as long as the Nigerian characters are not.
And is there another book in the series, or are you done?
So I did a book. The Riker International Diplomatic Series, I did the 4 and I needed a break. I decided to do a domestic US thriller, which I put out last summer. It's called Purple State. And it's about state of Pennsylvania. And I've had to take a break again. Trying to write about US politics in fiction form, it's very hard to stay ahead of reality. Like, I wrote some crazy stuff in early drafts and it wasn't half as crazy as reality. So I had to provide, and I felt like that was a little exhausting. It was a fun book to write. I enjoyed it. And I hope people enjoy reading it, but I don't know that I'm going to write another American thriller right now.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Todd, for this conversation. It's always a pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you, Patrick. I love your podcast, and thank you for going. I know you like to go deep. We always talk about things so superficially. So I really appreciate that you like to go, spend time, go into a deep topic. And of course, I love everything you're doing at Next here. So congratulations on that.
Thank you. And see you when you get back to DC.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot.
If I tell you that I had to sell one of my properties to raise over $300,000 just to fund my movie, you would not believe it. I'll tell you about it in this video. Hi, my name is Tola Olatunji and I'm a champion. Well, first of all, I'm a filmmaker, right? And part of what we do is tell stories, educate, change cultures, and so many other things.
Stories shape the way we see the world. For filmmaker Tola Olatunji, storytelling is not just art, it's a responsibility. Born in Nigeria and working across continents, Olatunji has built a career creating films that explore identity, migration, and the human spirit. From Yankee Hustle to Issues of the Heart and the powerful drama King Nani, his work reflects the complex realities of the genders.
So gender equitable storytelling means writing men and women as full human beings, right? With equal depth, agency, flaws, strength, consequences, instead of defaulting them to stereotypes. I like that word, stereotypes. The fact that women are actually half. And I think my contributions in one way, manner, or form, either intentionally through my stories or through things like this, like, seminars, discussions like this can actually contribute to it. What are the common stereotypes that we see when we talk about film or storytelling or content creator? Emotionless strong man. Very good. So it's a common trope, right? That when you see watching a movie, you don't expect the man to express himself emotionally, or cry, or cry. So it's kind of a condition that we've seen. Whether you're a content creator and you want to cast, or you're a writer and you want to deliver your script, you don't know that sometimes those conditions have been embedded in your mind, right? Side woman, the supportive side woman. Okay? Somehow, for some reason, we always assume a woman should be supported, right? Okay? The overly emotional woman. Okay? Yeah. I was just waiting for someone. That's the perfect one I was waiting for someone to say. You bring it to the Nigerian context. What is it that we always have to say mother-in-law is bad? How do we get to that point? Huh? Thank you very much. Somebody must have taught us, right? Somebody definitely taught us at some point.
Filmmakers are actually the platform that we need in the society to tell the story that we want to see in the society. What we want from the younger generation, what we want from the people around us. We are the ones to tell the story. We are the ones to shape the society. A lot of people are the way they are because of what they've seen. So we need to start telling what we want to see in the society.
You already assume that's what her role is going to be. And we've been conditioned that once you say mother-in-law, the first thing that comes to your mind is she's trouble, right? Right? But human beings are way more complex than that. Way more complex than that. And we tend to represent ourselves in a very narrow way. Very narrow. And it is affecting us. Let's go back to the first one. Have you ever asked yourself why every young boy wants to be a superhero? Why does a little girl want to be a princess? Why? Who taught the family? Why can't a woman pull over and help a man to change the tire? To say, okay, let me help you with... Huh? Yeah. Yes, it's man's job. Right? So are you saying that women are not kind? Or are you saying that women are not strong? I've seen women that if they punch you, do you see what I'm saying? So
yeah, it's quite essential for storytelling to be balanced, from male and female perspective. It has to be gender equality. Why? Because the nation cannot thrive without both energy. And if what we do is to inspire people, is to inspire a race, is to inspire the nation and, globally as well. That's why it has to be, that equitable story and brilliant ideology where both species can have a balanced outing.
Thank you very much. So basically for me, to be honest with you, I didn't necessarily choose to have women cast in my film. It wasn't by intention. It was just, so I don't want to take the credit for it. So my first, second, third film actually had female leads. And that wasn't by design. So years after, somebody asked me and said, how come you're always casting women in all your roles? And I was like, that's true. How did that happen? You must have had a woman in your life that was a strong character, and that's true.
We want to know about it.
My mother was a very strong person, very, very strong personality. Obviously, she had her challenges as well. A lot of the tropes that we have as filmmakers that we see in women, she had those things. She was considered aggressive. She was considered a business person, but at the same time, she was so for some reason, I found myself doing that, and I started casting women in all my stories. It wasn't because I did that by intention, it just happened.
For Tola, film is powerful. He says that when you tell stories that reflect people's real lives, you give them visibility and sometimes even hope. In Kenani, he confronts the harsh realities of human trafficking, telling the story of both men and women navigating systems that often silence them. Here, a man is sold into slavery in Libya and a woman into prostitution in the United States. A rarity from the way we often see trafficking stories told. His work challenges audiences to rethink who gets to be seen and whose voices deserve to be heard.
We went for a role at inventory set in New York, and Omoni was there. It was at the Tribeca Film Festival, and it was about gender equitable storytelling. And all the things that I learned there, now that I know, I'm able to revert that back to saying, wow, God was actually calling me for a purpose, right? And that's where all my films have been. So yes, I definitely agree that I believe that women should have better roles. I believe that the complexity when it comes to women's role in film is not addressed enough. If women are put into buckets, that's my personal opinion.
People to think why? How did I get to this point? Right? Who taught me this? Why am I directing like this? Why have I decided to do my content creation in this way? Once you start to ask those questions, which is the reason why we're doing this class, then you're now starting to be real filmmakers, real actors, right? Because you have a right as an actor to say, why is my character being led this way? Good. Yeah. No, it's everywhere. You have to.
I'm just being honest. Why do we have that?
No, let me put it this way. I'll tell you why you need to. I'll tell you why you need to. This is where it comes in. I'll answer the question. Because of the commercial or the reason because you have to pay your bills, I understand why you have to take certain roles. But remember this, whatever you put out there today, your face is on it. The trajectory of everything that you put out, your children's children are going to be participants of that information. So you took dirt. You took what was bad, that you knew was bad, but you also became a vessel for that. So you have a choice.
Sitting in this class, I think I've been given an assignment right now, so I'm going to go back to all of those scripts. And I think because in the class I was actually tracking back to all of the scripts that I have, and I think that I actually have a lot of work to do on trying to edit all of those things. Yeah, so
I think I was watching a movie, and in the movie, two characters, I think it was by DiCaprio was in ENUGU, and there were like two different characters, husband and wife. And at some point they had children. And in the process of doing that, they had to leave their children. And what came to my mind was, if somebody has to leave the child, it should be the man to go. But the woman left. But in my head, I was like, what does assume that the woman has to leave, right? Why can't the man be the one? So we assume that women always have to be mature. But it's not true. Women are a lot more complex than that. Our role should be given every opportunity like the male characters as well. You look at your own why, does it align? If it doesn't align, you have a choice. But if you now say, okay, my only reason for doing this is because of financial reason, at least you've answered the why. You've answered the why. That's it. It's as simple as that. You don't have to take every project. But if you don't have a why, everything they throw at you, you will take.
It was great being here. I was speaking to the host, Tola Olatunji, about how it's full circle for me because I was at the premiere of Kanani a few years ago. And so now coming to this workshop, learning more about gender equitable stories and also why we're doing what we're doing has helped me kind of like hone down on my why and why I'm actually making films.
The same way this program actually helped me not necessarily find it, but also to just let me be able to point out that, oh, I'm actually already in that path to do this.
Tola believes that women carry so many stories that cinema has ignored for too long. As filmmakers, he says we have a duty to tell those stories truthfully. Beyond directing, through the Press Play Film Festival, Tola has created a space where emerging filmmakers, especially from underrepresented communities, can share their voices with the world. The festival has become a meeting point for creativity, mentorship, and opportunity for the genders.
Women are not just receivers. They are complex. They are complex creatures, just like us, right? So if you start to label a woman, oh, because she's assertive, oh, she's a witch. Professor Zoko looks like a witch, so let's just put her as witch, okay? It doesn't work like that. So when you're telling your stories, always remember, ask yourself why. Why did I do it this way, right? Okay, if I'm going to put a woman as a lead, is she complex enough? Is she complex enough? You have to make it authentic, right? I'm sure everybody in this room has seen a feisty woman. 100%. Everybody say yeah. And I'm sure some people have seen a very calm woman, right? Some women they have zero nurturing spirit. Am I wrong? So why do we put women as bottom that you have to be nurturing? If a woman holds a child and throws the child to the side, and it's the father that picks the child up, and the woman walks away and never comes back, and she's like, I'm going to find a job. What is wrong with that? Part of the thing that I've learned on this is that I found out that it doesn't only apply to the film, the actual content that you're creating, but it also in the way you actually cast and your production crew. And I'll give you a quick example. When I started filming, I used to have like multiple different people on my set, girls, boys, and all that stuff. And because of my cultural background, right, I naturally gravitated towards certain things being for women and certain things being for men. So for example, I will say, when it comes to hard things, like dangerous things, I'll tell my crew member, because he's a guy, you climb the ladder, you do this, and I'll tell the girls to do more simple things. And I realized that I started getting some like lashback, and I was like, what am I doing wrong? There's nothing wrong with that. Women are complex. In real life, they are complex. But we bottle them that if a woman carries a child, when you see somebody fighting and the child has to go, you expect that it's the woman that has to come back and say, oh mommy, no, it's not the case. In real life, it's not the case. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. But all of us cannot say it's the woman that has to. And that way, we're telling the audience that you don't need to be angry. You don't need to be angry when the woman is not the one that picks the child. It's normal. But we've all thought everybody is the woman that has to pick the child. She's a wicked woman. Does that make sense? Yes. So women are way more complex. Men are way more complex too. And I know this is always a bone of contention. Like I said, this is not a gender war. It's okay for men to cry in movies.
Apparently, now that I know better, right, I'm not only going to cast better, write my story aligning better, but also be able to understand how my crew, the dynamics of my crew. Does that make sense? Yes, so because I got a lot of people saying, why do the women have to be the ones to go get coffee? Like, that's true. Why am I sending her to go get coffee? Why does she have to be the one to provide the food? The guy can provide the food too, as well, right? And the girl could climb the ladder. So, but that helps you actually point to those problems, right? So that's what I've definitely learned.
Somebody said, I don't know the arc of a man. Who is a man? Why? Because they said men don't speak up. Men don't speak up. We don't show our emotions. And our stories don't show it either. You hardly find movies where men are showing who they are. It's only when they are with themselves. And even when they're with themselves, when they third party, they don't really express. So it's hard for a man to cry. Is it okay for a man to cry? I'm not saying you cry, but why to cry? Has there been no man that has ever cried? Right? Who told you not to cry? Who told you not to cry? Who told you? And as directors, I think we are actually at the front line because we are the main custodians of storytelling, because we are part of the story, which is a script. We are part of production. We are part of post-production, and we are the actual custodians of what you see in the frame.
Maybe other than politics, where you have the direct power, right, to influence, to make policies, structure things, I don't think anybody is more powerful than filmmakers, because we have what it takes. Somebody made mention yesterday and said there's the difference between women empowerment. That means when you actually want to tell people you have the power to do certain things, that's something that is being given to you.
It's something that we always have to keep questioning ourselves about. And literally before I started this interview, the lovely man was about to mic me and he asked me for my permission. And I thought about it, like almost on every set that I've been on, I've seen the man literally pause to ask, but I don't think I've seen a woman do that with a guy. And I guess these are the kind of things that make me question. And I've been doing film for years now.
Choosing, that's the big one. That's the biggest one here. Choice. Choice. You have to give your character choice, right? Something to choose from, that they can determine their own trajectory. It's very important. A man can appear powerful and still be trapped by expectation. A woman can be exploited and still choose. Okay? Male characters are way more complex. Female characters generally have less choice. If you're a boss, go to work. Like Jennifer said, I'm expected to be nurturing. I'm expected to be soft-spoken. If you do anything outside of that, you're going to sound like a witch. Let me explain why to you. Why is it important for stories to be balanced? It's affecting marriages. It's affecting relationships. It's affecting a lot of stories, a lot of things. Because when you've been told by on film that a woman cannot be assertive, women are portrayed as indecisive. Is it true? I don't know. I don't care. But are there women that are decisive? 100%. So if a woman becomes decisive, why do we label her as a witch? Or whatever. That's my problem. Does that make sense? It's not for us to say one thing is right or one thing is wrong. It's for us to have an open mind that if you're like this, okay, I can understand. I can understand why you're angry. Not because you be woman now, you're not supposed to be angry. No. If she's angry, she's angry, right? So when you now get home and your wife is angry, or you saw the movie character, where every time they see a movie character, the lady is always nurturing. When the man says, I don't like it, and she can't express herself, you now get home to your wife and she expresses herself. It throws you off. It throws you off. So it's whatever you're putting out there changes culture, right? Again, like I said, I keep saying it. I'm not here to put you to any particular, push you in any direction. I'm just saying, ask yourself why. Okay? And there's when you have what's that other thing you said? Women with power. No, they've been empowered. Women empowerment and having power. There are two different things. One is intrinsic, right? It's actually embedded in you. You know you have it. It's now a function of exploring those opportunities. So now we can talk as much as we want and say, hey, go ahead, let's make policies, let's make, whatever it is to empower people. But the difference between film and any other structure is that film helps you to think in that way. And nobody else can shape culture, nobody else can shape people's thinking other than film. So there's a lot of opportunities for filmmakers to do that.
We are very, very intentional about projecting strength in men, strength in women, weakness in men, weakness in women.
I don't think necessarily that there's a book or a dictionary or a guide on how you need to portray masculinity. For me, it's understanding what do I want to tell specifically about a masculine character. And that's a wide spectrum, right? A masculine person could wear pink, in my own opinion, right? A masculine person could have muscles. A masculine person can cry. It can be aggressive. It can be nurturing, right? It all depends. So for me, it's not a function of having something that you use a specific prototype to say, if this person is to be masculine, this is how I want it to be. Otherwise, I'm begging the question, right? To say, what has brought us to this point to say, why can't men cry, right? Why can't men be nurturing? So it's a function of just, like I always say, the same phrase, remove conditioning and tell the story as it is, not what you were told to tell.
But my experience so far has been very good. I have, in the course of doing this, I have done a lot of meeting people here. I've actually done a lot of sessions in Texas with students trying to learn things like equity and gender equity, the storytelling. And right now in Nigeria, like I said, when I came to this room this afternoon, I think I had a lot of things to say, and I could also say a lot of smart things. But when the mic was turned on, I realized I didn't have much to say because the conversation was very deep. The conversation was very engaging. And I think I absorbed more than I could, actually speak. So I'm walking away with a different perspective, and I'm going to actually take that further from here.
Tola Olatunji believed that storytelling is more than filmmaking. It is advocacy, it is empowerment, and it is a commitment to a more equitable world, one story at a time. This is why Tola Olatunji is our champion.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they can see it.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Hello. Thanks for joining us on the Signature Show. As usual, another big fish. Someone who has graced our homes. Sometimes we love her. Sometimes we hate her. I remember a lot of older women would not even stand watching her. My pleasure to welcome to our show Patience Ozopo, Mama G. Patience, you're welcome.
Thank you.
It's good to see you again. We come a long way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to see each other once in a while.
I remember those years in FRCN, Radio Nigeria. I still remember your wonderful voice. I still remember when you were in continuity and the wonderful things you did. But even then, a lot of us didn't know there was this other side of yours. So let's start from the beginning. When I spoke to one of your colleagues, Peter Doche, he said that when people say, oh, I became an actor or an actress from my mom's womb, that he was not very comfortable with it, because this is something, yes, you come with talent, but then you have role models and all that. So at what point did your mom or your dad or your auntie see that you had this special talent in you?
I didn't even know they saw anything in me until I ventured into the industry. And my younger brother was in the US, And my elder sister was always on my neck. You stop going there. People will give you bad name. Those who are acting, they don't have good names and things like that. I insisted that I was already enjoying myself, just like I was enjoying myself on radio. And suddenly the retrenchment came, and it hit us very, very hard. It was like taking a child away from the mother's breast and things like that. But when this one came, it became a very wonderful substitute. And I started enjoying myself again. For my sister to now come and say, my eldest sister, say, you should stop. And my husband was very sick then, bedridden. I was the one running around, fending for the family, taking care of the children, and taking care of his medications and things like that. It was very much weight on me. So when she started reporting me to my younger brother now, who was in the US, and then that one said, sister, leave that girl alone. Is it today you discover that that's her she just discovered her talent? That's when I heard it for the first time, that it was a talent that had always been in me. Maybe from the things I did when I was in the primary school and secondary school, he now discovered that my sister has it. And now he's abroad. He saw people who had the same talent, the way they were behaving, and then felt, oh, we have such a person in our family. So when my elder sister came with the fact that I should stop, he said, no, I don't want her to stop.
So when you look back, I mean, primary school, secondary school, let me use myself for instance. I did a lot of drama in primary and secondary school. Mm. Did you do stuff like that?
Yes. I never wanted to be in debating society and all that. I hate debate. I hated arguments. I want to be straight at all times, tell you how I feel about things, and I move on. So debating society wasn't for me. But dancing and making people laugh, was the thing for me. So I joined such groups. If the school is organizing traditional dances, like I did the Calabar dance when I was in secondary school too. I did stage dramas like Marriage of Anansewa, The Gods Are Not to Blame, small skits that they were bringing then. And we had a wonderful English teacher who would always want to present something to the school, and then she would use it for us who had interest in it. So that was where my interest was. And, joining things like Girls Guide.
Was not
anywhere to play, anywhere to
you like those too?
Yes! So that's how everybody around me knew that she is there to entertain people. And that's why these people that are planning this, when they went through my interviews and they said, counting from that time to now, they were even the people that alerted me and said, you have been doing this for the past 45 years.
45 years.
I said, what?
That's a whole lot of time. 45 years.
Yeah.
But we'll get there soon. Okay. Broadcasting really was your first love.
Yes.
Broadcasting was your first love. Tell me, how did you get into broadcasting?
I never thought about it. But one day I was a teacher, and I would always take children on things to perform one way or the other. And one day, one of my cousins, she was working with Radio Nigeria then, Florence Onya. She came to record I think it was school debates or things. Talk show for children. And she said, sister, you are in this? I said, your cousin is always your sister in Igbo land. Sister. You came to this? I said, yeah. You are here? I said, yes, okay. You are going to do something for me. I can't even remember the aspect of which she asked me to do for her. And I did it, and she was, wow, that was good. I said, did I do? I said, very well. I said, thank you. And then the next, she came to the school and took me and said, come and anchor my children's program in Radio Nigeria. It was a big thing for me, and I took permission from the school and I went. The next time I went, it was after school hours, and she took me and we recorded. She said, everybody liked it.
It was like you were a pro.
Yeah, I didn't know what they were liking. I just go, so at the time, there was a problem in the office, and then they took me away from continuity and then sent me to produce, and they put me on Women and Children. I started producing Women and Children on Radio Nigeria. The manager came on and said, come here, you this girl. You know, I just love you with children. You made me feel like a child too. The way you blended with the children and everybody was so, he said he loved me, I should stay there. But me, I loved the continuity.
When you were already in Radio Nigeria,
yes,
they moved you from continuity to Women and Children programs.
To sort out some things. And every aspect of the listen that I went to, people were loving me. Until the retrenchment came, and I was retrenched.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was already in the industry at that time.
Yes, you had come.
I had come into Radio Nigeria. And a lot of us felt really bad that such a talent as you are, and as you were even then, was retrenched. Can I say that you are a good example of when one door closes, another door opens?
A bigger door.
So I know you left after the retrenchment, downcast, very disappointed.
I refused to leave the office. I was always coming, sitting down there for them to look at my face, because there was nothing else I could do. I just felt the world had come to an end for me. Every day I would come. Ositaga, you know Ositaga?
I remember Ositaga.
And his friends, they pushed for me, because at a time, I didn't know what happened. They brought back some of us. Jevas Chukwemeze came back. Some other people came back. And I didn't know the reason they didn't want me to come back. So I couldn't leave. I was back. And the GM then said, bring this woman back. We had already trained her because I had gone for training. Bring this woman back. She did well in the training and then all that. I remember what one of us, blessed memory, says, well, we have other people who have come in with a bigger certificate that they have created Anambra State, and so they don't have anywhere to go to in Anambra, so they want to stay back, and the only place they can work now is Federal Corporation. So that's why they have employed those people, and they can't take me. I cried and cried as if the world had come to an end. Eventually I left. I stopped coming, started looking for what to do. It was really hard. My children were there. And then my husband has started having problems in his office because of non-payment of salary. They were in there for 2 years. I had to struggle for these children to keep up with their school and things like that. So I started carrying the load on my head. I wouldn't know why I don't have high BP now, because
it was so much. It was so much on you.
Yes. So that's how I dabbled into acting. I didn't even know where I was going.
So what happened? Was it just like going into broadcasting?
No, it was not just like going into... somehow I can say that. But assuredly, I went to, because I was actually having children and going to school. You know, those of us were the ones that come out from secondary school and your parents say you are a girl, go and get married. And it was war. Eventually I was subdued. I went into marriage and then started having children. So I didn't want to stop school. So I was already going to school. But it weighed down so much on me because the children were already growing. By the time I first went to Institute of Management and Technology, IMT, to do theater arts. By the time we finished orientation course, they said they were sorry to announce to us that their stage had been disqualified.
It wasn't accredited.
Yes, that they were going to stop theater arts.
Admitting students for theater arts.
They gave us options. Is you either do fine and applied arts or you do art education. I never wanted anything to do with education. So I went in for fine and applied arts and I majored in graphic arts. But I still wanted to do something related to, I had to go back to ESUT to read mass communication. That was the closest thing. And the children were grown. They were in the university, I was in the university. And their father was bedridden. He was sick for more than 15 years. Bedridden, not getting up, not doing anything. So, and all of them, because I had them like that, 1 year difference between each other. I had to. I don't want to remember such things.
No, please.
Okay, no problem. I was in the class and my cousin in the class again called me and said, "Sister, we are going to break down. 4 children in the university and you are also in the university." I hadn't paid my own fees for. After the first 2 years, I couldn't make up my school fees. My husband was sick. The children were in school. We were eating. We were going to the hospital. We were doing all that. And then it was only me. And unfortunately, corporation was not paying them. They owed them for 2 years. You can imagine they were not paying them salary. Is it now pension that they will pay them? So I managed. And then one of the people in our reading group was working with Chief Debudaya.
A very well.
Chikopala. So she now told me, I forgot that you had worked with Radio Nigeria. I know you know all these things before. That she could actually connect me to Frank. I said, with Frank, that with one of her friends. Yes. Yeah. She now introduced me to Frank, who now introduced me to Chief Zebudaya. So when they wanted to do an advert for Anambra State, because Anambra State, their children were just finishing elementary schools and they go into business. So they wanted to encourage them. So it was given to Chief Zebudaya to manage. And then they gave me the role to play. And the man that played my husband in that advert, I said, wow, where have you been? These are the kind of people we want I said, which industry? He said, no, you come out. I said, I don't know where to come.
Yes.
Because there was the announcement that people should come to First Hotel. They were doing auditions. I said, I didn't like going to where you have crowds. I don't like to jump the queue, and I wouldn't want to stay too long on the road. I heard people were there, so many people were there, so I didn't go. Then they persuaded me, and I went to Zebudaya. So that man now brought me to do. He was commissioned to shoot a 13 episode of a community film, and they called it Someone Cares. Because of what he saw me do in that advert, he gave me the lead character. And I was there. That's where I met David. David Hesse was there too.
David Hesse.
This man from ENUGU too. They were all there before I came. And they were happy when I came. Said, hey, this woman can do it. Do what I didn't know. They gave me a script. I read it. Wow, this is what you want. And then I shot the
13 episodes.
13 episodes. So people now who came for the production now said, come for audition. I didn't want to come because I was actually going to that street and
taking care of the kids.
Yes.
And nursing your husband.
Yes. So I managed and went to shoot that. From there, people saw me and they said, come for audition. I went for audition. All the companies, they were coming from Lagos to shoot in ENUGU. That's where my success started. They left Lagos to go, because if you had told me to go to Lagos, I wouldn't know where to go to. So they came to ENUGU to shoot movies. ENUGU was streaming that time with movies, and then if 5 companies came and they did the audition, I would be in all the 5 movies. So I started running from money started coming in. You know, I didn't even know how to negotiate that. And the little one that was coming was a wow.
Is this possible?
Yes. In fact, that advert I did for Chico Elpala, no negotiation. He just going to do. I did it, and then the day they were paying, they said I should come for payment. I went and they gave me 5,000. I said, what? 5 whole thousand naira. I looked whether I was going to share with people or something. I said, no.
It's for you.
Madam, just make yourself available anytime we have. I went home rejoicing because it was almost Christmas and there was no hope where we were going to get something for Christmas, and it turned out to be a very big blessing. So that was where everything started.
As they say, one thing led to another.
You see, the way the other one came was almost the way this other came. So no plan that I'm going for this or going for that. And then every company that came to do audition, we said, where is that woman Patience also for? Vicky Madukife was there now. Mm-hmm. You know, she was the one that actually said, well, there's something they can do, that there are people who have better certificate than me.
Okay, in FRCN.
So,
and you met again in the movie set?
Yes, and that in fact, she became a mommy to me in the movie industry. Both of us were being auditioned and they would give me anything.
Okay, you know, one aspect of your life that a lot of young people have looked up to was that period of losing your job, taking care of the kids, going back to school, nursing your sick husband. How did you do it?
I don't know.
And what was driving you?
The drive was that my children, they were all intelligent. None of them wanted to stop school. And I wouldn't want to hear that my son or my daughter couldn't go to school because of money. Wow.
That was one.
Yes.
Was there something like an inner strength?
Yes.
Was it?
I remembered my mother. She was a very strong woman. She was a well-known trader. Anybody who comes from ENUGU, from Go to ENUGU to buy foodstuff and you have not gone to my mother's shop, then you have not gone to ENUGU. People will tell you, buy me salt, but go to Uzamaka's shop to buy it. You know, so she had led me into, the little time I stayed with her, she led me into trading. And I never stopped. And I did, when I was in secondary school too, I was lucky, not only with this, I was lucky that we had, we were doing home economics. And home economics was another aspect of my life that I enjoyed. Cooking. I will want to cook and feed everybody, but I don't know how to eat. If I eat, you know, that time they were measuring Gary with cigarette cup. I couldn't finish half cup of cigarette cup. But
so that came handy.
Yes.
In your period of stress.
Yes. So that time I will keep awake. I'll buy the flour. I'll mix the flour with every ingredient apart from liquid. And I go to bed around 12. And then by 3 a.m. I'm awake. Mix it into dough. I will do chin-chin. I will do buns, puff-puff. Then I started doing wedding cakes. You know how I started doing wedding cakes? Because I learned all that in school, in home economics. I will, if I have relations or friends that we are wedding, I will tell them, don't pay me.
I'll bake the cake.
Buy the ingredients.
That was a smart marketing move.
I will bake it. The remaining little flour that, if you want 4 steps, I will give you 4 big steps. The remaining ingredients, I'll keep them. That's the profit I had. Nobody paid me for all that. And then I will set up the table, make it fine. People will, wow. Good. One thing is that anything I find myself doing, I do it to the best of my knowledge. I research, I watch others, and I learn from people a lot. I don't know it all. I don't feel I ever knew it all. I will keep watching, listen to people talk. I wasn't talking much then. I was kind of watching and listening
to others.
So
those were things you were doing to augment.
Yes.
Whatever
nobody ever gave me like, take this 10,000 naira, go and start business.
No.
But if I was able to get like 2,000 naira, I will look for something I will do with it that will give me 2,500. Before you know it, I will have up to 5,000, and it encouraged me. And each time my husband needed his drugs needed to be refilled, I will find money to do it.
A lot of young women, I work with you, were such a pretty, beautiful, you're still a beautiful woman. But I'm talking about when you were much younger. You were such a beautiful young woman that even as younger people, we admired you. We didn't have the guts to say so. You know. A lot of young women, pretty women like you, would have, either killed. Because you were passing through hard times. Yeah. Your husband was bedridden. Yeah. And you were in need. Yeah. So what calmed you down? What was...
from childhood, I grabbed the word of God. I grabbed the word of God so much so that the only thing you are telling me is, if I'm not doing all those things, then I'm in church. Oh. I was raised as an Anglican. So from Anglican church, I joined Scripture Union. So I never looked at the world. It was inculcated. I learned it from childhood that you should not sleep with a man that is not your husband and all that. So I lived with it. Even when I said at a time, let me even try and be like others, I couldn't. Because I wasn't so used to it. Yeah. I wasn't so used to it. Sometimes other people will tell you, you are killing yourself. Come now. Loosen up. Your husband is sick. We do this. I said, okay. They'll tell me when we are going out. When it's time to go out, something brings me back.
You just don't do it.
But I enjoyed myself in the church. As a member of the Scripture Union, I was in the choir. I was in church choir, Scripture Union choir. I was a Bible study teacher and all that. So it really ate deep into me. So I didn't have the opportunity to be wild.
And then your husband died?
Yes. My husband died, and then a lot of people came and said they were going to marry me. But then my children were already grown. There was even a time I said I was going to get married because people were offering their hands in marriage. But, excuse me, with all these big boys, and I had 3 boys before the girls.
Were they jealous?
Yeah.
The young men were jealous?
Yeah. In fact, they called me and said, Mommy, please, we know you never had a wonderful marriage, but please, for our sake, we are grown. If you get married now, our friends will laugh at us.
They will be selfish.
There was a day we were shooting. We were shooting in Lagos. I was in the car going from one location to the other. My phone rang. It was one lady. She was what we call bloggers now. She was a blogger. She said, excuse me, is that Patience? I said, yes. She said, we heard that you wanted to remarry. This happened, and now you want to remarry, and your children said no. I said, yes, they don't want me to remarry. No, they don't have the right. I said, they do have the right. They are the family that I have. If they say they don't want it, I live with my family. That's what I know from childhood. So leave me alone.
How could you have made that sacrifice? It was a lot of sacrifice. Young woman.
I didn't see it as sacrifice. I just saw it as something I should do.
They don't want it, so why not?
Yeah. And my children were all over me because we went through the suffering together. When I'm on location, they're the ones taking their father to the hospital. All they need to do is to tell me how much for the drugs and money for taxi because the only car we had broke down and all that. So I made sure I provided that one, and once in a while I rushed home because I was always on location. Like I told you, 5 companies came, they would all of them would put me in their movie. So I was running from one location to the other from there, trying to meet up with demand. That's how I was able to even put up this house. Because we didn't have a house before my husband died.
Oh.
Yeah, we were living at a GRO extension. And then when they retrenched, even with the non-payment of the still retrenched them, they retired him. We just left. I told him, let's go to the village. That's where we came to. And we didn't have a wonderful house in the village then. We started building here, 1 year, 1 block, that kind of a thing. So at the time, it just came on me. My younger brother came and said, sister, I know you. You can't be happy in this old house. The only thing you can do now is to. So I said, how will I do it? Where will the money come? First of all, he bought me a car.
Your brother?
Yes, to console me. I know you like good things. But I said, don't worry. If I can. One day my children called me and said, Mommy, don't worry, you have tried. Whatever you can't get now, we'll give you. You have spent so much time on us, we will give you. So I was looking up to it. My mind was, let me struggle and make sure that they are comfortable, because what I can't get on my own, they will give me. But all is now, they say, we can't even give you anything you have. You have everything by yourself. What will I buy? Yeah. I said, what will I give you now? I said, anything. Even if it's handkerchief, as long as it comes from you, I'm okay. Ha.
It's been a journey.
Oh my God. A long journey.
Okay. Let's go to Nollywood, where you have become, forgive me, an oracle. You become such a figure that when the history of Nollywood is written, there must be a special place for you, no doubt.
I didn't go.
Let's talk about Nollywood.
Yeah.
The Nollywood you met, the Nollywood that you were part of growing, are you proud of it today?
I am excited about Nollywood. Yeah. We started from nothing. These people, they didn't even have money to produce any movie. I know how many movies I did without receiving one dime. Yeah. So it was not every movie that you were able to get money from. Then we pay you, don't worry, we pay you, and then later you won't see them again, you won't even see, all you see is the movie is already in the market. One day I got myself prepared. I went to Uppy Wake. I said, I'm going to die with 2 people today. Pay me all the money you're owing me. I needed money for so many things. This house was skeletal. One of them, each shop I came to, they would say, Oganode. Each shop, Oganode. So one of them, Opie, called me and said, come, I know I'm owing you. And you came to collect money. I said, yes. He said, sit down. I sat down. I said, you may not be able to collect any money today, because everybody has heard that you have come to Uppy Waker, and they have all run away. I just stayed back because I have conscience, and I want to tell you that only better I don't have it. I will beg you to quietly go back. If we don't pay you that money, what the movies you did are making in the market is enough savings for you. I cried and said, when you finish crying, just wipe your tears and go home. That's what I did. I went back home without a dime. And then, well, it was okay.
And things started happening gradually.
Gradually, people started coming. Awards started coming. The first time I heard Patience also being given, I was like, what? I think I didn't even go for the award. Somebody brought to say, the award.
You won an award.
The award meant a lot then. It's not like now, everything is perfect. Before you even see your face on a poster, you would have killed yourself walking. The first day they told me my face had appeared on a poster, I ran from the poolside of Presidential Hotel where we were staying, came to the lobby and I saw my face. I celebrated it without anything.
So you're excited about what's happening to Nollywood?
Yes, you know why? Because we started from nothing. And for me, the rate of progress is big. Then it was during the time of Jonathan that he pumped so much money into the industry. And believe you me, that man really helped film industry in Nigeria. He sent a lot of our cameramen abroad, some to Jos, that film school in Jos, some to South Africa, on different camera people, producers, everything. And then some of us also went abroad and brought like Stephanie Okereke. They brought New York Academy and they trained a lot of people in production and filmmaking, different aspects. And then things started changing. And the people have started now investing in the industry and we're getting better equipment, better trained personnel and things. So you can imagine the rates at which we have grown has shocked the whole world. We were just there and they gave us the name Nollywood.
Yes.
You know, we didn't
competing with the other woods.
Yes, we didn't fight for it. We didn't even apply for it. They just said no. From rating, we have seen that you people have achieved this, and then we call you Nollywood. We celebrated it. And then we have not rested since then. People are working so hard now to get things done.
Let me ask. At the beginning.
But you check it. The kind of pictures we had then and now, is it the same thing?
Definitely not the same.
And not the same thing.
Definitely not the same.
You see? So you can agree with me that we have come a long way.
Yeah. I totally.
And we are still not resting.
I totally agree with you.
We are still not resting. It's just that the Southeast here, we are finding it difficult for people to really invest. You know, the Igbos, they don't invest in what they don't know. Especially when one or two people have been deceived by some scrupulous people and they don't believe in investing anymore, they run away. And when you want to talk about, say, don't go there, these people are bad people. There are some bad people amongst us that
mess the whole thing up.
Yeah, when you give them money to shoot a movie for you, that's when they remember that they have their rent that they have not paid.
Or that their father has not been buried properly.
Yes. Or they needed to get a wife. So they mismanage the money and they end up not bringing at least the rushes for you.
Yeah, so a lot of people are scared.
Yes, so it's affecting us now. Before you can get people who want to really... Before, marketers were not coming on location. No. They just give people money to go and shoot a movie for them. All they need is bring the master.
But when we look at it, those that did what they were supposed to do have grown in the business.
Yes, they have.
Unlike those that were involved in this kind of...
some of them repented and then they came back better.
At the beginning, so many movies we were not paid for. I mean, they didn't pay you for them. When they paid, it was pittance, it was small. You're getting it? You're getting the big fees now.
Oh, I can't even remember that. It was like I was paid millions. Because the resultant effect is that those movies fetched me in the heart of people.
Yeah.
They were able to see me, appreciate me. People love me so much. You can't even stop them from loving me. And because I don't.
And some hate you too.
Some
for the wicked acts.
Yeah. You know what? Some who hated me. When they see me one-on-one, they can't help but love me. They will shout. I said when I see you, I will give you punches, but now that I'm saying, I just feel like hugging you. Can I hug you? You know, like I'm.
But are you really saying that some of those wicked things are not inborn?
I can't say for myself, but people are. Even people who went to school with me, you that worked with me, you think I could have been able to do what I'm doing now? They said, Patience, if anybody told me you would do what you're doing in movie, I wouldn't believe it.
Because my mom sometimes will almost tear you off the TV set.
But when she sees me,
this woman.
When they see me physically, they fall in love with me.
How do you soak the appreciation of people? I mean, when you on the streets, you go to New York, you go to other countries, you go to African countries.
It's amazing. Not just if I go into a supermarket now and buy things, I want to pay. The cashier will say, "No, don't worry." When I look back, no.
But somebody already paid.
I said, "It's so much." I said, "Don't worry." I just thought, people love me to a fault. All those things, they know, at least people who have been with me have opened their mouth on social medias and they have said, never knew she could do it. She's not like that. And our people are so they're enlightened now.
But that was a little problem at the beginning.
It was a little problem at the beginning, but I couldn't stop what I was doing because my aim and objective was to interpret every script more than anybody else could.
Let me ask you, how did your kids, when they were younger, how did they react to some of the roles you played?
They were going to location with me.
Oh, so they knew it was make-believe?
Yes, they were going to location. There was a day we were shooting in the market here in the village. I was abusing people, fighting people in the market. When I threw one woman on the ground, we were fighting. By the time they said cut, I got up. I saw my friends and they were just like this looking at me.
Are you really the one doing this?
Oh my goodness. Naturally, I fight for people. Even in the industry, you bring food and you want to treat this because they are extras and if you don't give them, I say, no, I'm not eating except you give them food. I fight people's battle for them. So a lot of people know me with that. And maybe they would have talked to people on the street and I've met with people and,
I've met a lot of young producers and young actresses who have shared stories of, oh, I want to be a producer. I have a film. I don't have money. And they say the person to go to is Mama G. How are you able to do that?
When I meet these young ones, I want to invest in their life because I learned from early days that investment in human beings is greater than investment that you're seeing. My mother spoke it in my language. She said, Oyi, Maria Owa.
What does that mean?
Oyi is good things come back to life. It can be reincarnated. That if you do a good thing today,
you will gain from it much later.
So I would help them. Some of them will just give me peanuts. Mama, please, I just need you. I said, this might feel, I know, but I don't have it. Sometimes I just shoot it. I say, use it and pay others, and I'll go.
Let me talk about the values in Nollywood. Here you are, as you were talking to me, you said it's not the money. Why is it not the money? How do I reconcile that with today's young actresses and actors who hinge everything they do on Naira and Kobo?
I learned, I came into the industry and I studied the system. From what that man told me in the market, I now discover that there are other things we can do in this industry and make money. If I could shoot movies for them and they didn't pay me, and still I'm alive today, that means I can help others tomorrow and still not get paid and still make it. Because you don't know where the movie is taking you. So movies just come out and they become bang in the market. And then the person will always come back and say, thank you. Mama, you didn't take money from me to shoot. And I said, the movie sold so much. I said, okay, what do you want to do? I want to shoot another one. Then they'll now pay me.
And pay you well.
And pay me well. And then sometimes too, I don't, there's a way you ask this question that I wanted to hammer it from the ground. Ask me this question again.
No, I was saying
that I didn't put much
money.
Interest.
You didn't put money.
So I learned from there. I learned that in this industry, when the Spirit of God speaks to you, you will know. And when your mind is talking to you, you will know. I studied the industry, just like you will be on radio and you study the system on radio for you to be able to stay there. And I discovered that if you put money first in this industry, money is like butterfly. It will fly in and fly out. If you concentrate on this or that, the only thing you will have to get from what that Oquitex told
you
you
in the market.
I paid so much attention to it, and I discovered that money is not everything. The first major role I got was because somebody did not go down well with them in negotiation, and then she left. They now called me. They had given me another. They now said they are swapping road. They didn't want to tell me that somebody dropped the road because of money. They said that's my early stage. They said they were dropping the role they gave me, that they want me to do this, and I quickly accepted.
And maybe you didn't even ask for
I didn't
money.
even ask why. They just paid me the same money they would have paid me the other one. And then I now summed up everything. I knew that. So if you get money first, money will fly in and fly out. Because that person came back the next day and said, okay, let me do it. They said, sorry, they are giving the road to somebody else. So from what that man now told me, and this one that experience I had on set, and I said, okay, now I have discovered the trick in this industry. The trick is that if I follow money, money will come and go. But if I follow fame, fame will stay with me permanently. And that's what helps.
So a question I asked one of your contemporaries in the industry, are you poor teachers? Is it that those of you, the older ones, are not good teachers? Is it that you're not good mentors? Because the industry, it is difficult to find people who are looking at doing this thing and not just money. That's why we see a lot of actresses and actors, we find out that they had to borrow cars, borrow houses.
How did you know they borrow cars? Who told you they borrow cars?
We read some of these things in the paper.
Yeah, I don't know because I never borrowed.
But what I'm saying is, you are not good teachers if you have not impacted, if you have not imparted this psychology that has kept you going in the younger ones.
I'm sorry to say this, but some of them, they come in with the ideas that they gathered from people who are not even in the industry. Like I heard that one woman said that when she was coming, people told her, if you know you are going to the film industry, don't allow anybody to intimidate you. When you just come, say good morning, that's if you have time. Otherwise, just go and stay on your own when it's time for you to. And then we treated her that way. We are working like family. So some of them come with ideas from outside before they come in. Some of them, as soon as they register with Actors Guild of Nigeria, they have their work permits. They say they are now stars. They haven't even done anything.
And they'll have a PA.
And they carry, we learned to carry things because we learned that they don't pay these, they were not paying costumiers well, not now. They are not paying the makeup artists well, so they may buy cheap things and then they use on you and it will have effect on your body. So we started buying those things by ourselves and give them, use it. Now, these people have learned to come with their own things. They didn't know why we were buying things and bringing them. So they now come with their things with the hope that they are coming to beat down on everybody that is on set. So we were not doing it. We were coming to do things the right way so that the movie will say, our aim was for the movies to sell. Their aim is for their faces to be seen. Some of those people, you see, that they don't pay them. I mean, it is even worse now. They don't pay them. They say, we are building your face in the market.
But why would older
some of them
ones
will even bring money and give you? They don't want to listen. Like I learned from beginning that the director is the final arbiter. Even if there's an argument, whatever the director says, you do. Even in grammar, anything, the one that you think is the right one, and the director says, I want it this way, do it for him and go.
These younger ones don't do that.
This one, I said they will tell you, no, I don't want that. They will even not allow the makeup artist to make them up. This movie, you don't need to make up. Okay, you are sleeping. You don't need to carry makeup. No. Even when I sleep in my house, I put lipstick, I put this. They don't want to listen. And I don't know the relationship they have with some of the directors and they just allow them. Let's shoot. She doesn't want, let's shoot. But I know some older directors that raised us, and Amanechi, last lot to do I must Bodemerowa, Chika, Ono, a lot of them. They say, no, madam, please sit down, let the makeup artist make you up.
Because the makeup artists have been briefed on what they want to achieve.
It is the work of the makeup artist to make you up, to go with the story. Costume goes with the story, location goes with the story, props and set go with the story. So if you don't allow them to do their duties, who will give them credit? How will they get their own credit? But these young ones, they come in now. Some of them went read theater arts. Some of them know all they need to do is to look beautiful on screen. They don't know, like, I don't know, like tying of wrapper here, like an Igbo woman with. I started it. When they give you, I said, don't worry. You have given costume. Let me go act the film.
So these young ones need to learn.
They don't want to learn. They don't want to learn. They don't want to listen. They only listen when they run into serious trouble on set. We can't shoot and you're not getting the lines. Some of them cram. You don't like us. We don't cram. You can just write a script now and give me. I'll run the whole line. There were directors that will not keep their pen down. You are shooting, directing another scene for you to do. So if you cram, you would have crammed yesterday, isn't it? But if you come and they write one now for you now, you can't say, I can't shoot it. Give me time. Who has time that time? Because the longer they stay on location, the more money they spend. So everybody wants to shoot the damn thing and go.
So
the problem is not that we are not teaching them. They don't want to learn. They don't even want to ask us questions. Even when you talk, they say you are picking on them.
This is not fair. That's what I hear all the time. This is not fair.
You're killing my character.
Okay. One thing that has become embarrassing for your industry is that money comes, fame comes, and somehow the practitioners mismanage whatever. And then they get ill, they call on Nigeria, and they start a GoFundMe and all. Is it not something that embarrasses some of you in the industry?
It's embarrassing, but you have to see it from our own point of view too. Excuse me. You see, actors and actresses in this Nigeria, Africa, we are suffering.
How do you mean?
Okay, no royalty. They pay you that peanut or they don't pay you, you go. If you don't get another job in the next 2-3 months, the thing you got from the other one is finished. You have your family to run. You have to look like an actor, because if you don't look attractive, nobody will come. That kind of a thing. So if we are paid royalty, as long as any of your jobs are coming out on any screen,
something has to
be dropping for you. They just pay you that little money they pay you, and you go and nothing again. That's why you see us running from one.
Why is the industry not engaging?
We are struggling.
You need to engage those that are supposed to make sure that this happens. The National Assembly, the people in government.
Over years, I told you it was a good luck that started building on these things to bring about. It was cut short. But right now, if I get my phone now and show you, you will see that we now have committees that are looking into it. In fact, this present president that is finishing his tenure has done, I mean the Actors Guild of Nigeria president, Emeka Rollers, he has done so much, and we are working on, I'm even a member of the bylaw committee. We are trying to bring out modernities whereby these things can work. Why is government not listening to us to make us start having royalties and things like that? The musicians, they have been able to sort themselves out. Our own is still difficult because the producers, most of them, sponsor movies from their pockets. So he who pays the pipe and tells the tune So government has not started looking into it, and then we discovered that they said we are not a union, but we are a guild. So we are trying to see how we can
transit into a union,
so that government will now start looking into us and investing in us. That was what that president started, which he didn't conclude before he left. So it's like we are starting afresh now to work on it. By the end of this month, we'll have finished our job and submit, and then we'll come on a round table and then discuss with, because the industry is made up of different guilds. We have the Actors Guild, we have the Producers Guild, we have the Cinematographers, we have the Directors Guild, we have the CDGN, and so many other guilds making Nollywood. So we are working on it. Especially since that boy died in the river.
That's
those five
Pope
people,
and others.
Yeah, it was not only Junior Pope that died. There were 4 or 5 of them that died. The thing became. We have started the committee before that thing happened. So we are now intensifying our effort to see that everybody that is an actor his life is looked into. But the reason these things happen like that is that there is no royalty, nothing. You don't get anything.
So when you are past your prime,
yes,
nothing happens anymore.
Nothing happens, and even when you are still in your prime and you don't get a job frequently, before you get another job, the one they gave you has finished. So that's why we always run into trouble. And then with the kind of work we are doing, it's difficult for you to combine 2 jobs, like do some businesses to go with it. And these days, if you have a business and you're not there to look into it, people will run it down. I know how many things that they have run down for me. I had 3 outlets, food outlets, like a fast food outlet. They were all run down. So you see, that's why we have not been able to shout.
But those in the industry, knowing that this is how it is, can there be a little more organized in managing their resources?
Why won't you say those people will make the content? Why wouldn't they do something for us? But I thank God that Iroko TV today has given some of us health insurance coverage for something. That's what they should be doing for us. You understand? So they only do things for you when they need you. When Iroko was starting, he brought some of us. We did shout out for them. They paid us and they started. But later, is it not when they bring a movie and say, Mama, we need you in this movie, that they pay me? So that is the problem we have. If we have royalties, some of us would be begging for money.
Anyway, it's good you talked about what is being done, to regulate.
Sorry, I'm going to thank also all those companies that have, like Glow. Glow has been wonderful to us. MTN Glow, especially Glow. Glow will always use artists, both musicians and actors and actresses. They'll just pack all of us and give us good money to come and be ambassadors for them. They will sign us on for like 2 years. Glow has done so much for this industry. I'm telling you the truth.
You want more people to copy their example.
Yes.
In all this, in all the trials, in all the struggles, in all the successes, what has been that guiding maxim, that guiding principle that has kept you?
It's the word of God. I'm so scared of it. I don't want to stray in any of them. If he says do this, I do. If I read the Bible and I see in the Bible that you don't need to do this as a child of God, I will run away from it. No matter how much it's going to fetch me.
When you look back, I mean, the kids, the success, someday, when we don't see you here again, what will you want to be remembered? What legacy do you want to leave behind?
I want to leave behind the fact that my children will never derail from the worship of the true God. I want them to continue in this our race so that if by God's grace I make heaven, I'll see them one-on-one when I get there.
And in another 10 years, who are we going to see?
Patience also.
The same one and only, Mama G.
G
for General. Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. My old friend and colleague.
Yes. Thank you for watching. I've been Martin Obiora Ilo. If you stay with us, stay on this channel. We'll bring more exclusive interviews like this. Thank you.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Cross River candidate as fake. Mali Defense Minister Sadio Kamara killed as insurgents intensify attacks. And suspected gunman at Washington Press dinner identified as 31-year-old Californian. Details in the moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Leaders of the leading opposition political parties in Nigeria have announced plans to present a single presidential candidate for the 2027 general election. The resolution was adopted at the National Summit of the Opposition Political Party Leaders, hosted in Ibadan by Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde. The summit, which had as its theme that we may work together for united opposition to sustain our democracy, was described by organizers as a response to growing national concerns over governance, security, and economic pressure. Factional national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Kabiru Turaki, who read out the resolutions, said the move is aimed at strengthening the opposition's chances at the polls, despite what he described as attempts to ensure President Bola Tinubu emerges unopposed within the ruling party. Prominent leaders of opposition political parties at the meeting included former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, former Minister of Information, Professor Jerry Ghana, David Mark, Professor Pat Utomi, Rauf Aregbesola, Aminu Tambowal, and Rabi Okwankwaso, among others. The All Progressives Congress, APC, says it is not disturbed by the decision of opposition leaders to field a single presidential candidate for the 2027 general elections to dislodge the ruling party. The National Secretary of the party, Ajibola Basiru, said in a social media post that the opposition parties are free to explore coalition talks. He, however, noted that the coalition is yet to resolve fundamental disagreements, including which party would produce the joint candidate. The APC scribe described the meeting as lacking in legitimacy, suggesting that it was not a formal coalition of political parties. Basiru also mocked former Vice President Atiku Abubakar for allegedly sleeping at the Ibadan summit, which he said put a question mark on the seriousness of the gathering. Donor nations have expressed worry about the alleged lack of transparency in the country's electoral process, warning that it may affect international support. The issue was a major concern in Abuja over the weekend as the National Human Rights Commission honored one of its development partners. Correspondent Chimeze Nzedimma observes in this report that donor support from international organizations has played a crucial role in the organization of Nigeria's elections.
The Abuja event by the National Human Rights Commission was to confer its 2025 Human Rights Partnership Award on the Ford Foundation for decades of support in advancing justice, civic engagement, and human dignity in Nigeria. The West Africa director of the foundation, Catherine Anyagolu, used the occasion to point to threats to the support for Nigeria's electoral process.
I have to be honest that the outcome of the last elections were not one that the world felt that was in a way that, not who became president, but just the outcome of it was challenging. And I think the problem we have at the international level is that when people don't understand the process, to fund it again becomes a problem. So there might be a challenge with that.
Executive Secretary of the Human Rights Commission, Tony Ojukwu, had earlier said that the partnership with the Ford Foundation has strengthened the Commission's capacity to respond to human rights violations and expand access to justice.
The Ford Foundation has demonstrated unwavering dedication to support this institution to deliver on its mandate. The Foundation has been recognized for strengthening democratic values, supporting justice sector reforms, and promoting the dignity of all persons, particularly the most vulnerable. At a time when the human rights defense landscape continues to evolve with new and complex challenges, the Foundation has remained a reliable ally, providing not only financial support, but also thought leadership and institutional capacity development. Through its interventions, the Foundation has contributed significantly to expanding access to justice, enhancing civic engagement, promoting gender equality, and supporting initiatives aimed at combating human rights violations in all its forms.
Ojukwu noted that collaborations with development partners have played a critical role in promoting gender equality, supporting electoral reforms, and tackling human rights abuses across the country.
This partnership with the Commission has strengthened our ability to respond more effectively to the needs of the Nigerian people. One of the most recent and notable examples of this collaboration was the enduring 2025 commemoration of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, where the Foundation provided the critical support to lead up and the Commission that enabled us carry out our activities across the 36 states of the Federation. The Foundation supported the Commission in the MOVE project, which was targeted at mainstreaming human rights into electioneering, election campaigns, as well as elections during the 2023 general elections.
But while receiving the award, Ford Foundation's West Africa Director, Catherine Chinedum Anyagolu, struck a more cautious tone. She warned that shrinking global funding and increasing demand for support are putting pressure on organizations working to promote human rights.
You can imagine that with the closure of USAID and so many organizations reducing their funding, so many organizations are coming to the few of us that are remaining. And so it's important to get requests on time.
Anyagolu also raised concerns over Nigeria's justice system, noting that awareness alone is not enough if institutions responsible for protecting rights fail to deliver justice.
With society is that the best way to uphold civil society is actually to uphold the rights of people when they seek justice. And so it's, to a certain extent, it's important for people to know their rights, but if the supply side, the people who are actually supposed to uphold those rights, are not doing it, then it's challenging to be able to, it's about you create a double frustration, because the person who doesn't know their rights doesn't know that they're being abused. But the person who knows their rights, but then can't get justice from their rights, is doubly frustrated. So I think maybe what we need to be looking at, how can we have the supply side, the side that is actually responsible for upholding human rights, the police, the justice system, how can we get them to actually work?
While both parties reaffirmed their commitment to continued collaboration, the message was clear. Without stronger institutions and sustained support, the protection of human rights in Nigeria may remain a difficult task. In Abuja, Chimize Nzedima reporting for Signature Television.
The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has suspended its planned indefinite nationwide strike following fresh commitments by the federal government on allowances, arrears and funding of training. The decision is contained in a communique issued at the end of an emergency National Executive Council NEC meeting held virtually, which was signed by the President, Mohammed Suleiman, the Secretary General, Shaibu Ibrahim, and the Publicity and Social Secretary, Abdul Majid Ibrahim. NARD said the suspension followed high-level engagements with key government officials and stakeholders, including the Vice President, as well as the Ministers of Health, Labour and Finance, as well as key agencies, including the Budget Office, the Office of the Accountant General, the IPPIS. The association noted that its earlier decision to embark on a total and indefinite strike arose from the federal government's reversal of the implementation of the reviewed professional allowance table and other welfare concerns. The NEC also noted that the federal government had renewed its commitment to the payment of all outstanding promotion arrears and salary arrears owed to resident doctors in affected institutions nationwide. The association, however, demanded the expedient conclusion and full disbursement of the 2026 MRTF following the initial approval already secured and the immediate commencement and timely completion of the process for the payment of the outstanding 19 months arrears of the allowance. The ENUGU State Governor, Peter Mba, has urged the Chinese government to establish a Chinatown and regional business headquarters in ENUGU State. Governor Mba made the call while receiving a delegation from the People's Republic of China, led by Consul General Yang Yuying. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikegbonam reports.
The ENUGU state government is intensifying its efforts to go into strategic partnerships that will position the state as the hub for global investments. The state governor Peter Mba, who played host to a high-level delegation, urges the Chinese government to explore the possibility of establishing a Chinatown in ENUGU and citing major international business headquarters in the state. The governor told the delegation from the People's Republic of China, led by Consul General Yan Yunshen, which included executives from China Communication Construction Company and China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, that ENUGU is ready for large-scale investments. He informed the delegation about the improved security, modern infrastructure, and investor-friendly policies, highlighting flagship projects including the new ENUGU City, smart green schools, expanded road networks, and a modern transport system.
We also felt that we need to have a modern city with modern facility and to make it also smart, since that's the direction the world is going. And we're happy to be partnering with a Chinese company in the development of the new city, the CCCC, China Communication Construction Company. Yeah? So we have also visited their headquarters in Beijing, and we believe that it's a company with the capacity to meet our desire for a new city.
The Chinese Consul General commended the development vision of the state government, describing ENUGU as a city of opportunities. She assured of China's commitment to deepening collaboration in infrastructure, technology, education, and industrial development.
In China, we have experience. If you want to be rich, you must at first build road. So I think that infrastructure, yes, is already our traditional area for cooperation. But in the future, we should develop a digital economy and also like agricultural modernization or industrialization, and especially the talent development. All Chinese people we know, Igbo people, they do business the best. Yes. So really, I think that here we hope, yes, to develop the corporate in vocational education.
For residents and investors alike, expectations are high that this partnership will translate into concrete projects that will not only shape the commercial landscape of the state, but also reinforce its emergence as a preferred destination for business and innovation in Nigeria. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board has dismissed as fake a widely circulated result slip purported to show that a candidate from Cross River State scored 394 in the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. The results shared by social media user on X claimed that the female candidate Okon Winifred Sampson delivered a remarkable performance in her UTME examinations, scoring an outstanding 394 out of 400. The results showed that he scored 96 in use of English, 99 in biology, 98 in chemistry, and 99 in physics. In a statement issued on Sunday, spokesperson for JAMB, Dr. Fabian Benjamin, described the result as fake and urged the public to disregard it. Benjamin explained that UTME results are strictly view-only and not designed for circulation in printed or shared templates, and that the document being circulated is based on a fabricated result format. The circulated document, he said, appears on a fabricated result template, which on its own is sufficient indication that it is not authentic, noting that the registration number on the fake slip does not conform to JAMB's system-generated numbering format. The board advised the public to rely only on official communication channels for authentic information on examination results and disregard the fake results and rely only on official channels for accurate information. The federal government is set to map and digitize police stations across the country for effective and efficient policing across the federation. This follows the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between the government and the Police Trust Fund, PTF, in Abuja. The Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, who made this known, stated that the investments by the present administration to grow the economy will not be fully realized without a proper policing system. The minister noted that the Galaxy Backbone Limited has fiber across Nigeria, which has been paid for by the government, stressing that the mapping will enable citizens to see which police stations are already closed and how they can be connected. Tijani said funds and support are being provided by the World Bank and the European Union, and explained that with the project, people will no longer have the issue of using an interpreter at the police stations. The Executive Secretary of the PTF, Mohammed Shaidu, noted that the signing of the MOU and the partnership will go a long way to modernize the Nigerian police force and create smart police stations. The federal government has advised Nigerians residing in South Africa to be cautious of further anti-foreign protests scheduled in the country. An advisory issued by the chairman of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCAM, Abike Dabiri Arewa, noted that the warning followed an official circular from the Consulate General of Nigeria in Johannesburg that demonstrations in East London, Cape Town, Durban, and KwaZulu-Natal have turned violent, leading to looting, property damage, and injuries. The statement urged the Nigerians of the country to adhere to the advisory issued by the Consulate General, warning of escalating demonstrations across the country. According to the statement, available intelligence indicates that further protests are scheduled to happen in Gauteng province between April 27 and 29, 2026, with demonstrators intending to apply pressure on the South African government over the presence of foreign nationals. The NIDCAM advised all Nigerian citizens to avoid any confrontation with the protesters, refrain from engaging with demonstration groups, and monitor local media outlets for real-time safety information. She further advised them to remain law-abiding at all times, while business owners should protect their businesses by closing on Freedom Day, April 27, and consider remaining closed on April 28 and 29, as foreign-owned businesses are often targeted during unrests. Trump says shooting won't deter him from Iran war. Netanyahu accused Hezbollah of dismantling ceasefire with Lebanon. Details of these and more from the international scene.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Mali's Defense Minister General Sadio Kamara has been killed amid coordinated attacks on military sites across the West African country, a day after Kamara's house in the garrison town of Kati came under attack. Kamara and some of his relatives were killed amid a wave of strikes involving separatist fighters and Al-Qaeda-linked militants that targeted the capital, Bamako, and several other cities across the country. The violence marks one of the most serious security escalations in the recent years, with separatist groups in the north confirming that they joined with Islamist militants in the coordinated assault on Malian army positions. The man arrested after shots were fired inside the hotel where the White House correspondent's dinner was being held on Saturday night has been named by law enforcement sources as Cole Thomas Allen. The 31-year-old suspect is from Torrance in the Los Angeles region, California. After he was detained by security agents inside the Washington Hilton Hotel, he told law enforcement officials that he wanted to shoot officials in the Trump administration, according to sources. At a late-night press conference, police said that security officials and the suspect exchanged fire, without saying how many shots were fired. Washington Interim Police Chief Jeffrey Carroll said the suspect was not struck by gunfire but was taken to hospital for evaluation. U.S. President Donald Trump says Saturday's shooting at the White House Correspondents' Association dinner would not deter him from Iran war. He said he does not believe that the incident was linked to the conflict. Trump said investigators were working on the motive of the shooter, whom he described as a lone wolf. International efforts to mediate between the United States and Iran were in balance on Sunday, after President Donald Trump cancelled his envoy's planned trip to Pakistan for talks. Trump said there was no point sitting around talking about nothing and dismissed Tehran's negotiating position, but added that Iran has revised its proposal within minutes of his decision. The White House had said Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff were to set off for Pakistan on Saturday for talks with Iran aimed at moving toward a deal, but Trump later said he had scrapped the trip. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Hezbollah's actions in Lebanon are dismantling the ceasefire agreed between Israel and Lebanon. Netanyahu said during a weekly cabinet meeting that it must be understood that Hezbollah's violations are in practice frustrating the ceasefire, which was extended by 3 weeks on Thursday. Hezbollah has dismissed accusations of breaking the ceasefire as meaningless accusing Israel of violating the truce through continued strikes and territorial presence, saying its attacks are defensive retaliations against Israeli violations. One of China's largest independent oil refiners, Hengli Petrochemical, has denied trading with Iran after the U.S. imposed sanctions on one of its subsidiaries accused of buying Iranian crude. The company said it has never engaged in any trade with Iran and that all its crude oil suppliers guaranteed that the origins of the crude oil supplied did not fall within the scope of U.S. sanctions. The company said it has sufficient crude oil inventories to meet processing needs for more than 3 months, and that its crude oil procurement activities have not been affected in any way.
And now over to the sports scene. The Confederation of African Football (CAF) has announced the rescheduling of the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations (WAFCON), citing the need to ensure optimal conditions for players, teams, and overall tournament organization. Originally scheduled to commence on March 17, 2026, the competition will now take place from July 25 to August 16. CAF's Acting Secretary General Samson Adamu acknowledged that the decision to postpone the tournament was not taken lightly, but was necessarily due to a range of logistical and organizational challenges that would have affected the quality of the event. The adjustment in schedule is expected to provide CAF and host stakeholders with additional time to address the identified challenges and ensure that WAFCON 2026 is staged under the best possible conditions. Sporting Supreme Football Academy and Nigeria Tels have been crowned champions of the 2026 FCT Federation Cup after securing victories in the men's and women's finals. The finals, held on Saturday 25th April 2026 at the Area 3 playing ground in Abuja, delivered an impressive display of football talent across both categories. In the women's final, Nigeria Tels dominated proceedings with a convincing 3-0 victory over NAF FC to clinch the title. In the men's competitions, Sporting Supreme Football Academy made history by claiming their first ever FCT Federation Cup title. Their senior team edged past their under-19 side in a closely contested match, winning 2-1 in an unusual final that featured two teams from the same academy. Following their success, all four finalists, Nigeria Tels, NAF FC, Sporting Supreme Team 1 and Sporting Supreme Team 2 will go on to represent the FCT at the 2026 National President Federation Cup. In basketball, African champions Nigeria the Tigers suffered an 89-63 defeat to the Los Angeles Sparks in the historic preseason friendly at Viajas Arena, San Diego on Saturday. The encounter marked the first ever meeting between an African national team and a WNBA franchise, a significant milestone for women's basketball on the global stage. Nigeria were led from the sideline by assistant coach Wani Muganguza, with head coach Rena Wakama unavailable due to her commitments with the Chicago Sky coaching staff. In tennis, Britain Kat Butler said it was a privilege to play alongside absolute icon Venus Williams as they reached round 2 of the women's doubles at the Madrid Open. Butler, who was knocked out of the singles draw on Friday, and Williams, 45, had never played together before, but defeated China's Yang Zhenyu and Su Yifan 4-6, 6-3, 10-7. They will take on Taiwan's Hsia Songwei and American Sophia Kenin in round 2. 7-time Grand Slam champion Williams is on an 11-match losing streak in singles, and her last doubles win was at the US Open in September. In cricket, Punjab Kings produced a stunning victory against the Delhi Capitals in the Indian Premier League by hunting down a target of 265 to record the highest successful known chase in the history of T20 cricket. Punjab crossed the line with 7 balls to spare at the Arun Jaitley Stadium, surpassing their own previous best chase of 262 against Kolkata Knight Riders in 2024. KL Rahul had struck an unbeaten 152, the highest score by an Indian in IPL, as Delhi reached 264-2, batting first. But Punjab attacked from the outset and reached 116-0, the second highest power play score in the tournament. That's Sport News on Signature TV. That's the size of our package. I am Christopher Lele. Thanks for watching.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Last session we heard about how we should renew our mind to be like mind of Christ. Our Lord Jesus lived on earth for 33 years and taught us how we should live. He taught us many things. One of those things is how to live a victorious life here on earth. I said it before, and I will say it again. Jesus was born into this world to redeem us from the sinful nature that we found ourselves by the sin that Adam and Eve committed. So from then, whenever anyone is born into this world, you are born into sin. Whenever anyone is born into this world, we are born into sin. And that is why we have to come back to Jesus, whom God sent to redeem us from that power of darkness, so that we will be into the marvelous light of Him. One thing I want you to grab very well is that why did Jesus live for 33 years? Why didn't He live for 100 years or 1,000 years? He's a God. He could have lived that. Okay. If He lived for 1 million years or 1,000 years, He's still a God. We still celebrate Him for what He has done. But He lived only for 33 years. And that 33 years was a precious one. Because they wanted to take His life as early as He was born. A king named Herod, heard that a Savior is about to be born, or that a Savior was born in Bethlehem. And he sent a decree all over and said that at that time he's just like Donald Trump. You understand? Every child that is born should be murdered. What I use Donald Trump is as a strong leader, not as someone that cares, So don't get me wrong. I said that because he has the power to do anything he wants. And they went at work and was killing every child between 2 years under. He made sure that he gets it, that he gets Jesus. But God, upon all that, God spared him. So I want you to understand that the only reason, because if Herod has gotten him at the manger, we will still celebrate him as our Savior. He will still be celebrated as Christ, the Savior, who came and died for us. Because the way he came from a virgin who did not know any man. So through the Holy Spirit. So he was pure. So we would have still celebrate him as our Savior, even if Herod had gotten him early in the age. But he tried to avoid death. So what I want you to get is that his 33 years that he lived on earth, he was divine God and a man. He walked on earth like ordinary every other person. It wasn't the time that me and you were here, but those people who lived that time have testified his goodness. All the apostles have written everything about him. He walked with them. The reason he lived is that we will learn how to live a victorious life also. That's the reason, nothing else. Why he lived 33 years is to teach us how to live like him. I showed it, the parallel. He would have lived 1 million years, or he have lived 10 days. He will still be God. He will still be able to redeem us from our sin. But the reason that he lived for 33 years is to teach us, the believers, how we should live and be victorious here on earth. He taught us how to lay hand on the sick and they recover. He taught us how to work hard. Because he was tireless, going from village to village, from synagogue to synagogue, preaching the word of God, laying hand on the sick, healing the lame, healing the leper, healing the blind, continuously doing things, tirelessly. He taught us also how to love one another. Everything, he had so much compassion in him that everywhere he goes, people cried, Jesus, Jesus of Nazareth, have mercy upon us. And he turns around. He didn't say, hold on, I'm coming. Even when he said, hold on, I'm coming back, when they came to tell him that Lazarus is dying. He knows what he was doing. He was trying to show his divine nature, his godliness. He taught us also how to overcome trials and temptations. Trials and temptation. This is the area that we Christians, sometimes when we come against it, we flutter. Just like Peter. Peter was told to come. When he said, Jesus, is that you? Can I come on to walk on the water? And Jesus said, come. But as soon as he saw the wind blowing, he took his eyes off Jesus. And what happened? He started to sink. Anytime you are in the mix of trial, temptation, or adversary coming against you, make sure that your eyes is steady on God. Once your eyes is steady on him, you will come out victorious all the time. Our topic is overcoming temptation. Let us walk our way towards a scripture that illuminates what we are talking about. Let's go to Luke 22. Luke chapter 22. Luke chapter 22, starting from verse 1. I'm going to read from verse 1 to 6. And we're going to pick up another area, another place on the same chapter, verse 39 to 46. Now, the feast of unleavened bread draw near, which is called Passover. And the chief priest, say the chief priest. So it's not ordinary person, it's a religious leader. Maybe a bishop or something. A chief priest, the chief priests and the scribes sought how they might kill him. A chief priest is sorting how to kill someone. Say, this is not my portion. This is not my portion. I have a sound mind. I have to think like God. Sought to kill him, for they fear the people. Then Satan entered Judas, son named Iscariot, who was numbered among the 12. I want you to picture what's happening here. He said that Satan entered into Judas. How? Same way he entered into Judas is the same way he entered into any one of us. Any day, any time. That's why we have to guide ourselves from temptation of this sort. How did he enter? He entered because he thought about it. Maybe the money he has wasn't enough, because I know from the scripture none of the disciples are poor people. These are very rich people who were hiring people working for them. So they are not poor people. So how what he has wasn't enough that he had to get somebody has to give him money to betray Christ. What? It is very, very shameful. So he went his way and conferred with the chief priests and captain how he might betray Christ to them. And they were glad. Understand? One, because I'm going to pick up this later on. But you see what happened? Satan entered his mind. What is that Satan entered? It's a thought. A thought that is negative to the scripture enters his mind. Those thoughts comes to every one of us now and then. But because of the Spirit of God, because of the Spirit of God that was given to us when we are born again, and in which we are encouraged last time to develop those spirits so you can grow in it, so that when some of these things comes, you are ready to shoot it down. He did not shoot it down. He watered it. He watered it. And everything you water will germinate. And everything that germinates and you water again will bear fruit. So he decided to go to the priest. The thought came, then he started to go to the priest to find whether they can give him some money. And they were glad. So he promised and sought opportunity to betray him to them in the absence of the multitude. Now, let's go to verse 39. Go forward to verse 39. He said, coming out, he went to the mountain Olive, and as he was custom, and his disciple also followed him. When he came to the place, he said to them, pray. He told them, pray that you may not enter into temptation. Our topic was what? Overcoming temptation. So he just gave us only one thing that will help you overcome temptation is prayer. He told them, pray so that you do not get into temptation. Because when you pray, that prayer helps us avoid temptation. When we commit ourselves into prayer, we fortify our spirit mind. Our spiritual antenna will rise to the obedience of God. Because the attitude of prayer is the attitude of surrendering, attitude of acknowledgement that God is supreme and that you come to him. And that you depend on him. You will become awareness of God's power through your life, throughout your life, when you commit yourself in prayer. That alone will get God's attention towards your life. That alone, committing yourself to prayer, even if you don't know how to pray, just for you say, I'm going to pray, and you are kneeling down, that alone will get God's attention to you. Why? Because you acknowledge his presence. You acknowledge his power in your life. That is why prayer is called the unutilized weapon of the children of God. Unutilized because we Christians do not engage ourselves in prayer as we're supposed to do. We don't. We know we pray. We know we're going to pray. We pray sometime. But if you know that you cannot do anything without prayer, then you will commit yourself in prayer. Let us see what it tells us in 1 Thessalonians 5:17. He said, pray without ceasing. Pray without ceasing. That means, how can you pray all the time? That's what that means. Pray all the time. To maintain a continuous attitude of prayer, committing our life in prayer all the time. That is why we must devote ourselves in reading the Word of God. Devote ourselves in reading the Word of God is another way of coming against temptation. Why? Because the Master taught us that. Reading the Word of God. When you read the Word of God, you will be able to know what the Word says. I said it here before, that every situation in life is found in this Word here. That you have to read a lot of them, and each time you come across the one that will meet your need, you ready to use it and say it. Return it to God. He said, no word of mine will return to me void. Which means, if you are capable of memorizing and remembering the word in any situation, and you're able to return it to God on prayer, that thing is done. Satan takes advantage of us because we do not read the word and we do not take time to memorize. What did Joshua tell us? Joshua told us in Joshua 1:8, this book of the law, talking about this Bible, call it the book of the law, shall not depart from your mouth, but you should meditate on it day and night. That is how you can remember it. Every pastor does that. And if you don't rehearse it all the time, you forget it. So the same thing goes to all of you. Because that is one way to overcome temptation and trials. And when we do, we will have a good success. That's what he promised us. We will have a good success. Because you have the word. You will be able to apply the word for any situation. Success is guaranteed. We encourage everyone, even when you come to church and something that is spoken to you, learn it, use it, meditate on it, go home, read about it yourself. So you can know that the pastor is not making it up. It's in the Bible. Now, we should also go to Matthew. Matthew chapter 3, starting Matthew chapter 3, 11. Let's go there quickly. Matthew chapter 3, verse 11. Let's see what it said there. It says, indeed, He said, I indeed baptize you with water unto repentance, but he who is coming after me is mightier than I, whose sandals I am not worthy to carry. He, pay attention, he will baptize you with the Holy Spirit. Who is saying this? That was John the Baptist. He said, I'm not, because they thought John the Baptist is the one they were waiting for. He said, I'm not the one, but the one who is coming, I'm baptizing you with water, but he will baptize you with the Holy Spirit. That Holy Spirit is what you are dealt with. We talked about it last time. We are dealt with when you are born again. When you are born again, you are baptized with that Holy Spirit. And you will see. Holy Spirit and fire. Let's also move to Matthew, the same Matthew, chapter 3. Let's go to verse 13. Move forward, and you will hear that even Jesus himself, the Holy Spirit has to come down. During the baptism. And that Spirit of God that came down is what he had to deal with us when we are born again. Then Jesus came from Galilee to John and at the Jordan River to be baptized by him. And John tried to prevent him, saying, I need to be baptized by you, and are you coming to me? But Jesus answered and said to him, permit it to be so now, for this is fitting for the fulfill of all scripture. Then he allowed him. John said, okay, come on. When he had been baptized, Jesus came up immediately from the water. And behold, the heavens opened. The heavens were opened to him, and he saw the Spirit of God descended like a dove unto him. I told you he walked here on earth like a man. So everything he was doing it so we can see this is the way we're going to do it. So Jesus was baptized, and the Holy Spirit was with him, descended upon him. And suddenly a voice came from heaven saying, this is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. This is my beloved Son, in whom I'm well pleased. Jesus was just born again. I said he was showing us how. Jesus was just born again. The Spirit descended on him in the same Spirit that Jesus dealt with us when we were born again. Bible told us that Jesus grew in faith. We also must learn how to grow in faith. Last time we talked about responsibility of renewing your mind. your mind. The spirit that dealt with you, you have to continue to renew it. Renew it with what? With the word of God. Now, let's go to Colossians. I'm going to, the media, use Colossians at this time. Let's go to Colossians 1:5. Colossians. Colossians 1, chapter 15. I want to show you something. This is Paul talking to the Colossians. He said, he, meaning Christ, is the image of invisible God, the firstborn over all creation. This is a confirmation of what we read now, that the Spirit of God descended to him and he was born again. Here it confirmed he was the first born again of all creation. Now let's go to Matthew chapter 3, starting from verse 11. Media chapter 4, starting from verse 1. Chapter 4, starting from verse 1. I would like someone to bring a mic to someone here. Give him a mic. Whichever mic. Give it to... You have King James, New King James version of the Bible. All right. I think we have to be ready with this mic whenever I come up here so that we will continue moving very fast. So give it to her to lead. Matthew chapter 4, starting from verse 1.
Praise God. Then Jesus was led up by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil.
Stop. When Jesus was led up to the Spirit, by the Spirit, into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. You know, let me tell you something. The people who translated this Bible, they're just human beings like us. You understand? But I want you to know that, yes, he went to the wilderness and there he was tempted. But it wasn't like, Jesus, come, I'm taking you to the wilderness so I can tempt you. Nobody told him that. I guarantee you that then Jesus was led up by the Spirit into the wilderness. I believe, to me, a period is there. You can, yes, he was tempted there, but I don't think that's what he's trying to convey at that particular point. So if you go to verse 2, it says, and when he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights,
he was hungry.
And he was hungry. So I want you to look at this picture, because this is where you find yourself. Because when they say he led to be tempted, it's like somebody told him, I'm going to tempt you. Come on. That's not going to be how it happened to us, because nobody tells us when the temptation is coming. He was led by the Spirit to go to the mountain, and the reason why he went to the mountain is to pray. When he fasted 40 days and 40 nights, you know what? You didn't see prayer there, but don't you know that prayer is there? Hello?
Hi.
Don't you know that prayer is there? Are you fasting 40 days and 40 nights without prayer?
No.
Thank you. So the people who translated this also missed that. Whenever you engage in prayer and fasting, it will help you fortify yourself. But your antenna, your spiritual antenna, should be always alert, because the thing that comes next is trial. Anytime. And you'll be wondering, hey, just now that I decided to follow God, everything else, what is going on here? Things are breaking loose. And you start wondering, is this really God we guys are talking about for us to follow? Why is all this thing happening to me? Yes, it's happening to you because he said, if they have persecuted me, they will persecute you also. The way Christ was dealt with is the way we are being dealt with today. The only reason is that we're always victorious. We should know we're always victorious. So, keep reading.
Now, verse 3. Now, when the tempter came to him, he said, if you are the Son of God, command that these stones become bread.
Stop. You just fasted 40 days and 40 nights. And what else? What else? The tempter going to use if not about you are hungry. You are very, very hungry at this time. Every temptation that comes to you is something that you are susceptible, you are capable of falling into. If you already fortify yourself in certain things, and your mom trained you that you do not steal anything that doesn't belong to you, and you grow up with that, and Satan knows that he cannot tempt you with that because that is dead in you. He can only bring the thing that you are capable of falling into. That's why we have to use the word of God all the time, fortify ourselves, and let's see how he dealt with it. Because he dealt with it. So go ahead.
Verse 4. But he answered and said, it is written.
Do you see that?
Man shall not live by bread alone.
Jesus just returned the word. This word he quote here is somewhere in the Old Testament. He quoted it now because he knows it. This is how all of us should know the word, so that when it comes, you speak it. Even when you feel it like you want to fall it, let that word rise inside you and you speak it, and you see strength and power come inside your being, and that word will help you to overcome temptation. Keep reading.
For by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. Then the devil took him up into the holy city, set him on the pinnacle of the temple, and said to him, if you are the Son of God, throw yourself down, for it is written, he shall give his angels charge over you, and in their hands they shall bear you up, lest you dash your foot against a stone.
Do you see that? Do you see that? Satan already found where Christ was going, that he was able to return the word. I said, okay, let me quote the word too. Only you knows the word. We all knows the word. I was there before I was thrown out of heaven. You know, he quoted the word too. He just did. And that is what the Antichrist, when they come to you, they will quote the Bible. And as soon as they quote the Bible, they make you feel like, oh, these guys know the Bible. Then they will come ahead and tell you, oh, look, wise, if this is not why, that's how they get you to believe the things that is not true. Continue to read. If you are the Son of God, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's verse 7 now.
Okay.
Jesus said to him, "It is written again, you shall not tempt the Lord your God."
You see, God used the word again. It's written again. If you didn't hear me say you before, I'm telling you again. So, what we get from this is that there is no way you will be able to fight the battle as the children of God here on earth without the knowledge of the word. Jesus showed us example. We started by letting you know that he lived 33 years to teach us, show us how we can live victorious. And this is one of the way he showed us with the word. With the word. It is written. Yes, go ahead.
Again, the devil took him up on an exceedingly high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory. And he said to him, "All these things I will give you if you will fall down and worship me."
See, he went for a juggler. I think that is all right. He went for a juggler. He wants God to worship him. Do you see? And God replied him just the same way. Go away, you Satan, for it is written again.
The Lord your God, and him only you shall serve.
Thank you. We now know the way to fight Satan when he comes against us. Philippians 4. Let's go to Philippians 4. Philippians 4. Quickly. Philippians 4, 8 to 9. Finally, brethren, whatever things that are true, whatever things are noble, whatever things are just, whatever things are pure, whatever things are lovely, whatever things are true, whatever things are of good report, if there is any virtue and if there is anything praiseworthy, meditate on these things. The things which you learn and receive and heard and saw in me, these do, and the God of peace will be with you. Did you hear that? What did he say? he narrated everything you should learn. And he ended all by saying, confirming what we started, that he lived here to teach us. He said, these things which you learn and receive and heard and saw in me, this you do. And God of peace will be with you. This is the voice of the Lord. And it is marvelous. Colossians 3, 1 to 12. We're going to end in this. Colossians chapter 3, starting from verse 1 to 12. If then you were raised with Christ, seek those things which are above, where Christ is sitting at the right hand of God. Set your mind on things that are above, not on things on the earth. For you died, and your life is hidden with Christ in God. When Christ, who is our life, appears, then you also will appear with him in glory. Therefore, put death your members which are on the earth. I remember he told one person, say, if your hand is going to find you into sin, cut it off. But he has given us spirit to put our mind into the subjection to the obedience of God, so that we'll be able to renew our body, the sinful nature that we have. Therefore, put to death your members which are on earth: fornication, uncleanliness, passion, evil desire, and covetousness, which is idolatry. Because of these things, the wrath of God is coming upon the sons of disobedience, in which you yourself once. He recognized that we once, but because we are born again, we are not in them. So he used the past tense, in which you yourself once walked when you lived in them. But now you yourself are to put off all these: anger, wrath, malice, blasphemy, filthy languages out of your mouth. Do not lie to one another, since you have put off the old man with his death, and have put on the new man, who is renewed in knowledge according to the image of him who created him, where there is neither Greek nor Jew, circumcised or uncircumcised, barbarian, Scythian, slave nor free, but Christ is all and all. Now you have it. The question will be, when do we have the ability to stop sin? When do we have the ability to stop sin? When do we have the ability to stop sin? It is at the time of inception, at the time of planting. Judas missed the opportunity. That time that Satan put that thing in his mind, we read it already, that was the chance he has to shoot it down. Every one of us, when he comes, the moment he comes and is something that is out of obedience of Christ, you put it into subjection to the obedience by shooting it down. At that moment, if you ever take one step towards fulfillment of that, what it is, whether it is loss or anything, you are now watering a plant that you have sown. And everything that you water will germinate. And if you keep watering it, it will bear fruit. And the thing is that if you miss the mark of the inception, the time of conception, it becomes more difficult. That is why the word of God and prayer is very, very important, so that you'll be able to get it at that time. When the thought comes, every day I'm shooting it down to the obedience of God. Sometimes I found myself thinking something bad. It could be your enemy that was dealt with. And something happened to him negatively, and you know it's your enemy. You should not rejoice, because you're not the one that did it. You just says, I'm sorry, sorry, something happened to him. Okay, sorry. Don't rejoice. Sometimes we find ourselves rejoicing, feeling that God has dealt with my enemy. It's not, that's why he said, cast everything upon him. Yours is to go to sleep and sleep like a baby and wake up the next day. At the point when the thought comes in your mind, that is when you shoot it down into subjection to the obedience of Christ. Let us stand. We thank God. Let us stand and thank God for His word. For those who are watching us in the media, I believe the word of God has gone forth. And let us utilize the word of God. Be obedient to it and apply it in our daily life. That's why we come to church. And we give God glory for all the things He's about to do in our life. In Jesus' name, amen. You can be seated. Thank you.
Looking for a place to worship, grow, and experience the power of God's presence? Then join us at God Breaks Worship Center, located opposite Peaceland University, ENUGU Abakaliki Expressway, Onwabanike, ENUGU State. For prayers and counseling, please call +234 707 186 0394 or +234 703 772 8392. Stay connected with us online at Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at God Breaks Worship Center. Watch and listen to R7 every Sunday on Afia Radio 99.1 FM and Signature TV, Metro Digital SLTV channel 265, and on YouTube. You can also support the work of God through your giving. Account name God Breaks Worship Center. Bank Zenith Bank Nigeria. Account number 131232958. God Breaks Worship Center, a place for practical Christianity.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.